Welcome back to Initiative. Support the author Son of Kokabiel by Phoenix John for this exciting story of what if Issei was a son of Kokabiel with angel powers. Prologue. Thousands of years ago, a monumental war was waged throughout the heavens, hells, and all in between. The great division of the three powerful factions of the Judeo-Christian pantheon. The angels, the pure white-winged devotees of God. The devils, cast away their heavenly light, choosing instead to follow Lucifer into hell's abyss. Lastly, the angels strayed from God's grace, indulging themselves with their earthly desires as they fell. The clash between these groups would become known as the Great Biblical War, leaving a trail of death and destruction that would forever reshape our reality. This war would have no winners. The angels, grief-stricken by the death of God, struggled to find a way to continue His teachings and maintain order in His absence. The devils, too, were thrown into disarray, teetering on the edge of civil war after the death of their four mighty Mao, and the extinction of their race ever closer. Yet, amid this chaos, one faction emerged battered, but not broken, the fallen angels and their Grigori. Led by the former archangel Azazel, the Grigori had withdrawn from the conflict before its conclusion, seeking refuge and stability in their decision to abandon the battlefield. However, not all within the Grigori ranks were content with this retreat. Cadre class fallen angel, Kokabiel. His bloodlust and hunger for violence remained unquenched by the Grigori's withdrawal. No longer able to rampage across the front lines of battle, Kokabiel turned his savage attention to the mortal world, wreaking havoc across the small villages and cities of the human world. It is here that we find the start of our story, with the demise of one such village, and the fate of one maiden. Hayadashuri awoke early, as she always did. The gentle song of the birds filled the air as the soft light of dawn filtered in through the thin paper walls. Stretching her arms above her head, she took a deep breath, her lungs filling with the crisp morning breeze drifting through her slightly open window. The lingering scent of incense from the night before still clung to the air, mingling with the fresh smell of pine from the surrounding woods. With a yawn, Shirori wiped the sleep from her eyes and slid out of her covers, the cool wooden floor beneath her feet grounding her in the calm of the early hour. She savored the peace, but her morning rituals still awaited her. Without hurry, she rose and moved towards the door, her footsteps each soft and measured, ready to greet the new day with her usual gentle grace. The whole village had been abuzz in recent days, preparing for the upcoming autumn festival, a time of celebration for the harvest. Shiori's thoughts lingered on it as she knelt before the small altar of the shrine, her hands moving fluidly as she arranged offerings of flowers and produce from the previous day. The villagers had already begun their preparations, weaving wreaths and preparing food in anticipation of the festival just a few days away. There was an air of excitement, and though the festival was still some days off, it had already colored the mood of the entire village. With a delicate hand, Shirori lit a fresh stick of incense, watching as the thin wisps of smoke curled upwards, twisting about lazily before dispersing into the air. The soft scent filled her surroundings once more, wrapping her in a familiar warmth. She closed her eyes and murmured her prayers, offering gratitude for the peaceful land she was blessed to live in and for the beauty around her. She prayed for a bountiful harvest, and for a celebration that would bring joy towards the entire village. Her head lowered into a deep bow as she finished, her forehead gently touching the cool ground. After finishing her morning prayers beneath the great cherry trees outside the shrine, Shirori rose, brushing off the faint dust that had settled on the hem of her already donned shrine maiden robes. The soft fabric had shifted slightly during her time kneeling, so she tugged gently at the collar and sleeves, smoothing them back into place. A sudden, faint gust of wind rustled the cherry blossoms above, quick and fleeting, before vanishing as though it had never been. Shirori barely noticed as the light breeze that followed caught her robes, billowing them around her legs as she stood under the canopy of pink blossoms. Petals drifted down like snow, catching in her hair and on her shoulders. She smiled softly, tilting her head back to watch them float gingerly through the air. The world around her was so quiet, so peaceful, as though the cherry trees themselves were offering their blessings for the day ahead. The village, nestled within a lush valley surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills, was bathed in the golden light of the morning. Thin wisps of mist still clung to the rooftops, slowly evaporating as the warmth of the sun spread throughout the air. The path leading from the shrine into the village was flanked by large cherry blossom trees, their petals fluttering down to the ground gently like soft pink snow. Shiori stood at the peak of this path, her caramel brown hair dancing in the wind as she began her trek into town. The village below had only just begun to stir, the first signs of life appearing as smoke from cooking fires drifted lazily into the sky. Shiori made her way down the worn stone steps, her sandals clicking lightly against the path. She could hear the soft bleating of goats in the distance, mingling with the rhythmic thud of hammers from the blacksmith's shop and the low murmur of villagers beginning their day. She was a familiar presence here, her calm demeanor and kind smile as much a part of the village as the ancient trees that surrounded it. As Shiori approached the village proper, a familiar voice called out from the market stalls. "Good morning, Shiori-chan." The hoarse voice of Tanaka, one of the village's elderly farmers, drew her attention. He was already busy setting out his produce, though his gnarled hands moved a little slower with each passing year. Shiori turned toward him with a bright smile. "Good morning, Tanaka-san," she greeted warmly, making her way over to his stand. She knelt beside him, instinctively starting to help arrange the vegetables in neat rows. "The crops look beautiful today. It seems like everything is thriving this season." Tanaka chuckled, his weathered face wrinkling into a smile. "Ah, that's thanks to your prayers, I'm sure. The gods are smiling on us this year." Shiori shook her head gently, a modest laugh escaping her lips. "I think your hard work has more to do with it than my small offerings. You've been doing this far longer than I've been alive." "Maybe so," Tanaka mused, glancing at her with a twinkle in his eye. "But a little divine favor never hurt anyone, right?" She laughed softly. "I'll keep praying, just in case." After bidding Tanaka farewell, Shiori continued down the market street, the air filled with the sense of fresh bread and sizzling meats. Several village women were gathered around a stall, preparing food for the upcoming festival. They waved her over with broad smiles. "Shiori-chan!" "Just in time!" one of the women called out, her hands coated in flour. "We could use your help over here." Shiori joined them, rolling up her sleeves as she knelt by the dough. "You all seem to be working hard this morning. How are the preparations going?" Busy, replied a plump woman with flour dusting her apron. "But we'll be ready in time for the festival. I swear this year will be the best one yet." She elbowed Shiori playfully. "If you're not too busy with your shrine duties to come enjoy it, of course." Another woman, a younger mother with a child clinging to her skirts, grinned at Shiori. "You're always so busy helping everyone else, Shiori-chan. Don't you ever take a break?" Shiori brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. "I enjoy being useful. It doesn't feel like work if it makes others happy," the young mother laughed. "That's just like you. Always so selfless." The child at the woman's side tugged shyly at Shiori's robe, peeking up at her with wide eyes. Smiling, Shiori crouched down and plucked a small daisy from the nearby grass, offering it to the little girl. "Here," Shiori said gently. "A flower for you." The girl's face lit up as she accepted it, her tiny hands clutching the daisy as though it were a treasure. A quiet smile spread across Shiori's lips as she stood again, her heart warmed by the simple gesture. As the sun climbed higher, something in the air began to change. A sudden gust of wind swept through the village, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down Shiori's spine as the air almost grew thicker. At first, it was subtly lull in the usual sounds, a faint tension that Shiori couldn't quite place. The birds grew quieter, their melodies replaced by a distant, unfamiliar whooshing. Shiori paused, her hands stilling over the basket of sweets she had been helping to prepare. She glanced up toward the mountains, her brows shifting in confusion. The sky had darkened slightly, though there was no sign of rain. The peaceful atmosphere that had blanketed the village all morning now seemed fragile, as though it could shatter at any moment. A loud crack of wind tore through the vale, so distant at first it was almost imperceptible before flying through the entire market. Shiori's brow furrowed further as she glanced toward the mountains. The noise grew steadily louder, like thunder on a clear day, unnatural and jarring. Her heart clenched in her chest as an eerie silence settled over the village, the birds no longer singing, the rustle of the trees stilled. All that remained was the ever louder cracking of the wind, its speed increasing further and further as the noise grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the wind calmed. The air filled with quiet as the breeze died, the cherry blossoms hanging in the air longer than usual. And then came the screams. It ripped through the air, sharp and filled with terror, breaking the fragile stillness like glass shattering. Sharp, panicked cries erupted from the outskirts of the village, followed by the unmistakable sound of mayhem. Shiori's heart lurched as she stood frozen, slowly turning to the source of the noise. Her breath halted, her mind racing as she looked off into the distance. She could see a swarm of figures scrambling in the distance. Villagers ran by her left and right as the swarm seemed to almost swallow up everyone in contact. Their bodies fell with a speed she didn't know was possible. Shiori's stomach twisted as realization dawned. The peace she had known her entire life was fracturing before her eyes, crumbling under the weight of the approaching danger. Without hesitation, she turned and ran toward the shrine, her sandals pounding against the earth, her mind racing. The village was under attack, and her cherished life was about to be torn apart. As Shiori sprinted back toward the shrine, the chaos around her deepened. The once peaceful village was unraveling. Screams echoed in the air, accompanied by the harsh clamor of homes and stalls being torn apart. The wind whipped fiercely around her, carrying with it the scent of smoke and fear. Her feet moved swiftly, sandals slapping against the uneven ground as she darted between the villagers, trying to guide some towards safety. "Please, head for the forest," she cried, her voice trembling as she reached out to a woman clutching a crying child. "You'll be safe there, go." The woman hesitated, her wide eyes barely able to fix on Shiori, but she grabbed her child in a haze nonetheless, running to the woods. Shiori turned to another group, motioning frantically for them to follow the mother. But there was no time to linger. The swarm of invaders was relentless, cutting through the village like a force of nature, and her duty lay with the shrine, her home, her sacred ground. Her breath came in short bursts, her heart pounding not just from the exertion but from the fear creeping into her chest. She could hear the devastation behind her, the sounds of the village being torn apart by forces she couldn't comprehend. But she kept running. She had to protect the shrine. As she approached the worn stone steps leading up to the shrine, her pace slowed. Something was wrong. The air felt thick, unnatural, and heavy with a dark energy that pressed against her skin like a weight. Her steps faltered, dread twisting her insides. She forced herself to climb, her hand trembling as she gripped the railing. When she reached the top, her heart froze. Standing in front of the shrine, bathed in the sickly light of a darkening sky, was a figure unlike any she had ever seen. Tall and gaunt, with 10 raven black wings unfurled, the figure exuded a malevolent presence that chilled her to the bone. His dark scarlet eyes gleamed, cold and merciless, as they fixed on her. His expression was one of amusement, a twisted smile dancing across his lips as though her very presence was an amusing inconvenience. Shiori's breath caught in her throat. The wind stilled around them, the world growing eerily silent as they stood locked in that moment. And then, with an almost imperceptible tilt of his head, Kokabiel's smile deepened, and Shiori's world went black. Beep beep. The repeated tone of the alarm pierced the quiet morning air, filling the small bedroom with life as a hand slammed down on the clock, silencing it in a single motion. Gentle beams of sunlight cascaded through the windows, illuminating a tousled mess of dark raven-colored hair sprawled out across the pillow. Lavender eyes cracked open, squinting against the bright morning light as Hayado Issei stirred. Issei took a deep breath, stretching his arms over his head as he cast a quick glance around the room. The warmth of the morning sun softened the space around him, casting shadows on the simple yet well-kept furnishings. His gaze dropped to the figure nestled at his side, one arm clinging tightly to him, a soft sigh escaping her as he shifted. 5 more minutes, Kay?" Her voice was a sleepy murmur, barely more than a whisper. With a small smile, Issei brushed a few strands of hair from her face, her soft features serene in the early light. "Kuroka," he whispered gently, his hand tracing small circles on her shoulder, "if you don't get up soon, you'll have to make yourself breakfast." One of her dull golden eyes cracked open, glancing at him with a spark of mischief. Oh? You'd eat without me? She sighed dramatically, her sleepy face slowly breaking into a grin as she lifted her arms, stretching languidly. Guess I'd better get up then. She nudged him playfully, eyes lingering on him for a moment. Issei laughed softly, pressing a quick kiss to her forehead as he rose from the bed, her eyes following him. She sat up, wrapping the sheets around herself like a cloak, watching him with a lazy smile as he began moving toward the kitchen. In the quiet of the kitchen, Issei gathered the usual ingredients, listening to the soft sounds of the morning. A simple breakfast would do, but he couldn't help but take extra care in preparing each dish, feeling Kuroka's warm gaze on him as she leaned against the doorframe, watching him work. The eggs cracked cleanly against the bowl, the scent of sizzling meat blending with the warmth of the early morning air. You know, you're lucky I cook every morning, he teased, glancing over his shoulder. His eyes met hers, a sleepy smile spreading across her face, still wrapped in the thin sheet she'd draped around herself. She gave a little shrug, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Oh, don't act like you don't love doing it, she replied with a playful roll of her eyes, a glint of affection in her gaze. I wouldn't mind having you cook for me forever though. Her voice was soft, but the sincerity there was unmistakable. The meal came together quickly, a mix of grilled fish, fluffy rice, and miso soup. Simple yet comforting. They ate together in companionable silence, Kuroka's eyes occasionally drifting to Issei with a warmth that mirrored the morning light spilling into the room. As they finished, she leaned over and gave him a brief, soft kiss on the cheek. Thanks for breakfast, she murmured, her gaze lingering on him as he rose to rinse the dishes. After finishing, Issei made his way to the bathroom. He caught a glance of his reflection in the mirror, a young man with hazy lavender eyes. His dark hair messily framed the sides of his face, the back growing out slightly longer than the rest. A hint of sorrow lay deep in his gaze as he stared back at himself. He ran his hands through his hair, working it into some semblance of order, and changed into his school uniform. A crimson shirt peeked out from a casually unbuttoned white dress shirt, a black blazer fitting snugly over his lean, muscular frame. Just as he adjusted his collar one last time, he caught a faint, almost imperceptible flash of green in his eyes, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Issei blinked, his expression a bit more curious as he turned back towards the hallway. As Issei reached the door, Kuroka caught him by the arm, pulling him into a lingering kiss. When she finally released him, her fingers lightly trailed down his arm. Don't get into trouble, Kay? He chuckled, his lavender eyes radiating with a gentle glow that only she seemed to bring out in him. I'll see what I can do, he laughed. With one last glance back at her, Issei stepped outside, taking in a deep breath as the crisp morning air washed over him. He checked his watch and gave a small sigh of relief, just enough time to get to Ko Academy if he didn't get too lost along the way. The street was still somewhat empty, only a few early risers out and about. Issei took a few uncertain steps before he realized something crucial. He had no idea which way the school was. The old man had given him directions, but he'd been a little preoccupied at the time. He scratched his head, frowning at the street that stretched endlessly in either direction. Follow the main road and then turn right? He muttered to himself, trying to recall the instructions. Resigned, Issei set off down the main street, hands shoved into his pockets as he scanned the neighborhood. It wasn't long before he noticed a few students in a similar uniform walking ahead, heading in the same direction. Two girls, a long-haired brunette and a short pink-haired girl, were chatting as they walked. Excuse me, he called out, quickening his pace to catch up. They turned, giving him curious glances. I'm sorry to bother you, he continued, offering a polite bow, but do you know the way to Ko Academy? I'm a new transfer student, and I seem to be a little turned around. The brunette offered a smile, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Oh, of course. We're on our way there now. You're welcome to walk with us if you'd like, right, Yui? She glanced over to her friend for confirmation. Yui gave him a wary look, arms crossed as she appraised him. Well, sure. As long as you're not one of those wannabe playboys we've been getting. Her tone was guarded, but not unfriendly, a flicker of genuine concern showing in her eyes. Issei chuckled softly, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Promise, I'm just here to get to school in one piece. She gave a slight nod, her posture relaxing a bit. Well, all right. I'm Kate-sui. And I'm Murayama Kaori, the brunette added quickly, a small smile growing on her face. Issei stifled a chuckle. Hi to Issei, it's nice to meet you both. The three continued along the path, Murayama pointing out landmarks around the neighborhood as they walked. Over there's a cafe where a lot of students hang out after class, she said, gesturing over to a small, bustling shop nestled between a few larger buildings. It's usually packed outside of school hours. Oh, and over there, Murayama continued, gesturing to a little plaza surrounded by greenery, is where the student council sometimes hosts events. Ko is pretty lively once you get used to it all. Issei nodded, taking in the sights. The school building itself began to emerge in the distance, looming over the trees that lined the streets. His gaze drifted back to the girls, a bit of gratitude in his expression as he kept pace with them. To his relief, they seemed at ease enough with his presence. Well, mostly. Murayama turned to him, giving him a small, approving smile before continuing, hopefully, you'll like it here, Issei. Beside her, Yui kept a careful watch, her eyes focused mainly on her phone. At least he doesn't seem to be pushy, she reflected, her eyes darting away from her phone for a moment. With a small sigh, she slipped her phone into her bag, giving Issei a short nod. Eventually, they reached the imposing gates of Ko Academy, students milling around as they entered. The grand archway, elegant buildings, and meticulous gardens hinted at a prestige that seemed to extend beyond academics alone. I appreciate the guide this morning, he said as they reached the entranceway. He gave them a warm smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. I think I can find the office on my own from here. Hopefully, I'll see you two around soon. The girls returned his smile, and with a quick wave, they each headed off toward their own classes. Issei lingered at the gate for a moment longer, the two whispered to each other as they walked off into the buzz of the forum. He had yet to notice that he, too, was being watched. From a tall, arched window above the courtyard, two women observed the new student's arrival. One of them, a young woman with long crimson hair, leaned slightly against the glass, her aquamarine eyes narrowed thoughtfully as she observed Issei, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Akino, she said softly, folding her arms as her attention remained on him, have you sensed anything unusual about him? Seated nearby, Akino brushed a stray lock of her dark, raven-colored hair back over her shoulder. Her light lavender eyes sparkled with a quiet amusement. Era, Ria-sama, already taking interest in our new kohai? She teased, moving a pawn further on the chessboard in front of her, glancing up with a faint smile. If I remember correctly, I believe his name is Haida Issei, but if you want more details, I'd have to ask Kaicho. Her eyes shifted over towards the window. There is something unusual about him, an aura of some kind, though I'm not sure what of yet. Rias hummed, her gaze contemplative. I can sense a sacred gear. And yet there's something more. Her eyes flickered back to the chessboard, and with a small flick of her wrist, she moved her knight to face Akino's unguarded king. Checkmate. Akino tilted her head, feigning a pout. I tried to make it harder for you this time, she sighed playfully, then shifted, resting her chin on her hand. I also sensed something odd. It's faint, but intriguing. Rias watched the boy below, her expression softening slightly. It's not just him. Those girls with him, there's something unusual about them too. Akino's smile grew. Would you like me to send Kaneko and Kiba to keep an eye on them? Or shall we meet them ourselves? She gave Rias a playful look, her eyes bright with interest. That would be good, Rias replied, still watching the courtyard thoughtfully. I need more members in my peerage, and if he's who I think he is, he might be a worthy addition. She paused, glancing over at Akino with a small, grateful smile. And as for meeting him ourselves, maybe soon. Thank you, Akino. It's always good to have you by my side. Akino's smile deepened as she moved to join Rias, her voice turning soft with mischief. I assume you're headed to the showers soon, Rias-sama? I'd be happy to lend a hand. Rias gave her a grateful nod, a warm smile gracing her lips. That would be nice, Akino. With a graceful ease, the two left the room together, the faint strains of laughter and quiet conversation trailing behind them. Rias's thoughts, however, remained elsewhere, her mind returning to the image of the new transfer student and the enigmatic aura he radiated. Just what are you, Hayate Issei? The chatter of students filled the classroom, a blend of laughter and murmured conversations that created a low hum. Gradually fading as the teacher tapped the board, the sharp sound cutting through the noise. All eyes turned towards the front as the teacher gestured to their newest classmate standing beside him. Hello everyone, my name is Hayate Issei. I've been homeschooled the past few years, so please take care of me, he said, bowing with practiced politeness. As he straightened, a warm yet guarded smile played on his lips, his lavender eyes sweeping over the room. Whispers erupted instantly, some intrigued, others suspicious, as students leaned toward each other, eager to dissect the new arrival. The room buzzed with speculation until the teacher cleared his throat, restoring a semblance of order. Does anyone have questions for Hayate-san? The teacher asked. Almost immediately, hands shot up, some eager and others hesitant. The teacher nodded towards a boy in the back with a shaved head, an irritated expression stretched across his face. The name's Matsuda, he said, practically barking out his introduction. So, Hayate, what's a pretty boy like you doing at Ko Academy? Matsuda leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Trying to steal all the girls from us, huh? He taunted, voice dripping with bravado. A few of the male students nodded in agreement, muttering among themselves. Several of the girls shook their heads, groaning at his usual antics. A few of the male students nodded in agreement, muttering among themselves. Issei blinked, tilting his head slightly as if trying to decode the question. To learn? He replied, his tone laced with genuine confusion. I can't say I understand what you mean, Matsuda-san. There was a ripple of laughter from some of the girls in the class, but most of the boys groaned or rolled their eyes. Matsuda's friend, a bespectacled boy with a calculating gaze, pushed his glasses up with a practiced motion. Motohama here, the second boy declared, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Here's a real question for you. Hayate-hat's your favorite part of a woman's body? The question hung in the air, eliciting gasps and titters from the surrounding students. Issei's eye twitched ever so slightly, a sweat drop forming as he wondered if he had somehow stumbled into a school for lunatics. Smack! Smack! Two sharp whacks echoed through the room as a pair of wooden shurnai came down hard on Matsuda and Motohama's heads. The boys yelped in pain, rubbing their skulls as they turned to face their attackers. No corrupting Hayate-kun, you perverts! The pink-haired girl scolded. The brunette beside her offered a quick apology to the teacher. Sorry we're late, sensei. Kendo practice ran a bit over today, she explained, before turning her attention to Issei with a warm smile. Glad to see you're in our class, Issei-kun. Issei relaxed slightly, nodding in return. You too, Murayama-san. The boys in the back groaned, rubbing their sore heads, while some of the girls exchanged glances of approval. However, a certain tension still lingered, invisible battle lines being drawn as several girls glared daggers at Murayama. Any other questions? The teacher asked, raising an eyebrow at the subdued class. A final hand remained in the air, belonging to a girl with shoulder-length blue hair and a sharp, inquisitive look. Tsubasa Yura, she introduced herself in a calm, measured tone. Where did you live before coming here? Issei paused, a weight lying behind the seemingly innocent question. A flicker of old memories flashed in Issei's mind. He forced a smile, hoping it didn't look as strained as it felt. My mother and I lived in Kyoto, he answered, his voice steady but devoid of its earlier warmth. Tsubasa nodded, her eyes briefly flickering to a silver-haired girl sitting quietly near the window. There was a brief, almost imperceptible exchange between them, like a silent agreement. Thank you, Hayate-san, Tsubasa said before sitting back down. If that's all, Hayate-san, please take a seat between Tsubasa-san and Murayama-san, the teacher instructed. Hi, sensei. Issei made his way to his assigned desk, feeling the weight of several curious stares on his back. The lunch bell rang, signaling a break from the morning's classes. Issei stood to leave, but before he could even take a step, he found himself surrounded by classmates eager to pepper him with questions. What clubs are you joining? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you into sports? You look like you could handle yourself. What's your type? The questions came at him like a machine gun, leaving him no time to even think. Just as he was about to resign himself to a lunch period full of interrogations, a hand reached through the throng and yanked him free. "Ne Issei-kun, want to eat lunch with you and me?" Murayama asked, her eyes sparkling with an almost mischievous glint. "We know a great spot." Issei nodded, sighing in relief as she quickly pulled him out of the classroom door, Keitei's quickly joining in by grabbing his other arm. "Thanks, Murayama-chan. I owe you one." The trio made their way outside, the midday sun casting a warm glow over the school grounds. The kendo girls led him to a secluded spot beneath a large cherry blossom tree, its pink petals gently fluttering down as the soft breeze carried its beautiful scent across the courtyard. "Here we are," Murayama announced as they reached a secluded spot under a sprawling sakura tree. The ground was sprinkled with delicate pink petals, creating a picturesque scene. "This is your secret lunch spot?" Issei asked, genuinely impressed. "Yup. We come here when we want to escape the chaos of class during lunch," Keitei said with a nod, laying out a picnic cloth on the grass. "Hope you don't mind joining our little lunch club." "I don't mind at all. I'm honored, actually," Issei said with a smile. The girls settled down, each of them pulling out their neatly packed bento boxes. Murayama's was a bit messy, with rice and pickled vegetables squished into one corner, while Keitei's looked carefully arranged with colorful dividers. However, both of them paused as Issei took out his own bento, a sleek, lacquered box that seemed almost too elegant for a high school lunch. "Whoa, fancy! Did you buy that from a restaurant or something?" Murayama asked, her eyes widening as he opened the lid. Issei shook his head, revealing an assortment of beautifully arranged dishes: perfectly grilled salmon, delicate tamagoyaki, carriage fried to a golden crisp, and a side of pickled daikon. Everything was arranged with the kind of care that spoke of years of practice. "You made this yourself?" Keitei asked, blinking in disbelief. Issei scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, I did. I like cooking, so I try to make my meals special." Murayama's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You can cook and arrange it?" "I'm seriously jealous, Issei-kun. I can barely make instant ramen without burning it." Keitei let out a soft laugh. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Yui. You're great at sports. Some things just aren't your strong suit." "I'm no expert or anything myself," Issei said with a modest smile, though the pleased glint in his eyes didn't go unnoticed. He picked up a piece of carriage with his chopsticks and offered it to Murayama. "Here, try some." Murayama's cheeks turned slightly pink, but she accepted the offer, leaning forward to take a bite. Her eyes widened in delight as she chewed. "This is amazing. How do you get it so crispy on the outside without making the meat all dry?" "Just a trick with the oil temperature," Issei replied, clearly pleased by her reaction as he scratched the back of his head modestly. "I could show you sometime if you're interested." Murayama's face lit up. "I'll take you up on that. I've always wanted to learn how to cook food that good." Keitei, not wanting to be left out, leaned in closer. "Can I try some too?" "Of course." Issei passed her a piece of tamagoyaki, which she eagerly accepted. It's sweet but not overpowering," Keitei said, savoring the bite. "You could seriously open a restaurant with skills like this. You expect us to believe you picked up cooking just for fun?" Murayama teased, raising an eyebrow. "Come on, Issei-kun, who are you trying to impress?" Issei chuckled, shaking his head as it grew slightly warmer. "I swear it's just a hobby. I had to cook a lot growing up, and it just kinda stuck with me. No ulterior motives, promise." If you say so," Keitei joined in, a smirk smacked onto her face as a playful pout laid on Murayama's. "But with cooking like this, you're definitely going to become popular, intentional or not." Before they could continue, a sudden, high-pitched chorus of screams filled the courtyard. "Kya! Kiba-sama! Kaneko-chan!" Issei looked up to see two figures approaching: the handsome blonde boy with a charming smile, and a petite girl with snow-white hair and a stoic expression. The crowd of students parted for them like the Red Sea, their adoring gazes never leaving the pair. "Yo, Hayate-san!" the blonde called out, waving casually as he approached. "I heard we had a new prince in school. Had to see if the rumors were true." He flashed a friendly smile. I'm Kokabiel, nice to meet you. Issei blinked in confusion. Prince? It's just a nickname, Kiba chuckled. No need to take it seriously. Beside him, the white-haired girl Kaneko stared intently at Issei, her golden eyes narrowing. Crow, she muttered almost inaudibly, Issei's ears twitching. Toujours Kaneko, hey. She spoke slightly louder with that, her sturdy posture buckling for a moment, as her gaze met Issei's. Hi to Issei, he introduced himself, bowing slightly. But it seems you already knew that. Just the talk of the school, nothing personal, Kiba said with a wink. Kiba turned his attention towards Murayama and Keitase, flashing them a warm smile. Good to see you again, Murayama-san, Keitase-san. Mind if I drop by the kendo club later? I've got a few moves I want to test out. Anytime, Kiba-san. Keitase replied eagerly. We'd love to spar with you, Kiba nodded, turning to leave. Well, we should get going. It was nice meeting you, Hayate-san. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Kiba's smile never quite reached his eyes. Welcome to Ko Academy. Bye, Kaneko added in a flat tone, the two turning and walking off towards one of the older school buildings. As soon as they were out of earshot, Kiba leaned in towards Kaneko. So, what did you think? Kaneko's voice was a barely audible whisper. Crow something more too. Her expression remained impassive, but her fists clenched at her sides, knuckles turning white as her golden eyes narrowed. Interesting, Kiba mused, a sly smile spreading across his face. This year just got a whole lot more exciting. Hayate Issei current perspective. Kaneko toujours was no stranger to danger. She was accustomed to sensing the subtle, malevolent shifts in the air, the way her instincts sharpened when something or someone wasn't quite right. And today, the new transfer student, Hayate Issei, was far from ordinary. Sitting on the windowsill of the Occult Research Club room, Kaneko quietly nibbled on a daifuku, her amber eyes staring into space as she replayed the events of earlier. His aura crashed into her like a tidal wave, a chaotic blend of raw power and something darker, like the whisper of feathers brushing against a blade. The moment his eyes met hers, a chill shot through her, an icy claw sinking into her chest. It wasn't just fear, it was the suffocating terror of facing a predator that had her instincts screaming to run, a feeling she hadn't tasted since her darkest days. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she forced herself to stay still, masking her dread behind a stoic expression. She took a steadying breath, grounding herself. There was no room for hesitation, especially if he was as strong as she'd felt. Her duty was clear: if the worst happened, protect her senpai, her friends, and Ko Academy. The door to the club room opened with a creak, and Kaneko's gaze shifted to her president, Rias Gremory, who walked in looking as if she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders. Akino followed closely behind, her usual serene smile replaced with a pensive expression. It wasn't long before Kiba entered, his face unusually serious as he leaned against the couch. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as they settled in, each member knowing that the next conversation would not be easy. He's a what? Rias exclaimed, her voice rising in both disbelief and frustration. The sudden outburst echoed through the room, startling everyone but Kaneko, who continued eating her sweets unperturbed. Fallen, Kiba confirmed, crossing his arms as he leaned back into the couch, his tone grim. And a strong one at that, based on what Kaneko observed. Rias turned to the smallest member of their club, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and curiosity. What exactly did you sense? Kaneko swallowed the last bit of her daifuku before responding, her voice soft but steady. There's something else mixed in. His aura was dark, like a fallen, but there was something more to it. It felt like a sacred gear, maybe. She tilted her head slightly, trying to articulate the strange sensation that lingered in her mind. Never heard of a pure fallen with a sacred gear before, though. Rias let out a long, weary sigh, collapsing into the armchair like the weight of the world had finally caught up to her. She rubbed her temples in slow, agonizing circles, trying to stave off the pounding headache that was forming. Are you implying? She began, but her voice wavered, the usual confidence drained from her tone. Kaneko shrugged, the slightest of motions. Maybe. But whatever he is, he's strong. Strong enough that he couldn't restrain it all. Or maybe doesn't know how. Kaneko turned her head and thought as she mumbled out the end. Great, Rias muttered, leaning back and closing her eyes in exasperation. As if I didn't already have enough on my plate. She opened her eyes again, looking at Kiba. I want you to keep an eye on Murayama and Kates. I sense the sacred gear in both of them, and I don't want the fallen getting to them first. Kiba nodded, a calmer look crossing his serious features. Understood, Bucho. As Kiba left the room, Rias turned her focus to Kaneko. Kaneko, I want you to keep tabs on Issei. Discreetly. I don't want to provoke him, but I need to know what we're dealing with. Kaneko gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning to leave the room herself. As she reached the doorway, she paused for a moment, her sharp golden eyes catching the subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. Akino, who was usually the epitome of confidence and grace, was uncharacteristically silent. Her usual teasing smile was absent, replaced by a distant look in her amethyst eyes. Kaneko's instincts prickled something was clearly bothering her senpai. Rias Gremory seemed to notice as well. The crimson-haired beauty's expression softened, concern evident in her aquamarine eyes. Akino, she said gently, her voice laced with unspoken worry, why don't you take the rest of the day off? You look like you could use a break. For a moment, Akino remained still, her hands lightly gripping the edge of the table as if grounding herself. Then, she forced a smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. If you say so, Rias, she replied, her tone unusually subdued. With a slight bow, Akino turned on her heel and left the room, her long black hair swaying behind her like a dark curtain as she left with Kaneko. The sound of the door closing echoed through the now empty clubroom, leaving Rias alone in the dim light of the setting sun. A heavy silence settled over her as she leaned back in her chair, her fingers absently tracing the edge of her desk. The weight of the day's revelations pressed down on her shoulders. Issei, if Kaneko was to be believed, his aura was unlike anything she'd encountered before, dark, potent, powerful, laced with something she couldn't pinpoint. And if Kaneko's suspicions were right, he has a sacred gear, a feat impossible for a full-blooded fallen angel. A wild card in the truest sense. Rias let out a slow, measured breath, her mind racing. There were too many unknowns, and too many risks. And now, with more sacred gear users emerging among the student body, two of them, no less, the stakes had risen dramatically. If the fallen were indeed making moves in Ko, they couldn't afford to be unprepared. Just what are you planning, Issei? Rias murmured to herself, her eyes narrowing as she stared out the window at the darkening sky. The game was changing, and she would need to be ready for whatever came next. As the final school bell rang, Issei leaned back in his chair, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. It had been a long day, new faces, new routines, and a constant hum of whispers that followed him through every hallway. He couldn't help but notice the curious stares he had garnered, as if he were some exotic animal that had wandered into their midst. His eyes drifted over to Tsubasa, who shot him another puzzled glance from across the room, her brows furrowed in curiosity. And then there was that icy white-haired girl, Hanakai Momo, who had introduced herself rather stiffly during morning homeroom. Since then, she had barely spoken a word to him, though he could feel her gaze on him now and then like a winter chill creeping along his spine. Issei shook his head, trying to ignore the persistent sensation of being watched. It was probably just his imagination, or so he told himself. He was the new transfer student, after all. People were bound to be curious. Still, there was an undercurrent to their stares that made his skin prickle, like they were trying to see beyond the surface, to peel back a layer that even he wasn't willing to share. Shrugging off the unease, Issei began gathering his things, stuffing notebooks into his bag with a clean swish. Just as he slung the strap over his shoulder, he was intercepted by Murayama and Kates, the two kendo girls he'd already become well acquainted with. Hayata-kun, do you think you'll be okay finding your way home? You were so lost earlier, Murayama teased, a playful glint in her eyes. Kates stood beside her, nodding eagerly as if in agreement. Issei grinned, rubbing the back of his head in a show of sheepishness. I'm pretty sure I can manage, but I appreciate the concern. Thanks for looking out for me, he replied, flashing them a friendly smile. Kates giggled while Murayama gave him a thumbs up. Alright, if you say so. We've got kendo practice, so we'll see you around. Just as the girls turned to leave, Issei's attention was drawn to the doorway where Kiba Yuto appeared, as if on cue. The blonde knight of Ko Academy radiated charm with his easy smile and polished demeanor. Murayama-san, Kate-san, are you two ready? Kiba's voice was smooth and welcoming, his presence immediately drawing the attention of every girl in the room. The trio of girls who had been lingering nearby let out a chorus of squeals and whispers, no doubt smitten by his princely aura. Murayama and Kate brightened visibly at Kiba's arrival. Yep, ready to go. Murayama responded, her voice a touch higher than usual. Issei watched them leave, an odd feeling tugging at him as he observed their retreating forms. It was a strange sensation, like a thread pulling at the edge of his consciousness, urging him to pay attention, to notice something he couldn't quite put his finger on. He shrugged it off, chalking it up to first-day jitters. After all, starting fresh at a new school came with its own set of anxieties, even for him. With one last glance at the emptying classroom, Issei finally made his way out. The halls were already thinning out, the chatter of students gradually fading as they dispersed. As he stepped outside into the crisp afternoon air, he couldn't shake the lingering sense of something off. He had been too preoccupied with settling into his new environment to dwell on it, but there was an undercurrent here, something beneath the surface that he couldn't quite grasp. Little did he know, the events set in motion today would soon entangle him in a web far beyond the mundane life he had once known. As Issei stepped into the dimly lit entryway of his home, he was enveloped in the soothing scent of cedarwood and the faint aroma of incense, a comforting contrast to the chaos that had hounded him all day. The silence here was thick and welcoming, like a warm embrace, only broken by the soft ticking of the old wall clock. It was a quiet sanctuary, far removed from the prying eyes and whispered gossip of Ko Academy. For a moment, he allowed himself to breathe, to let the stillness seep into his bones until the gentle sound of snoring drew his attention. Lounging on the couch, curled up like a contented cat, was Kuroka. Strands of her silky black hair spilled over the cushions, framing her serene face as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. Issei smiled softly at the sight, careful not to disturb her. He made his way up the stairs, his thoughts drifting back to the strange sensations he had felt throughout the day. As he ascended, Issei couldn't shake the feeling of something different about Ko. Murayama and Kate are dormant sacred gears, he mused, his brow furrowing. I knew this was devil territory as well, but just Issei paused for a moment. That school is a lion's den. Reaching his room, he pushed open the door, only to be greeted by an all too familiar presence. The sight of black feathers swirling in the breeze from his open window made him freeze. Kate Yui wiped the lingering sweat from her brow as she exited the locker room, Kaori and Kiba trailing behind her. The trio chatted lightly, the day's exhaustion melting away under the cool evening air. As they reached the front of the school, Kiba slowed to a halt, turning to face them with his usual charming smile. Well, this is as far as I can escort you to, he announced, his voice smooth as ever. I've still got club duties with the Occult Research Club. With a quick motion, he pulled out 2 neatly folded leaflets from his pocket. Speaking of which, would you mind holding on to these for me? I'm supposed to be passing them out. Kaori shrugged and took one, followed by Yui, who glanced at the mysterious symbol on the leaflet's cover. Sure, no problem, she said with a smile. Thanks, I owe you, Kiba replied, flashing them a grateful grin before turning on his heel. I'll see you two tomorrow. As the orange glow of the setting sun bathed the school grounds, Yui and Kaori made their way to the front gate. The courtyard was filled with long shadows, and Yui squinted as she noticed 3 silhouettes standing just beyond the gate, their faces obscured by the sun. Kaori nudged her, her tone playful yet curious. Now Yui, why's your dad here? Doesn't he usually get off work late? Yui blinked, her eyes adjusting to the light. Sure enough, one of the figures was her father, Kate Aijiro. How do you always recognize people from so far away? She asked, half in disbelief. Kaori just shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. Good eyes, I guess. As they drew closer, Yui couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Her father waved, but his smile didn't reach his strangely hazy eyes. Hey Yui, Kaori. The dojo had to close early, so I thought I'd come and walk you two home, he said, his voice strained. Yui's eyes flickered to the two men flanking her father. One was a tall, lanky man with long, snow-gray hair and a sinister gleam in his rusty brown eyes. The other, grizzled with a fedora tilted low over his face, simply nodded in their direction. Ota-san? Yui's voice trembled, uncertainty lacing her words as she took a hesitant step forward. Something was off the way his eyes seemed clouded, distant, like he was seeing through her instead of at her. The familiar warmth in his smile was missing, replaced by a hollow mimicry that sent a shiver down her spine. Who are they? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she gestured to his companions. Her heart thudded painfully against her ribs, each beat a warning that screamed for her to run, yet her legs refused to move. Eijiro hesitated, swaying slightly in the wind as he spoke. Their work associates, he explained, gesturing to the gray-haired man first. This is Freed. The man's lips curled into a chilling smile, eyes glinting with malice. And this is Don. The fedora-wearing man dipped his hat, offering no other acknowledgement. But I've never. The words caught in Yui's throat, her voice faltering as confusion and unease twisted in her chest. Her father had plenty of associates she'd never met, sure, and he was always dealing with important matters she barely understood. Yet something about this felt wrong, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong place. A flicker of doubt gnawed at her, a tiny voice in the back of her mind whispering that something was off. But he was her father surely, he wouldn't steer her wrong. Swallowing hard, she forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. If you say so, Ota-san, she murmured, her words a fragile whisper of obedience, even as her instincts still screamed for her to turn and run. Black feathers filled the room, swirling in the cool breeze that swept in from the open window. The moonlight cast an ethereal glow, illuminating the silhouette of a dark-haired beauty perched gracefully on the windowsill. Her raven black wings were spread wide, elegant, and imposing, their shadows stretching across the walls like outstretched fingers. Her pale purple eyes, shimmering like amethysts, locked onto Hayado Issei, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Long time no see, Issei-kun, she cooed, her voice a soft, sultry whisper that sent a shiver down his spine. Issei blinked, caught between surprise and a flood of old memories. He hadn't expected to see her of all people. I didn't expect to see you so soon, Ray, he said, his initial shock giving way to a cautious smile. There was a warmth in his eyes that only surfaced for those he was truly comfortable with, an old habit from the days when they were just kids. Still swooping in unannounced, huh? Some things never change. Rainer's smile softened, and for a brief moment, the confident fallen angel was replaced by the girl he once knew, a mischievous, carefree spirit who would sneak into his room just to chat when they were younger. Can't help it, she said, a playful glint in her eyes. You know how much I love making a dramatic entrance. But then, almost as if she remembered herself, her expression grew more guarded. Neither did I though, she added, the seductive edge returning to her voice, though it was tinged with a hint of regret. You were moved to kill on such short notice. Issei's smile slowly faded, replaced by a serious, questioning gaze. He could read the undertone in her words. Catching up can wait, Ray. If you're here, it's not just a social call. He leaned back in his desk chair, arms crossed, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. What's going on? A shadow of something like sadness flickered in Rainer's eyes before she quickly masked it, her wings fluttering as if to shake off the weight of what she was about to say. They're making moves again, she admitted, her voice losing its playful lilt. There's a low-class operative named Donasek holed up in the abandoned church here. He's targeting sacred gear users. She paused, her gaze dropping for a moment as if she was reluctant to say more. And he's not alone. There are others, all sniffing around Ko like vultures. As they ventured deeper into the park, Kate-Sui couldn't shake the growing unease gnawing at her. The familiar route home was nowhere in sight, replaced by a narrow path flanked by dense, shadowy trees. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the once welcoming greenery now seemed to close in around them, turning oppressive in the dim twilight. Ota-san, where are we going? Yui's voice wavered, a knot of fear tightening in her chest as her muscles began to tense. Aijiro came to a sudden halt, his shoulders slumping as if burdened by an invisible weight. He turned to face his daughter, his eyes clouded with an emotion she couldn't quite place, something between anguish and regret. "I'm so sorry," he choked out, his voice barely a whisper. Tears welled in his eyes, reflecting the fading light of the setting sun. Before Yui could react, a deafening bang ripped through the stillness, shattering the fragile moment. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, sending a flock of startled birds into the darkening sky. Time seemed to slow to a painful crawl. Yui's eyes widened as a crimson stain spread across her father's chest, stark against his pale shirt. The world tilted as Aijiro's body crumpled, his breath escaping in a rattling gasp. "No, Ota-san!" Yui screamed, her voice strangled by terror. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed to the ground beside him, hands shaking as she tried to stop the bleeding with trembling fingers. But it was no use. His eyes were already growing glassy, the light in them fading like a dying ember. A bone-chilling laugh erupted behind her, harsh and mocking, slicing through the night air. Yui's head snapped up, and her blood ran cold as she locked eyes with Freed. His grin was a grotesque mask of glee, his crazed eyes gleaming in the moonlight. In his hand the gun still smoked, its barrel aimed carelessly at where Aijiro had stood moments ago. A strangled sob tore from Kaori's throat, and she staggered backward, her eyes wide with terror. The world around them seemed to close in, the trees like dark sentinels bearing witness to the unfolding nightmare. Now, don't run away," came a low, menacing voice. The sound of rustling feathers filled the air, and Yui turned just in time to see a figure step out from the shadows. Dawn's wings unfurled, black as the void, their feathers glistening under the pale moonlight. His grim features were twisted into a cruel smile as he loomed over them, his silhouette casting a long, ominous shadow. "Blame God," he continued, his voice a taunting whisper that sent chills down Yui's spine. "Blame him for cursing you with those damned sacred gears." Issei's eyes widened slightly, the weight of her words sinking in. "They're making moves in Era's territory?" He let out a slow, controlled breath, his fingers gripping the edge of his desk. "You're not just here to warn me, are you? What are you planning, Ray?" Her smile returned, but it was a bittersweet one, tinged with a vulnerability she rarely showed. "I came because, well, someone has to look out for you, right?" she said, her tone light, but the concern in her eyes betrayed her attempt at nonchalance. "Old habits die hard, I guess." A heavy silence settled between them, the only sound the gentle rustle of her feathers in the cool night air. They shared a look, an unspoken understanding passing between them, one that spoke of countless memories, a shared past that neither of them could quite forget, even if the present had changed them beyond recognition. The moment eventually, as Issei pressed her, urgency crept into his voice. "And what does he plan to do with the sacred gear users he finds?" he asked, leaning forward, his tone demanding. Rainier averted her gaze slightly, staring out into the night sky as if the darkness held the answers. "They're trying to recruit who they can," but her voice dropped to a whisper, her confidence wavering. "If they can't, they eliminate them before they can become a threat." Issei's jaw tightened, a cold dread forming in the pit of his stomach. "Has he found any targets yet?" Rainier nodded slowly, her eyes darkening with the weight of her words. Both girls around our age." A sharp breath escaped Issei as his heart skipped a beat. "Names, Ray?" he demanded, his voice a harsh whisper as he gripped the desk so tightly his knuckles turned white. Memories of Murayama's laughter and Keitei's bright smile flashed through his mind. The mere thought of them being dragged into this war was like a knife twisting in his gut. "Do you have their names?" "Murayama Kaori and Keitei Sui," Rainier replied, her voice barely a whisper. The air in the room seemed to grow warmer with every passing word. "It's hard for a rogue fallen to move in devil territory, so they're being cautious, but—" She didn't get to finish her sentence. Issei shot to his feet, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. Without another word, he bolted for the door, his mind racing with a singular focus. He barely registered Kuroka's sleepy voice as she appeared in the hallway. "Hey, what?" But he was already gone. Ignoring the door entirely, he crashed through it, splintering wood in his wake. The cold night air slapped against his face as 4 pairs of midnight black wings erupted from his back. He shot into the starlit sky with a force that left the ground trembling beneath him, his thoughts consumed with one desperate plea. Kate's Yu stood frozen, her entire body trembling as she watched Kaori attempt to flee. But her friend's movements were agonizingly slow, like she was wading through a nightmare, each step a struggle against invisible chains. Yui's breath itched, her heart pounding in her ears as Kaori stumbled, her desperate escape turning into a futile dance with death. Then, in a blinding flash, a spear of pure light sliced through the air, impaling Kaori through the stomach. The sickening crunch of flesh and bone being torn apart reverberated like a cruel mockery in the deathly silence. Kaori's scream was cut off with a choking gasp as she was thrown to the ground, blood splattering the stone pathway in a violent spray of crimson. No, 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 no! Yui's voice broke, tears spilling down her cheeks. Her legs felt like lead, refusing to move despite her mind's frantic commands to run, to help, to do something. Why are you doing this? She cried out, her voice cracking with desperation. The world around her blurred, horror etching itself into her memory. Friedselsen's laughter cut through the night like a blade, his grin widening as he stepped forward, his blood-stained sword gleaming under the moonlight. Because it's fun, he sneered, eyes alight with sadistic glee, before plunging his weapon deep into Yui's torso. Warmth flooded her chest as she felt her clothes grow damp with her own blood. Her hand reaching up towards the wound as she fell back to the ground, her head smacking against the ground with a thud. Feathers falling around her as the sound of wings grew softer and softer. Yui lay on the cold ground, her vision swimming with tears. The pain was unbearable, heat searing through her body. But then it began to fade, leaving behind a strange numbness. Blood pooled around her as she weakly lifted her hand, watching crimson droplets fall. It's red just like Gremory-senpai's hair, she thought, her mind drifting. A warm red light began to glow from her pocket, mirrored by a similar light in Murayama's. Before the darkness consumed her, a bright red light filled the air, long crimson hair billowing like a fiery banner as a figure appeared. Its deeply colored hair fitting in well with the bloody scene around it, its aquamarine eyes cold and calculating. You called me, didn't you? She asked, her voice low and commanding. If you two are dying anyway, I'll take you. Black, bat-like wings unfurled from her back. Blood pooled around her as Yui's vision blurred, her life slipping away like sand through her fingers. The world around her faded into a haze, and in her delirium, she saw a pair of wings glorious and dark, like the ones she had seen before. Wings just like she murmured, the words barely escaping her bloodied lips. The cold stone beneath her was a cruel contrast to the warmth rapidly draining from her body. You two will devote your new lives to me. Murayama Kaori woke with a gasp, her heart racing as if she had just surfaced from a nightmare. The room spun as she tried to recall how she ended up here, but her memories were a tangled mess of fear and pain. The last thing she remembered clearly was Yui's terrified scream, and then darkness. Her hand shot to her chest, fingers clutching at the fabric of her pajamas, only to find her breathing labored but otherwise intact. Sweat slicked her brow as she brushed aside her messy brown hair, taking in her surroundings with wide, disoriented eyes. The room she found herself in was unfamiliar, small, yet cozy, with a Gothic elegance. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft shadows over the dark wood paneling. She was sprawled on a large 4-poster bed draped in crimson sheets, the kind of opulence that felt out of place for someone like her. Across the room stood a vanity with an ornate mirror, a modest bookshelf, and a small dresser. A neatly folded Academy uniform rested on the bedside table, along with 2 red hair ties. Kaori swung her legs over the side of the bed, intending to stand, but her body immediately protested. Pain lanced through her torso, nearly sending her crumpling to the floor. She had in a sharp breath, gripping the edge of the mattress until the pain dulled to a manageable throb. Her hand moved to her stomach, where beneath the fabric of her clothes, she could feel a rough scar. What happened to me? She whispered, her voice quivering. Dragging herself to the mirror, Kaori's eyes widened in horror. She pulled up her shirt just enough to reveal a jagged scar across her stomach. Her chest tightened as the memories of the previous night flooded in with vivid clarity, each one a stab of fear. Rainier hummed softly as she moved around the kitchen, the sizzle of eggs and bacon filling the air. The soft glow of morning light streamed through the windows, casting a gentle warmth over the room, a stark contrast to the chaos of the night before. She paused for a moment, glancing over her shoulder at the living room where Issei lay sprawled on the couch, still lost in deep sleep. Her expression softened as she took in his peaceful face. The events of last night had left him utterly drained, his search for those two missing girls proving fruitless. He had returned late, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced by a weary frustration. Rainier stifled a small laugh, recalling how he'd collapsed onto the couch, barely managing a few words before succumbing to exhaustion. As she flipped the pan, Rainier's mind began to drift. She vividly recalled their first encounter, back when she was tasked with eliminating him, a young fallen desperate to prove herself. But she had failed miserably, her resolve crumbling the moment Issei extended his hand towards her bloodied one, that damned smile radiating warmth she never knew she needed. Now here she was, cooking breakfast for him like some devoted housewife. The thought brought a soft chuckle to her lips. It was almost laughable how much her life had changed, yet in a way, she was grateful. Issei had nearly saved her from the darkness she'd once embraced so blindly. Her feelings remained a tangled mess of loyalty, affection, and something else she was almost afraid to acknowledge, a confusing blend of gratitude, and something deeper that often left her questioning what she truly wanted. The sound of soft footsteps drew her attention. She turned to see Kuroka padding into the kitchen, her golden eyes still heavy with sleep. Clad in nothing but one of Issei's oversized shirts, the Nekasha looked like she'd just woken from a fairy tale slumber, her wild hair tousled around her shoulders. "Good morning, Nya," Kuroka purred, stretching her arms above her head before leaning against the counter. "What's cooking?" "Just something simple," Rainier replied, offering a small smile. Thought he might appreciate a break from cooking after everything last night. Kuroka's ears twitched, and she glanced over at Issei's sleeping form. "Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Even sleeping, his aura's still super frantic," she murmured, her voice dropping to an almost whisper. "He's gotta take care of himself too, you know?" Rainier nodded, her eyes drifting back to Issei. "Yeah, he does," she agreed, her voice tinged with a rare gentleness. For a moment, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of sizzling food and soft breaths. In their shared silence, Rainier couldn't shake the feeling that there was something in the air between them, an unspoken truth she wasn't ready to face. Not yet. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, unforgiving light over the courtyard. Murayama Kaori's heart hammered in her chest as she stumbled backward, her breaths coming in panicked gasps. The flutter of wings echoed around her, the air thick with the scent of blood. Dark feathers fell like tainted snow, drifting through the still night. "Please no, this can't be happening," Kaori sobbed, her voice trembling with raw fear. Her vision blurred with tears, and the world around her seemed to twist and distort as if mocking her terror. She could barely hear Yui's frantic screams over the roar of her own pulse. Now, don't run away," a low, cruel voice whispered from the darkness, sending a chill down Kaori's spine. Her head snapped up to see a figure emerge from the shadows, wings as black as midnight unfurling behind him. The moonlight glinted off his twisted grin as he stepped closer, each movement slow and deliberate, like a predator toying with its prey. "Blame God," he taunted, his voice a dark, mocking whisper that seemed to seep into her bones. "Blame him for cursing you with those damned sacred gears." Panic seized Kaori's limbs, her body refusing to obey her desperate urge to flee. She could see Yui standing frozen in terror, wide eyes glistening with unshed tears. But the world seemed to move in slow motion, her attempts to escape feeling like wading through a nightmare. Then, a blinding flash of light. Kaori's scream died in her throat as searing pain erupted through her abdomen. She looked down in disbelief to see a spear of pure light impaling her stomach, blood soaking through her uniform. The sound of tearing flesh was like a sickening crescendo in the silence. Her knees buckled, and she crumpled to the ground, crimson splattering the cold stone beneath her. Kaori could hear Yi scream, a desperate broken cry that echoed in the ever-growing silence ringing through her ears. Another flash of light shot through the air as Kaori could feel the ground reverberate as Yui fell. Is this really how it all ends? Kaori's thoughts drifted, hazy and disjointed, only grounded by the sharpness of pain. I wonder who'll miss me. Her consciousness flickered like a dying flame, a deep heat growing in her chest as the peripheral of her vision began to darken. Will Issei-kun even realize? The thought struck her like a final, aching stab, her chest tightening with a mix of sorrow and longing. It wasn't fair. She was never going to have the chance to know him. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow her whole, a brilliant red light erupted around them. Kaori's fading vision caught a glimpse of long, flowing crimson hair that seemed to burn against the moonlit sky. A woman stepped through the glowing magic circle, her aquamarine eyes sharp and unforgiving, taking in the bloody scene with a detached calm. A pair of dark wings emerged from her back as Kaori's flame finally went out. Kaori blinked, the memory fading as she returned to the present. Ria-senpai? She murmured, her reflection in the mirror looking as pale as a ghost. With shaky hands, she slipped into the Academy uniform left for her, tying her hair into its usual twin tails. She needed answers, and the only way to get them was to find her savior. Kaori hesitated outside the grand oak door at the end of the hallway. The voices beyond were faint but familiar. She swallowed her anxiety and pushed it open. The clubroom of the Occult Research Club was more luxurious than she expected, with rich Victorian furnishings and a cozy atmosphere. Yui sat on one of the plush couches, looking surprisingly aware, despite the obvious wear on her body. Facing them was none other than Ria Scremery, the most admired girl at Academy. Standing behind her, with an air of quiet grace, was Himejima Akino, her violet eyes watching them with interest. Now that Murayama-san is here, we can begin, Ria said, a smile gracing her lips. Akino, could you prepare some tea? Of course, Bucho, Akino replied with a bow, her movements fluid and graceful as she left the room. Rias turned her gaze back to the two kendo captains. Let me be direct. Rias's voice was steady, each word carrying a weight that seemed to hang in the air. Everything you experienced last night was real. Kaori and Yui exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of confusion and dread. Kaori's hands were clenched tightly in her lap, her knuckles turning white. Yui bit her lip, her shoulders trembling as she waited for the explanation. My name is Rias Gremery, a devil, Rias continued, her aquamarine eyes flickering with a strange intensity. And as of now, I am your master. A sharp intake of breath from Yui broke the silence. Kaori's heart skipped a beat, her mind struggling to process the implications of those words. Rias's wings unfurled with a soft rustle, the dark feathers catching the light like an ominous halo. The room seemed to grow colder, the air thickening with an otherworldly presence. Welcome to your new lives as devils, Keites Yui and Murayama Kaori, Rias declared, her tone both regal and final. Yui's eyes widened in shock, while Kaori simply stared, the weight of those words sinking in. Devils? She whispered, disbelief coloring her tone. Rias nodded. Yes. You both died last night. To save you, I've reincarnated you both as my servants. The room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence, the kind that made every breath feel like a struggle. Kaori could hear Yui's choked sobs beside her, the sound raw and broken, each one a painful reminder of the grim reality they awoke into. The weight of it pressed down on them, like an invisible force threatening to crush what little remained of their spirits. Ria stood before them, her aquamarine eyes reflecting a quiet sorrow. She seemed to hesitate, as if searching for the right words, but there were no words that could soften the blow of what she was about to say. Your family, she began, her voice uncharacteristically gentle, each syllable slow and deliberate. Were not as fortunate. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, the room growing colder with each passing second. Kaori felt the ground drop out from under her, the world tilting on its axis. Her breath hitched, the air leaving her lungs in a sharp gasp. No, that can't be true, she thought desperately, clinging to the fragile threads of hope that had kept her going. But Rias's eyes, filled with a mix of regret and compassion, told her everything she needed to know. I'm sorry, Rias continued softly, the words almost a whisper, but they cut through Kaori like a blade. It was a final, merciless confirmation of her worst fears. Kaori's vision blurred, tears welling up despite her best efforts to hold them back. The pain of her physical wounds was nothing compared to the searing agony that tore through her chest, a hollow, gnawing ache that swallowed her whole. Memories of her family flashed before her eyes, her mother's warm smile as she cooked breakfast, her father's reassuring embrace after a long day, the laughter that used to fill their home. All of it was gone, ripped away in a night of horror she couldn't even comprehend. Beside her, Yui's sobs grew louder, the sound almost animalistic in its grief. Kaori wanted to reach out, to comfort her friend, but her own hands trembled uncontrollably, numb with shock. The realization that she would never see her family again hit her like a physical blow, each wave of grief pulling her deeper into a sea of despair. Her knees gave out, and she sank to the floor, clutching her sides as if trying to hold herself together, to keep from falling apart completely. Kaori couldn't help but wonder if the person she had been kind, determined, someone who still had dreams was even still there. Was that girl still alive, or had she died with her family? Amid her anguish, Rias's voice cut through once more, calm and steady, yet tinged with something that almost sounded like pity. "But you're alive," she said, her gaze steady and unyielding. "You have a chance to start over, to live again under my protection." The weight of Rias's words still hung in the air, thick and suffocating, when a soft clink of porcelain cups broke through the tension. The sound was almost jarring in contrast to the emotional storm that surrounded them. Akino stepped back into the room, her presence almost serene, as if the chaos and grief of the moment were somehow separate from her. She moved gracefully to the table, her fingers delicate as she poured tea into a steaming cup. "Would you like some tea?" she asked, her voice smooth and soothing, as though offering this simple comfort was as natural as breathing. Kaori blinked away the last of her tears, startled by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The offer was so mundane, so unexpectedly kind, that it felt almost surreal after the weight of Rias's words. Thank you," she whispered, accepting the cup with a trembling hand. The warmth of the tea seeped into her palms, grounding her, even if only for a moment. Akino's eyes lingered on her for a moment, then softened, as if quietly acknowledging the burden Kaori was bearing. Kaori's voice broke the silence, her uncertainty evident in the way her words wavered. "So Yui and I are really devils now?" Rias nodded, her expression shifting back to its composed, almost regal demeanor. "Yes. As of last night, you two will be joining Akino, Kibiyudo, and Tushu Kaneko as members of my peerage," she explained, her tone measured and calm. Kaori's mind spun, trying to process everything. The idea of being a devil was absurd, something straight out of a fantasy novel, yet here they were, sitting in an opulent clubroom, alive when they should have been dead. She glanced at Yui, who sat stiffly beside her, still pale and shaking but visibly trying to hold herself together. "But those people last night," Yui began, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Who were they?" "Fallen angels," Rias answered, her eyes narrowing slightly as if the very mention of them left a bitter taste in her mouth. "Once servants of God, they were cast out of heaven for their wicked deeds. For millennia, they've been locked in a struggle for power with us devils, and of course, there are also angels, our natural enemies." The revelation was a punch to the gut. Kaori's mind drifted back to the horrifying scene in the courtyard, the mocking laughter, the cruel taunts. It all made a twisted kind of sense now, but it didn't make the reality any easier to swallow. "Why us?" she asked, her voice cracking. "We were just normal people." Rias's gaze softened, if only slightly. "The fallen angels believed you might possess Sacred Gear's powerful artifacts that can manifest within human souls. Once they confirmed you had them, they decided you were a threat." Kaori flinched, a cold shiver running down her spine as she recalled the fallen's parting words. "Blame God for cursing you." The memory of that cruel voice echoed in her mind, a reminder of how brutally their lives had been torn apart. Yui's hands tightened around her cup, her knuckles white. "Rias-senpai, where are we supposed to go now?" she asked, her voice wavering as she tried to hold back the tears threatening to spill again. "I don't think I can go back to my house, not after everything." Rias's eyes softened further, a flicker of sympathy breaking through her composed exterior. "You're welcome to stay here, at the Occult Research Club, For as long as you need, she said. If you'd prefer something more private, I can arrange an apartment for you both. I understand if you're not ready to face the world just yet. Kaori exchanged a glance with Yui. The thought of returning to their former lives felt impossible, like trying to fit shattered pieces back together. Thank you, Ria-senpai, she whispered, the words barely audible, but carrying a weight of gratitude she couldn't fully express. Akino offered them both a warm smile as she handed a cup of tea to Rias, who accepted it with a nod. Thank you, Akino. Rias's eyes flickered with something unreadable, her lips pressing into a thin line. There is something I need from both of you, something important. But it can wait until you're ready. The weight of her words lingered in the air, heavy and unspoken. Issei groggily wiped the sleep from his eyes, a warm, heavy embrace pressing gently against his chest. Blinking away the last remnants of sleep, he found himself staring into a pair of glowing golden eyes. Kuroka's mischievous smile widened as she caught his gaze. Morning, sleepyhead, she cooed, her arms still wrapped snugly around his torso. Her voice carried a teasing lilt as she pressed herself closer, her assets pushing against him with playful insistence. A flush of rosy red spread across Issei's cheeks, making it difficult for him to hold her gaze. He turned his head slightly, trying to look anywhere else but the soft curves pressed against him. His eyes fell on the clock hanging on the wall, and a sudden jolt of realization struck him. It's late. Neither did I, Issei muttered with a wide yawn, finally peeling himself free from Kuroka's embrace. He stretched his arms above his head, his fingers brushing against the ceiling, before letting them fall to gently scratch behind the Nekishu's fluffy ears as she purred. But something smells too good to sleep through. A soft laugh echoed from the kitchen, drawing his attention to the figure standing by the stove. Rainer was moving about quietly, her back turned to them as she focused on the sizzling pan in front of her. She wore a white apron over a standard dark school uniform, her long raven black hair tied up in a high ponytail. Issei could see her shoulders shake slightly with laughter. She glanced over her shoulder, a warm gleam in her eyes as she met his gaze. Welcome back to the world of the living, Issei, she said, her voice softer than usual. You had us worry for a bit there, passing out like that. Yes, sorry for worrying you both, Issei replied with a sheepish smile, ruffling his messy hair. I guess I needed the rest more than I thought. Partner, you don't have time to rest after last night. The deep, gravelly voice of his partner cut through Issei's fog of exhaustion, sharp and unrelenting. It felt like the dragon's words physically struck him, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Issei winced, his hand pausing mid-reach for the bowl on the counter, the sudden surge of anger in Drake's voice pulling him further from the warmth of the moment. His brow furrowed in frustration as his inner thoughts churned. What now, Drake? He thought, clenching his jaw. Of all times for you to wake up, why now? Don't act like you've forgotten. You came back empty-handed after all that effort. Issei's jaw tightened, the frustration from last night bubbling back up. Yeah, I know, he shot back mentally, eyes narrowing. Murayama and Kates just vanished. The park was covered in blood, but there were no bodies, no clues, nothing. It's like they were swallowed up by the night itself. He took a deep, controlled breath, trying to rein in the surge of fiery anger that threatened to spill over. It's already eating me up. I don't need you rubbing salt in the wound. You're not the only one searching, partner. Remember, Koa's crawling with people who might have their eyes on those too. Someone knows something. Issei's mind lingered on that thought, a frown tugging at his lips. The Gremory heiress? The idea unsettled him. If Rias Gremory was somehow involved, it could complicate matters far more than he wanted. I'll figure it out soon enough, he promised himself, though the gnawing sense of uncertainty still clung to him. A gentle tap on his shoulder pulled him out of his thoughts. Earth to Issei, Rainer's voice cut through his haze of thoughts, soft yet laced with concern. When he turned to face her, her eyes were filled with something more than just worry. Everything all right? Why, yeah, it's just you know. Issei tapped his forearm, a subtle gesture that made Rainer's expression soften in understanding. He's still pestering you, huh? She asked with a knowing smile. Doesn't have much of a choice, Issei shrugged. He's about as stuck with me as I am with him. A playful nudge from Kuroka snapped him out of his thoughts. All right, enough of that gloomy talk, she said with a teasing grin, her voice light but there was a flicker of something softer in her golden eyes. She stepped between them, nudging him with her hip again. Ray-chan worked hard to make us breakfast, yeah? Don't make her efforts go to waste while you brood. Eat up, Issei. Issei blinked, looking at the spread on the table for the first time. Plates of eggs, crispy bacon, and fluffy pancakes were all set out, along with fresh fruit and a pitcher of orange juice. His stomach growled audibly, clearly to Rainer's amusement. See? Kuroka giggled, looping her arm around his and pulling him toward the table. Your stomach agrees with me, so sit down already. She's right, Issei, Rainer said, her voice low and steady as if trying to pull him back to reality. She met his gaze, her expression softening as she reached out, her hand brushing his arm. You push yourself too hard, and I'm not going to watch you burn out over this. She paused, her gaze lingering on him with quiet intensity before she added, Take a minute, please. Issei hesitated for a moment, his mind still racing with thoughts of the missing girls and potential enemies lurking in the shadows. But the warmth in Rainer's eyes and the insistence in Kuroka's touch made him relent. With a sigh, he allowed himself to be guided to the table. As they all sat down, Kuroka wasted no time in piling food onto Issei's plate. Eat up, Issei, she urged with a smile, her golden eyes twinkling. You're no good to anyone if you're running on empty. Issei let out a quiet sigh, finally surrendering to the moment. The tightness in his shoulders began to ease, a hint of the weariness he'd been carrying melting away as he took his first bite. The burst of rich flavors danced on his tongue, a comforting warmth that spread through him like a soothing balm. As he chewed, he glanced up to find Rainer watching him from across the table. Her usually sharp gaze had softened, her eyes filled with an unexpected tenderness. A small, content smile curved her lips. The chime of the school bell echoed through the hallways, signaling the beginning of the day's classes. Students were slowly trickling into their classrooms, the usual chatter and laughter filling the air with a sense of normalcy that felt almost surreal after the night before. Issei strolled into his homeroom, the weight of his thoughts dragging behind him like a shadow. His mind kept drifting back to his failure to find Murayama and Keitase. Despite the blood he'd found at the park, there had been no sign of their bodies or any clues about where they had gone. The only thing he knew for sure was that they were gone without a trace, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed. He sank into his chair, ignoring the greetings and small talk of his classmates, as he stared out the window. His eyes were half-lidded, his mind only half-present in the room as he kept turning over the possibilities in his head. But before he could dwell too much on it, the atmosphere of the room shifted. The usual buzz of conversation quieted, and he felt several sets of eyes turning toward the door. Oh? Looks like the school's heartthrob decided to make his entrance, Issei muttered under his breath, watching as Kiba walked in, flanked by two familiar girls Murayama Kaori and Keitase Yui. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Murayama and Keitase? He blinked rapidly, unable to process what he was seeing. The girls he thought had vanished without a trace were now standing before him, alive and seemingly unscathed. Small waves of energy radiated from the two of them, shaky, but definite. What the hell, he whispered, his confusion mounting as he took in their appearance. They looked completely normal, no signs of injury, seemingly no signs of the terror that should have accompanied whatever had happened to them last night. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Kiba's polite voice broke through his confusion. Are you sure you two don't want me to pick you up after classes are done? He asked, turning to the girls. Murayama shook her head with a casual wave of her hand. I appreciate the offer, Kiba, but Yui and I can find our way to the clubroom on our own. I'm with Kaori here, Keitase added with a gentle smile. But thank you? Kiba gave them a warm, easygoing smile before nodding. All right then, I'll see you both in the clubroom later. With that, he turned and left the room, his presence leaving as quickly as it came. Issei continued to stare, his mind racing. Clubroom? He sat there for a moment, thoughts sputtering. Before he could make sense of it, Murayama's eyes locked onto his, a spark of recognition flashing in her gaze. She tapped Keitase on the shoulder, and the two of them walked over to him with purpose. Yo, Issei-kun! Murayama greeted, her voice filled with a strange enthusiasm that caught him off guard. Do you think you could meet up with us after classes today? She had a bright, almost eager look on her face, while Kate stood beside her with a more nervous smile. Sure, Issei replied, still trying to wrap his head around their sudden reappearance. Might I ask where we're going? Kate glanced at Murayama before responding. Rias Gremory-senpai wants to meet you. Her voice was soft yet hesitant. We're the only members of the Occult Research Club who know you, so we thought we'd come get you. Issei's eyes narrowed slightly. Rias Gremory, it made more sense now. Gremory had found them before he had. It's a shame they got pulled into the supernatural world, but the more pressing issue was if the heiress of the Gremory family was interested in him. She knew more than he wanted. But the way Kate spoke, with that almost pleading look in her eyes, made it hard for him to refuse. All right then, he said with a casual shrug, masking his unease. I'll see you after class. Murayama grinned widely, clearly pleased by his answer, while Kate let out a quiet sigh of relief. Great. See you later, Issei-kun. With that, the two girls made their way to their seats, leaving Issei alone with his thoughts. Seems like the Gremory heiress has finally noticed you. Drake's deep voice rumbled in the back of his mind. Yeah, Issei thought, frustration gnawing at him. I thought I was doing a good job of hiding my aura, but I guess not. It's not my aura that's giving you away. It's that bloodline, Drake reminded him with a hint of amusement. That's the part you've never been good at masking. Damn it, Issei cursed inwardly, turning his attention to the front of the classroom as the teacher walked in. Guess I'll have to see what she wants. If Gremory's got something to do with their reappearance, I'll have to introduce myself eventually anyway. The final bell of the day rang out, marking the end of classes. Students shuffled out of their seats, eager to escape the confines of the school building, but Murayama Kaori was already on her feet. She turned toward Issei with a bright smile, her eyes lighting up as he glanced her way. Issei returned the smile, albeit a bit more reserved, and the subtle gesture sent a flush of color rising to Kaori's cheeks. Yui joined them, slipping gracefully out of her chair to stand by Kaori's side. Ready to go, Issei-kun? Kaori asked, trying to keep her voice steady despite the fluttering in her chest. Lead the way, he replied, grabbing his bag. As the trio left the classroom, the hustle and bustle of the school hallways surrounded them. They weaved through the throng of students, heading toward the old building that housed the Occult Research Club. Hey, aren't you two the captains of the Kendo Club? Issei asked as they walked. Since when did you join the Occult Research Club? Kaori stiffened at the question. Her chest tightened, her hands subtly fidgeting with the strap of her bag. She knew they had to keep up the charade, but something about lying to Issei made her feel uneasy. The pressure of his eyes made her second-guess everything she was about to say. But before she could stammer out an answer, Yui smoothly interjected. We've been thinking about it for a while, Yui said with a calm smile, effortlessly deflecting the question. Kiba suggested it, and we thought, why not? Kaori let out a silent breath of relief, nodding quickly. Why, yeah, that's right. Issei raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, curiosity. Perhaps even suspicion, but he let the matter drop as they arrived at their destination. The old, imposing doors of the clubroom creaked as Kaori pushed them open, revealing the dimly lit room beyond. The flickering glow of candles cast long shadows across the ornate furnishings, giving the room an otherworldly ambience. As they stepped inside, the first thing Hayate Issei noticed was a petite figure lounging on the couch, munching on a chocolate bar. Kaneko looked up briefly, her amber eyes flicking over the newcomers before she returned to her sweets with a nonchalant nod. Welcome back, Kiba greeted with his usual charming smile. He was seated by the window, the setting sun casting a golden halo around his figure. He gave them a polite wave, his easy demeanor belying the tension that hung in the air. Murayama hesitated for a moment, glancing around the room. Where's Bucho? She wondered aloud, noticing the absence of the club's crimson-haired leader. The soft hiss of water came from the adjoining bathroom, the sound of a shower running. She's just freshening up, Kiba explained, leaning back in his chair. She had a long night. Got it, Murayama nodded, taking a seat next to Kaneko while Kate settled into the chair opposite her. Issei remained standing, feeling like a guest intruding on someone else's territory. The clubroom was shrouded in a comfortable silence, the only sound being the running water of the shower and the occasional rustle of wrapping paper from Kaniko's corner. The warm glow of the candles flickered across the room, casting dancing shadows on the walls. As Issei stood there, taking in his surroundings, he suddenly became aware of a pair of intense violet eyes observing him. A stunning woman with long black hair stood near Rias's desk. Her hair cascaded down her back in soft, flowing waves, framing her delicate yet striking features. Her full lips curved into a serene smile. Her ample chest rose and fell with a steady, controlled rhythm, each breath measured as if she were effortlessly in control of everything around her. But it was her eyes, those deep, violet orbs, that drew him in, glimmering with an intensity that felt almost predatory. She studied him in silence, her gaze sharp and calculating, like a hawk assessing its prey. There was a strange duality in her expression, a contradiction between the outward sweetness of her smile and the darker, tempestuous aura that simmered beneath the surface, barely restrained. It was as if she were a storm waiting for the right moment to unleash its fury. "Pleased to meet you, Haida Issei-kun," she said, her voice a sultry purr that belied her outwardly polite demeanor. "I'm Himejima Akino, the club's vice president." Her words were accompanied by a delicate bow, but there was a sharpness to her movements, a flicker of something unspoken in the depths of her eyes. Issei returned her bow, maintaining a calm facade even as he felt a strange tension in the air between them. "The pleasure's mine, Himejima-san," he replied, his voice steady. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that her greeting was more of a challenge than a simple introduction. Akino's eyes never left him, and for a brief moment, it felt like she was searching for something that he couldn't quite understand. A flash of recognition, almost like looking into a mirror reflecting a part of himself he had yet to come to terms with. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by her usual coy smile. The sound of water stopped, and the door to the adjoining bathroom creaked open. All eyes turned as Rias emerged, her long crimson hair still slightly damp, cascading down her back. She moved with a confident grace, her uniform perfectly in place as if she had just stepped out of a dream. "Thank you for waiting," Rias said, her voice as smooth as velvet. She crossed the room with an air of authority, making her way to the large desk at the far end, where she took her seat. "I apologize for the delay," she added with a small, almost apologetic smile. The atmosphere in the room shifted as soon as Rias sat down, the air growing heavier with the weight of unspoken questions. "Now that everyone's here, let's get started," she declared, her tone turning serious. Issei stood towards the back of the room, feeling the full weight of their gazes upon him. Rias leaned forward slightly, her aquamarine eyes locking onto his with a piercing intensity. "Haida Issei," she began, her voice firm yet oddly gentle, "what are you?" Drake speaking. "Murayama's sacred gear." Flashback. Kate Sui current perspective. Kate Sui tried to steady her breathing, her heart pounding in her chest as Rias's question cut through the tense silence of the room. "What are you, Haida Issei?" The air seemed to thicken, heavy with anticipation. Every eye was locked on the boy standing before them. Yui stole a glance at her best friend, Murayama Kaori, seated beside her. Kaori's fingers fidgeted against her skirt, mirroring Yui's unease. Across the room, Kiba's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles paling. Even Kaniko, perched on the arm of a sofa, watched with an unusual intensity, her golden eyes sharp and unblinking. Issei stood in the center of it all, his head bowed. For a moment, Yui thought he might refuse to answer, but then he let out a slow breath and looked up, meeting Rias's gaze. "I'm not sure I understand the question, Gremory-senpai," he said, scratching the back of his neck with an awkward, almost disarming smile. Rias's eyes narrowed, her tone sharpening. "You're not fooling anyone, Fallen. Just answer the question." Yui's breath hitched, her stomach twisting. "A Fallen?" Her mind raced, the revelation stirring memories she wished she could bury. She exchanged a wide-eyed look with Kaori. "Issei-kun a fallen angel?" The silence that followed was deafening. Then, with a resigned sigh, Issei leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms. "Sounds like you already know," he said grumbled, as 3 sets of jet-black wings unfurled from his back. Shadows danced across the dim room, the wings' sheer size and presence drawing a collective gasp. Yui felt her chest tighten. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Memories of her dead light spears and cruel laughter flashed through her mind. Her nails dug into her palms as she tried to steady herself. "I'm not fully fallen, though," Issei continued, his voice steady but edged with defiance. "My mother was human." Akino took a step forward, her curiosity evident. "Human?" she echoed softly. "What happened to her?" For a brief moment, Yui thought she saw a flicker of something pain, perhaps, cross Issei's features, but it vanished as quickly as it came. He shrugged, his voice steady, yet there was a hollowness to it. "She's not around anymore," he said quietly. "Let's just say not everyone in the Grigori was thrilled about me sticking around." Yui's heart ached at the haunted look in his eyes. She'd seen that same expression in the mirror before, a look she'd seen more and more recently. Akino's smile softened, her usual playful edge fading into something almost gentle. "I see," she murmured, her eyes never leaving his. There was a new intensity, as if she were piecing together a puzzle. "And your father?" she pressed, her voice a careful balance of curiosity and caution. Issei's jaw tightened. "Not exactly father of the year," he said dryly. He wasn't too thrilled with the consequences of his little rampage, especially considering half of it was just to piss off Barkiel. The name hung in the air, electric. Yui noticed the shift immediately, Kiba's knuckles whitening further, Akino's usually playful smile faltering ever so slightly. Even Risa's composed exterior cracked as her brows knit together. "Quite the story," Akino murmured, her eyes narrowing as if trying to read between the lines. Issei shrugged, his wings folding neatly against his back. "Believe it or not, that's all there is to it. I'm here on assignment for the Grigori, observing you and Sona-senpai. And yeah, I wanted to see what it's like to be a student. First time for everything." Ria studied him with those piercing aquamarine eyes, her expression unreadable. "You're seriously expecting me to believe the Grigori would send someone like you, someone with that much power, just to observe?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Issei met her gaze without flinching. "What can I say? There's not much going on right now," he replied calmly. "Figured it was a good excuse to finally live on my own for a bit. Keep an eye on you too, stay out of trouble. As long as you don't make trouble for me, we won't have any problems." Yui felt a shiver run down her spine at the calm sincerity in his voice. There was something disarming about how earnest he sounded, yet it left them all with more questions than answers. Rias, however, seemed to have other ideas. "If you truly mean no harm, then perhaps you'd be willing to join us," she suggested, her tone shifting to something more diplomatic. "The Occult Research Club could protect you from unwanted attention." A hint of surprise flickered across Issei's face, quickly replaced by suspicion. "What's the catch?" he asked warily. Rias smiled, leaning back in her chair with an air of confidence. "No catch. Just an invitation. You'll be able to observe us as much as you want, and in return, we can ensure your presence here remains undisturbed." Yui watched Issei's reaction closely, her heart still fluttering in her chest. This was an olive branch, a chance for him to coexist peacefully with them. But would he take it? Issei seemed to ponder it for a moment, glancing around the room, his gaze lingering on each of them before finally settling on Rias. "All right," he said at last, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "I'll join your club for now." Yui let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, relief washing over her. Whatever Issei's true intentions were, it seemed for now, they wouldn't be enemies. Himejima Akino's mind was a storm of conflicting emotions as she watched Issei from across the room. The soft glow of the evening sun filtered through the clubroom's windows, casting a golden light over the scene. Yet, for Akino, the warmth did nothing to soften the sharp edge of resentment coiling in her chest. Issei stood near the center of the room, his dark wings folded neatly behind him as if they were the most natural thing in the world. His expression was calm, almost serene, as he patiently crouched beside Yui, explaining the concept of sacred gears in a way that even a newcomer could understand. His voice carried a gentle warmth, and for a moment, Akino almost forgot the resentment gnawing at her. But then her gaze drifted to those winged symbols of a lineage she had spent years disposing, a familiar bitterness rising like bile in her throat. How can he wear them so openly? The thought cut through her like a knife. It was nauseating, watching him stand there with such ease as if his fallen heritage didn't weigh on him like a curse. Doesn't he feel it? The shame? The regret? Her fingers curled into her palm, the nails biting into her skin as she forced herself to keep smiling. She had spent years burying her fallen blood beneath layers of charm and loyalty, shielding herself from the stigma that haunted her. But no amount of devilish grace could erase the memories: her mother's death, her father's betrayal, and the aching emptiness left behind. The room seemed distant, the chatter of her comrades muffled against the storm of her thoughts. Across from her, Rias's voice carried softly as she guided Kaori through the finer points of contracts, but Akino couldn't focus on the words. Her gaze remained fixed on Issei, on the way he seemed to embody a peace she had never known. And yet there was something else, something unsettling. Despite her resentment, she couldn't ignore the flicker of reluctant admiration stirring within her. Does he feel none of the disgust I do? Or has he found a way to live with it, to accept the part of himself I can't bear to face? Her wings twitched beneath her skin, the instinct to hide them as ingrained as breathing. The shame she carried felt suffocating, like a second skin she could never shed. But then there was Issei, standing tall with no trace of self-loathing in his expression. Akino's breath caught as she watched him laugh softly at something Yui had said. The sound was genuine, warm, and it struck her like a blow. How can someone with our heritage be so kind? The thought left her adrift, her carefully constructed bitterness wavering in the face of this contradiction. Her eyes drifted to Rias, her king and savior, the one who had given her a place to belong. Rias had pulled her from the darkness and offered her a new life, but even Rias couldn't touch the deepest parts of her heart. Those wounds, grief, guilt, and anger were scars she had kept hidden even from her king. But Issei was different. There was something about him, something that resonated with her. He understood what it was like to live between two worlds, to be rejected by one and mistrusted by the other. Perhaps, in him, there was a chance for her to confront the parts of herself she had long buried. Her heart pounded, a mix of anxiety and curiosity that left her breathless. As she watched him, Akino felt a strange, unwelcome hope stir within her, a hope that terrified her as much as it intrigued her. For now, she forced her practiced smile back into place, hiding the tempest within. But the questions would not stay buried forever. One day, she would confront him, would pry into the secrets he held so easily, secrets that might mirror the scars she had spent her life hiding. When that time came, she wasn't sure what she would find, answers, or just another reminder of the parts of herself she could never escape. Murayama Kaori sat quietly, listening as Rias and Issei explained the concept of these so-called sacred gears. Rias had briefly mentioned them earlier, but Kaori still felt lost, her mind struggling to keep up with all the new revelations about the world she'd been thrust into. They're kind of like special abilities that certain people are born with, Issei summarized, his tone almost casual, as if discussing something as mundane as the weather. Kaori furrowed her brows. And Yui and I have these abilities? Well, yes, Rias confirmed, her voice gentle yet matter-of-fact. But each sacred gear is unique. Yours and Yui's could be entirely different from each other. Kaori exchanged a confused glance with Yui. After learning about the existence of devils and angels, the idea of hidden powers within them didn't seem all that far-fetched. But it was still hard to wrap her head around it. How do we even use these sacred gears? Kaori asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Issei leaned forward slightly, his deep violet eyes fixed on Kaori with a calm, steady intensity that sent an unexpected thrill through her. Sacred gears are sort of like a special power you're born with, he explained, his voice low but clear. Think of it as something unique that only you can unlock, something that reflects your potential. Kaori tried to focus on his words, but the way he looked at her made her heart skip a beat. There was something magnetic about him, his gaze was so direct, almost like he was looking right through her, peeling back layers to see who she truly was. The combination of his intense stare and the relaxed confidence in his voice left her feeling strangely exposed. She could feel her cheeks heat up, the blush creeping across her face as she quickly averted her eyes, hoping he hadn't noticed. Issei's expression softened, and he gave a small, understanding smile as if sensing their unease. All right, let's give this a shot. Try to picture the strongest thing you can think of, he suggested. Something that feels powerful or important to you and just call out for it. Trust that it'll answer. Kaori hesitated, trying to summon an image in her mind, but the weight of his focused attention made it hard to concentrate. She glanced over at Yui, who looked equally flustered, her eyes darting between Issei and the floor. It was as if his presence alone was enough to unsettle them both, making it impossible to think straight. If it doesn't work right away, don't worry about it, Issei reassured, his tone patient and earnest. Some people need a trigger, something to push them over the edge. It might take some time, but you'll get there. Rias nodded in agreement, stepping in to take over. We can work more on awakening your sacred gears later. For now, there's something else you can help with. She turned to Kaneko, who gave a silent nod of approval. Since you're new to this, I'm assigning you both to accompany Kaneko on her contract job tonight. She's handling 2 clients, so it'll be good practice. Kaneko gave a small, almost lazy thumbs up, her expression as impassive as ever. You'll do fine, she said, her voice monotone but not unkind. Kaori managed a small smile in return. Thanks, I think. Rias gestured toward an intricate red circle etched into the floor, its edges glowing faintly with magic. This is a teleportation circle, she explained. Give me your left hand. Kaori and Yui extended their hands, watching in fascination as Rias traced glowing sigils onto their skin. The marks pulsed gently, filling them with a warmth that felt both comforting and strange. This seal identifies you as part of the Gremry household, Rias said. Just follow my instructions, and the teleportation should be smooth. Taking a deep breath, Kaori stepped into the circle beside Yui. The runes flared with a brilliant crimson light, and for a moment, everything seemed to be working perfectly. But just as quickly, the light flickered out, leaving the 2 girls standing in awkward silence. Well, that's new, Rias remarked, blinking in mild surprise. Akino stifled a giggle behind her hand, while Kiba chuckled softly. Looks like the circle isn't too fond of newcomers. Kaori exchanged a sheepish glance with Yui, her face burning with embarrassment. Guess you'll have to get there the old-fashioned way, Rias said, an amused smile tugging at her lips. Good luck, Kaneko added, her flat tone oddly reassuring. Kaori exchanged a sheepish look with Yui, feeling like she'd already failed her first real task as a devil. But at least she wasn't alone. Hayate Issei leaned against the doorway, watching as Murayama and Keitase hesitantly followed Kaneko down the stone steps of the old-school building. The teleportation circle's failure had left the 2 newcomers stranded, forcing them to walk to their first contract. Rias had quickly smoothed over the confusion with a reassuring smile. Rias, ever the composed leader, had smoothed over the mishap with a reassuring smile, but the nervous glances the kendo duo exchanged told him they were still rattled. Issei lingered a moment longer, his gaze trailing after the kendo duo as they disappeared into the evening shadows. Guess they'll be all right, he muttered under his breath, stuffing his hands into his pockets. But just as he turned to leave, something caught his eye, Akino's gaze lingering on him from across the room. The playful glint she was known for had vanished, replaced by a look he couldn't quite decipher. It wasn't curiosity, nor was it her usual mischief. It was something that sent an unexpected chill down his spine. He frowned, unsure what to make of it. Ever since their conversation earlier, Akino had been different. There was a tension in her eyes, a crack in her mask that hadn't been there before. He couldn't shake the image of her forced smile, the way it tightened as if she were holding something back. But what was it? Was it something he said, or something she already knew? She's definitely hiding something, Issei thought, his brows knitting together, as he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the clubroom. The cold evening air rushed to meet him, filling his lungs with a crisp bite as he stepped into the twilight. But what the hell could it be? As the door closed behind him with a heavy thud, he couldn't help but glance back one last time, wondering what secrets lay behind Akino's unsettling stare. A wave of cold air hit him as he emerged outside, the last rays of the sun barely clinging to the horizon, painting the sky in deep hues of orange and violet. He zipped up his jacket, the chill biting at his skin as he began his solitary walk home. The gravel crunched under his feet, the sound echoing in the otherwise quiet evening. Quite the day, huh? Drake's voice rumbled in his mind, breaking the silence. The ancient dragon sounded amused, as if he had been thoroughly entertained by the day's events. Yes, something like that, Issei replied, exhaling a misty breath that dissipated into the cold air. 2 new devils, both with sacred gears. Rias is building quite the team. He paused, his mind drifting back to Akino. But did you notice how Akino reacted? She looked upset, almost. Can't tell if it was something I said or something she's been carrying for a while. It's not just the queen, Drake observed. Everyone around you seems to be watching, waiting. They can sense there's more to you than you're letting on. Issei frowned, his steps crunching against the gravel path as he walked. Yeah, well, let's hope they don't dig too deep. I've got enough to deal with without them poking at old wounds. He kicked a stray pebble, watching it skitter down the path. But seriously, did you see the size of Rias and Akino's? You're irredeemable, Drake interrupted with an exasperated sigh, though there was a hint of begrudging amusement in his tone. Is this really what's on your mind right now? Issei's expression stayed perfectly serious, eyes narrowed as if contemplating some great cosmic truth. I'm just saying, they're impressive. I mean, seriously, how do they even walk around like that? It's like they've got their own gravitational pull. Focus, Issei, Drake grumbled, though he couldn't quite hide the laughter in his voice. There are more pressing matters than your admiration for certain assets. Hey, it's called appreciating the finer things in life, alright? Issei shot back, a grin finally breaking through his serious facade. Besides, it's not my fault they're so, noticeable. And distracting. He shook his head as if trying to clear away the mental images. Alright, I'm focusing. Let's just get home before I start thinking about them again. The streets of Ko were quiet, the hum of distant traffic and occasional voices from open windows the only sounds accompanying his steps. The soft glow of streetlights painted the town in muted golds and silvers, casting long shadows that danced along the sidewalks. Issei picked up his pace, the brisk evening walk giving him time to clear his head. Guess I'll need to keep an eye on Murayama and Keitase, he murmured, thinking back to the kendo duo. They've got a long way to go if they're gonna survive in this world. And you? Drake asked, his tone more serious now. What are you planning, partner? You haven't forgotten. I haven't, Issei cut in, his voice quieter now, almost a whisper. His gaze drifted upward to the darkening sky, the weight of his secrets pressing down like the cold night air. For a moment, he allowed the silence to stretch, his thoughts drifting to places he rarely let them go. But then he shook his head, forcing a small smile. There'd be time to face those burdens later. For now, he had a walk to finish and maybe a few distracting thoughts about a certain crimson-haired devil and her queen to keep him company. With that, he quickened his steps, disappearing into the quiet streets, the night stretching ahead of him like a promise of things yet to come. Murayama Kaori blinked as they stepped into the dimly lit street. Hey Yui, can you see better too? Everything's so much sharper, she whispered, her eyes scanning the shadows with a newfound clarity. Even in the faint glow of the streetlights, details she would have missed before now stood out sharply, as if the darkness itself had become less threatening. Yui nodded, her voice hushed. Yeah, it's strange. It's like the dark isn't even dark anymore. She glanced around uneasily, her fingers brushing over the faint devil insignia glowing on the back of her hand. Their footsteps echoed softly as they walked, the fading light of dusk giving way to the deep blues of night. Reaching the apartment complex, Yui hesitated before climbing the worn stone steps, her hand lingering on the railing. The cool air carried the scent of damp concrete and faint smoke. At the door marked 2-1, Yui raised her hand and knocked. The sound echoed faintly in the quiet corridor. Hello? You ordered a devil. We're here on behalf of the Gremory household, she called, stepping back instinctively. There was a muffled shuffling inside, followed by a moment of silence before the door creaked open. A thin man stood in the doorway, his dark blue hair slightly disheveled, glasses slipping down his nose as he peered at them with a mix of curiosity and surprise. After a moment of muffled shuffling, the door creaked open to reveal a thin man with messy blue hair and glasses sliding down his nose. He stared at them for a beat too long, his expression flickering between curiosity and surprise. "Two of you?" he asked, voice tinged with uncertainty. "Well, I guess that's fine." Kaori forced a polite smile as they stepped inside. The apartment smelled faintly of old paper and leftover food, the air thick and stale. "Sorry, we're not Kaneko. She was double booked tonight, so we're filling in," she said, trying to keep her tone light. The man gave a distracted nod, closing the door behind them. "That's fine," he murmured, pushing his glasses up. His hesitant voice and darting glances gave the impression of someone unaccustomed to company. The living room they entered was an explosion of color and clutter. Brightly colored anime posters covered the walls, while shelves sagged under the weight of figurines and towering stacks of manga. Kaori couldn't help but stare, feeling as though she'd stepped into a slice of Akihabara squeezed into a cramped apartment. Have a seat," the man said, clearing space on a worn-out couch by brushing aside unopened boxes. He placed 2 cans of soda on the cluttered coffee table, his nervous energy palpable. "Sorry about the mess," he mumbled, barely meeting their eyes. Kaori sat down cautiously, glancing at Yui, who mirrored her unease. "Thanks," Kaori said, popping the soda tab with an attempt at casualness. "So this is your first contract, right?" the man asked, adjusting his glasses with a curious, if awkward, smile. "Yeah," Yui admitted, her voice steadier now that the man seemed more timid than intimidating. "We're still figuring things out." He nodded quickly, his smile widening slightly. "Normally, Kaneko-chan, tries on some cosplays for me. It's kind of a hobby collecting outfits, you know?" He hesitated, gauging their reactions. "Would you two be okay with that?" Kaori hesitated, glancing at Yui. The other girl gave a slight nod, and Kaori forced herself to respond. "Sure, we don't mind," she said, keeping her tone upbeat despite the discomfort prickling at the back of her neck. The man's face lit up. "Great. Just a moment," he said, diving into a pile of clothes. With a triumphant grin, he held up a frilly maid outfit. "Let's start with these, shall we?" Kaori's stomach churned, but she managed to keep her smile in place. "All right," she said, taking the outfit. "Where can we change?" "Just through there," he said, gesturing toward a narrow hallway. His grin widened, his twitching nose making Kaori's skin crawl. "Take your time." Kaori quickly ushered Yui toward the hallway, her voice low as she whispered, "Please tell me this is the weirdest thing we'll deal with tonight." Yui gave a nervous smile, her unease mirroring Kaori's. "Let's hope," she replied as they slipped into the small bathroom, shutting the door firmly behind them. Rias Gremery sat alone in the sanctuary of the Occult Research Clubroom, the quiet wrapping around her like a well-worn cloak. Her fingers traced the polished surface of the table absent-mindedly, grounding her against the whirlwind of thoughts that refused to settle. Outside, Ko Academy was falling into stillness, the hum of life ebbing away with the encroaching night. She sighed, resting her chin in her palm as crimson hair spilled over her shoulder like a cascade of molten metal. Her aquamarine eyes lingered on the faint shimmer of magic lingering in the teleportation circle etched into the floor, the only trace left of Kaori and Yui's departure. Their brave faces had done little to hide the nervous energy in their postures. "They'll manage," she murmured, though her voice carried more hope than certainty. First steps were always the hardest. She only hoped they would return with the same resolve they carried when they left. Her mind lingered on the gamble she had taken by reincarnating them. Resolve alone wasn't enough, it needed to be honed, tempered by experience and will. They had been thrust into a world they didn't yet fully understand, one fraught with dangers and complexities that no amount of words could prepare them for. And time, her most precious commodity, was not something she could afford to give them in abundance. The weight of that reality gnawed at her. She could only trust that the fire within them would burn brightly enough to light their way. Her gaze drifted unbidden to the memory of him, Issei. Those violet eyes, that raven black hair, and an aura that radiated a raw, enigmatic power she couldn't quite place. His presence lingered like a whisper in her mind, as if daring her to unravel the mystery he presented. Even Akino, normally so poised and confident, had faltered in his presence. What had Aquino sensed in him that Rias had yet to understand? She leaned back in her chair, her focus returning to the window as the last streaks of twilight surrendered to the velvet embrace of night. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Kaori and Yui were testing their strength, their resolve. The bittersweet tug of pride and concern tightened in her chest. Being their king had been a long-cherished dream, a dream now burdened by the complexities of leadership. Rias. The familiar voice pulled her from her thoughts. A soft crimson glow filled the room as a summoning circle flared to life. From its center stepped a woman of striking elegance, her silver hair braided with precision and cascading past her shoulders. She moved with the practiced grace of someone who commanded attention without effort, her expression composed yet faintly softened by concern. Grafia, Rias greeted, straightening in her chair. What is it? Grafia stepped forward, her uniform pristine, every movement deliberate. The arrangements for the upcoming ceremony are nearly complete. Your presence will be required soon. The words settled heavily in the air. Though Grafia had not named it outright, Rias knew exactly what she meant. The ceremony. The engagement. The unyielding shadow of obligation. I know, Rias said tightly, her fingers curling against the armrests. Grafia's sharp gaze softened, though her tone remained measured. Your brother has only your best interests at heart. Rias rose abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor as she turned away. Her hands clenched at her sides, nails biting into her palms. Best interests? She repeated bitterly. Is that what this is? To be bartered away like a title, bound to someone who sees me as nothing more than an asset? Grafia remained silent, her composure unbroken, though her silver eyes carried a flicker of understanding, a rare glimpse of the woman behind the title. The tension in Rias's shoulders melted into weariness. I'm sorry, Grafia, she murmured. I know you're only delivering the message, but I can't pretend this is what I want. You don't have to pretend, Grafia replied softly, stepping closer. But you must decide how you will respond. That, at least, remains yours to control. Rias turned back to her, aquamarine eyes glimmering with a mixture of defiance and determination. I know, she said quietly, her voice steadier now. Grafia inclined her head, the faintest trace of a smile gracing her lips before she disappeared in a shimmer of crimson light. As the room fell silent once more, Rias sank back into her chair. Her gaze lifted to the stars scattered across the night sky, their faint glow whispering of freedom, of a future she had yet to seize. Somewhere beyond the horizon, her destiny waited, one she would fight for, no matter the cost. As they walked down the dimly lit street, Murayama Kaori broke the silence with a groan, tugging at her sleeve as if the motion might somehow erase the memory of earlier events. I feel strangely violated, she muttered. Who knew cosplaying could feel so creepy? At least we completed the contract, Yui replied, holding up the limited edition manga they'd received as payment with a wry smile. Could have been worse, right? Kaori raised a skeptical eyebrow but didn't reply. The street lights flickered faintly, casting long shadows across the pavement. The cool evening air wrapped around them, soothing yet unable to fully dispel the lingering distaste clinging to their thoughts. Then, without warning, the sky above them shifted. A swirling wave of deep purple spread across the heavens, the hues shimmering like oil slicked on water. Tendrils of black cut through the color, spiraling outward before a sudden burst of darkness erupted, bathing the street in an ominous gloom. Both girls froze, their eyes snapping toward the disturbance. From the shadows emerged a figure dressed in sleek black biker clothing, her boots clicking against the pavement with deliberate precision. As the figure stepped into the flickering light of a nearby street lamp, her ashen gray hair, puffed at the back and swept to one side, shimmered faintly. Dull purple eyes fixed on them with an unsettling focus, cold and unyielding. The woman lowered her outstretched hand, a smirk playing at her lips. How strange, she mused, her voice smooth yet dripping with menace. I don't seem to have the wrong people. I, Sejal, have been ordered to erase all traces of Donasik's latest failure. Yet here you are, alive and well. Why is that? The faint sound of leathery rustling cut through the air as two dark gray wings unfurled from her back, casting long, jagged shadows on the ground. Yui's breath hitched, and she instinctively took a step back. A fallen angel, not again, her voice wavered, barely audible over the pounding of her heart. Before they could react further, Sejal moved. A golden spear of light materialized in her hand and hurtled toward them with a flick of her wrist. Kaori and Yui barely dove out of the way as the spear slammed into the pavement, scattering shards of stone and leaving a glowing crater in its wake. "Move!" Kaori shouted, grabbing Yui's arm and pulling her toward the side of the street. But Sejal was relentless. More spears formed in her hands, glowing with deadly brilliance. She hurled them in rapid succession, forcing the girls to scatter. The air crackled with energy, the spears detonating on impact and sending fragments of stone and debris flying in all directions. Amid the chaos, the seals on their hands began to glow a vivid red light that pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat in the darkness. Sejal's smirk widened as she noticed the marks. "Ah, I see now," she said, her voice laced with disdain. "The Gremry brat took you in. How quaint. All the more reason to kill you before you become a nuisance." "She's going to kill us," Kaori thought, panic clawing at her chest. A sharp crack echoed as another spear exploded nearby, and she flinched, pressing her back against the rough surface of a brick wall. Her breaths came shallow and fast, fear gripping her like a vice. Her gaze darted to Yui, who was desperately weaving through the street, her movements frantic yet steadily faltering. Another spear narrowly missed her, leaving a smoking crater inches away. Kaori's nails bit into her palms, her fists trembling. "Not again," she whispered, her voice breaking. The sight of Yui stumbling, her face pale with terror, lit a fire in Kaori's chest. Fear warred with resolve, but her friend's desperation tipped the scales. "I can't let it happen again," she muttered louder this time. Tears blurred her vision, but she refused to let them fall. "I can't just stand here. I have to protect her," a voice echoed in her mind, Issei's voice, calm and firm. "Imagine the strongest thing you can think of and call out for it." The memory sharpened, pulling her back to the moment she had seen him standing tall, his midnight black wings unfurling with a commanding grace. They had absorbed the light around them, drifting off like fragments of the night sky, radiating an unshakable presence. That image burned into her thoughts, igniting something deep within her. "Power," she whispered, her voice trembling but growing stronger with each syllable. Kaori pushed off the wall, her legs unsteady yet driven by purpose. The fear in her chest dulled, replaced by an unrelenting determination. She stepped into the open street, her hands clenched into fists, her heart hammering with resolve. "I need power!" she cried, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. She raised her left arm, her focus narrowing to a single thought: she would not lose. Not now. Not like this, Ward. The deep, guttural voice resonated in her mind as a pale orange gem embedded in her forearm erupted with light. A brilliant light engulfed the street, forcing Sejal to shield her eyes momentarily. When it subsided, Kaori's arm was encased in a sleek gray gauntlet, the orange gem at its center pulsing with energy. The armor was sleek and formidable, with intricate designs etched into its surface. From the gem, a translucent orange barrier unfurled, shimmering like molten glass. Sejal hurled another spear, but it shattered harmlessly against the barrier. Her smirk vanished, replaced by a flicker of disbelief. Another spear, and another, all dissolved on impact. Kaori's lips curled into a determined smile as she stepped forward, the barrier holding strong with each step. For the first time, frustration flashed across Sejal's face. "I'll protect her," Kaori thought, her resolve hardening with every step. No matter what. Kate Yui watched, awestruck, as light spears disintegrated against the radiant orange barrier emanating from Kaori's gauntlet. The sheer power of it left her breathless, but it also stirred something deep within her, a flicker of hope, mingled with a stubborn determination. Sacred gears. The term, once abstract and distant, now felt tangible. If Kaori could do it, then so could she. What did Issei say to do? Yui racked her brain, clinging to the memory of his calm, assured voice. Imagine the strongest thing you can think of and call out for it. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to summon an image, a thought, anything to anchor herself. But her mind flitted chaotically, darting between fragments of inspiration and paralyzing doubt. The frustration tightened her chest, her nails biting into her palms as her gaze flickered back to the fallen angel. Seijel's mocking smile and unrelenting assault were a stark reminder of the danger they faced. Yet it wasn't the sight of her enemy that spurred Yui forward, it was a memory, vivid and unbidden, that surfaced from the depths of her mind. A scruffy man in a kimono kneeling before her, his large, comforting hand resting gently on her head. The man crouched down, his worn kimono brushing against the dusty floor as he met Yui's wide, tear-streaked eyes. His voice was warm, steady, and full of quiet strength. "Remember, Yui," he said, his tone both gentle and firm. "Fear doesn't come from your enemy, it comes from inside you. Before you can defeat anyone else, you have to conquer the fear within yourself." "But Oda-san, how do I do that?" Yui had asked, her small hands clinging tightly to the frayed hem of his sleeve. Her father chuckled, the sound rich and soothing, a balm to her anxieties. "By trusting in your own strength," he replied, ruffling her hair with affection. "It doesn't matter how skilled you are if you don't believe in yourself. If you doubt, you'll hold back. And if you hold back, you've already lost," Yui finished, her voice barely a whisper as his words sunk in. "Exactly?" He stood, his shadow stretching over her, a confident grin lighting up his face. "When in doubt, Yui, just give it everything you've got. Trust yourself, and trust the blade in your hands." The memory burned brightly, chasing away the fear constricting her chest. "Trust my strength," Yui whispered, her father's words rekindling a fire within her. She straightened, her body instinctively slipping into a practiced kendo stance, every movement fluid and deliberate. Her muscles remembered what her mind had forgotten, and the familiar rhythm of her training steadied her breathing. Closing her eyes, she centered herself. Her hands tightened around an unseen hilt, her mind conjuring the weight and feel of a blade as though it had always been there. The world around her faded, leaving only a singular clarity. The enemy was before her, and she would not fail. When Yui's eyes opened, they burned with fierce resolve. Seijel's expression shifted, her confidence faltering as she stared in shock. Yui followed her gaze and gasped softly. In her hands rested a gleaming broadsword, its polished steel blade catching the faint light. The golden guard was simple yet elegant, a balance of beauty and lethality. The word rose to her lips unbidden, as though it had been waiting for this moment, Colado. Without hesitation, Yui moved. Her body surged forward with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior. The sword in her hands cut through Kaori's barrier with ease, the glowing orange energy parting like water. The blade struck true, carving a diagonal slash across Seijel's torso. The fallen angel staggered back, blood splattering the ground as she clutched the wound. Her piercing gaze faltered, fear flickering in her eyes for the first time. "You've both awakened your sacred gears," she spat, her voice trembling with disbelief. "I'll report this. Next time, you won't be so lucky." With that, she spread her gray wings, ascending into the night sky as the eerie purple haze dissipated around them. Kaori collapsed to the ground, her barrier shattering as the glow of her sacred gear faded. Yui stumbled, her legs screaming in protest, before crumpling beside her friend. Pain flared through her body, each breath shallow and ragged. Before she could say a word, the familiar crimson light of a summoning circle illuminated the street. From its center stepped Rias, her aquamarine eyes alight with concern as they swept over the battered pair. Bucho Yui tried to rise, but her legs gave way, and her voice was barely more than a whisper. Rias knelt between them, her gaze softening. "What happened here? I see, so you were attacked by a fallen angel on your way back?" "Hi," the two girls answered in unison, their voices subdued. Rias sat back in her chair, her aquamarine eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "At least you both managed to awaken your sacred gears," she said, though her tone carried little celebration. Resting her chin in her hands, she let out a quiet sigh. "Still, this complicates things. The fallen now know you're alive and that you've been reborn as devils." The weight of her words hung heavy in the room, and Yui and Kaori exchanged uneasy glances. Straightening, Rias folded her arms, her expression softening just enough to ease the tension. "Don't let this experience get to you. You both caught your opponent by surprise this time, but don't let that make you overconfident. A single mistake could cost you everything." The girls nodded, their voices steady despite the lingering exhaustion. "Of course, Bucho," they said in unison. As they turned to leave, Rias's voice followed them. Rest well. You'll need it. This is the apartment Bucho got for us. Kaori's voice practically echoed as they stepped inside. She spun around the spacious living room, her eyes wide with excitement. This place is huge. Look at all this space. Without warning, she flopped onto the couch with a dramatic sigh, arms sprawled out like she belonged there. Yui rolled her eyes, but she couldn't hide her smirk. If you don't hurry, I'm claiming the best room. That got Kaori moving. She shot up from the couch and bolted toward the bedrooms. Not if I get there first. By the time Yui caught up, Kaori was already stretched out across the bed in one of the rooms, a triumphant grin plastered across her face. This one's mine, she declared, her voice muffled slightly as she burrowed into the plush mattress. Fine, fine, Yui replied, shaking her head with an amused chuckle. Stepping into the adjacent room, she set her bag down by the bed. The room was simple, bare walls, a plain desk, and a single wardrobe. The emptiness felt almost inviting, like a blank canvas waiting to be personalized. Kaori's voice floated in from the other room, tinged with fatigue. I'm still wiped out from using my sacred gear. Let's talk more tomorrow, yeah? Yeah, Yui answered softly. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she let the events of the day replay in her mind. It had been overwhelming, terrifying, even but as she looked around at the quiet, unassuming space, a small sense of peace began to settle over her. Stretching out, she lay back against the mattress, staring up at the ceiling. I'll unpack tomorrow, she murmured to herself. For now, sleep. As her eyes drifted shut, the faint hum of magic still lingered in her veins, a quiet reminder of the power now coursing through her. A power she would need to master. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for now, rest was all she needed. Boost, Drake speaking. Flashback, inner thoughts, flashbacks. Kuroka, current perspective. Kuroka stirred awake to the faint sound of knocking, the muffled rhythm tugging her from the edges of her dream. For a moment, she remained curled against Issei's side, her cheek resting on the steady rise and fall of his chest. The warmth of him, the soothing cadence of his breathing, made her want to stay like this forever. Then came the voice, soft yet firm, with a touch of exasperated fondness. Issei, wake up! You'll be late at this rate. Kuroka's ears twitched, the familiar timbre of Rainer's voice cutting through the morning stillness. She opened one golden eye lazily, her lips curling into a smirk as she felt Issei shift beneath her. His body stirred with slow, practiced movements, a groggy stretch that spoke of discipline ingrained from years of early mornings. Morning, Issei-chin, she murmured, her voice a low purr. She draped her tails more possessively over him, savoring the warmth they shared. Tell her to come back later. I'm not done with you yet, Nya. Issei chuckled softly, his voice still heavy with sleep. Ray won't wait, you know. Before he could say more, the door creaked open, and there stood Rainer, framed by the pale light spilling in from the hallway. She was dressed in an oversized white shirt, its hem brushing mid-thigh, her dark hair cascading in loose waves. Kuroka's sharp eyes caught the flicker of emotion in Rainer's violet gaze, something unspoken yet ever-present whenever she looked at Issei. Good morning, Rainer greeted, her tone even but warm. She crossed her arms, a soft smile playing at her lips as she took in the scene before her. Still in bed, I see. If you don't hurry, you'll miss breakfast. Kuroka grinned, stretching languidly and letting the blanket slip down her shoulder. Oh, come on, Ray. Can't he have a few more minutes of rest? He works so hard. Her tails flicked playfully against Issei's side. Besides, I'm way more entertaining than whatever's waiting for him in the kitchen. Rainer raised an unimpressed brow, though a hint of amusement flickered in her violet eyes as if she were holding back a sharper retort. That's debatable. But if you don't get moving, you'll miss breakfast, and good luck finding any hot water after Kuroka's done with it. Rude, Kuroka quipped, her golden eyes narrowing with mock indignation as she rested her chin on Issei's shoulder. Her tails flicked lazily against his side. I was gonna let Issei-chin have his turn. Eventually. Issei chuckled softly, his tone warm and unhurried, though his body moved with the kind of practiced ease that spoke of a well-worn routine. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he felt Kuroka's tails tighten briefly before she reluctantly let him go. Even half asleep, his movements carried a quiet grace that Kuroka couldn't help but admire. A remnant, she thought, of the discipline instilled in him during his early years. Sounds like I should probably hurry then, Issei said, rising with a stretch, the faint light of the morning sun catching the relaxed smile on his face. By the way, I made the eggs the way you like them, Rainier said, her tone steady at first, but then it faltered, softening as her gaze flicked to the floor. They're probably not as good as yours, but her voice trailed off, a flicker of uncertainty slipping into her otherwise composed demeanor. Kuroka arched an eyebrow, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement, her tail swishing lazily against the bed. She leaned back, propping herself up with one elbow as she enjoyed the scene unfolding before her. Issei turned toward Rainier, his violet eyes warm and brimming with that quiet sincerity he always seemed to carry. I'm sure they're perfect, he said, his voice soft and reassuring, like a gentle hand smoothing over frayed edges. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, one of those rare ones that lingered just long enough to make Kuroka's chest ache faintly with envy. Damn, he really knows how to make a girl melt, she thought with a pang of begrudging admiration. Rainier blinked, clearly caught off guard by the genuine weight behind Issei's words. Her cheeks turned the faintest shade of pink, and though she tried to brush it off with a quick toss of her hair, Kuroka could see the slight tremble in her hand. Oh, she's loving this, Kuroka noted, biting back a chuckle as Rainier's lips curved ever so slightly, betraying her satisfaction. It's nothing, Rainier murmured, quieter now, the confidence in her voice tempered with something softer. Just don't take too long, okay? The tea's getting cold. Kuroka smirked, letting her gaze flick lazily between them. She saw the way Rainier tried to maintain her composure, though her words held just enough warmth to reveal her deeper feelings. She's always so measured, so careful with him, Kuroka thought, a hint of amusement curling through her. How boring. As Rainier's eyes darted toward her, Kuroka decided to make things interesting. Stretching languidly, she placed a hand over her heart, her expression shifting to exaggerated endearment. You're cute when you play house, Ray. Rainier glanced at her, and for a moment, Kuroka caught a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. I'm not playing anything, she said briskly, turning on her heel. She lingered at the door just long enough to add, don't let her distract you, Issei. Fine, Issei said, ruffling Kuroka's hair lightly before standing. She huffed, feigning annoyance, but her tail swished with contentment. As the door clicked shut behind Rainier, Kuroka let out a soft laugh. She's so fun to tease. Issei gave her a look part amused, part exasperated. Play nice, Kuroka. No promises, yeah, she replied, settling back into the blankets with a satisfied yawn. By the time Issei joined them in the kitchen, the tantalizing aroma of breakfast filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of tea. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm, golden glow over the cozy space. Kuroka lounged on a stool, her tails flicking lazily as she cradled a steaming cup of tea. She took a long, slow sip, her sharp golden eyes flicking toward Rainier, who was busy straightening a napkin at the table. The fallen angel's meticulous habits never failed to amuse her, even if they did balance out her own lack of effort in these moments. Morning again, icy chin, Kuroka purred as Issei walked in, her voice dripping with playful warmth. Her gaze trailed over him, noting how the morning light caught the faint sheen of water in his still damp hair. She flashed him a cheeky grin. We saved you some barely. Rainier shot her a sharp look, her violet eyes narrowing in that way that meant she was this close to rolling them. I would have let him eat, she said primly, taking her seat with a deliberate air of composure. Some of us have more self-control than others. Kuroka snorted, leaning forward on her stool, her grin widening. Right, she drawled, her voice heavy with mock disbelief. She tilted her head, her ears twitching with amusement as she let her gaze drift deliberately. Self-control is why you're wearing that shirt and nothing else, huh? Rainier froze mid-sip, the color rising in her cheeks. She placed her teacup down with a pointed slowness, clearly trying to regain her footing. Gotcha. Though clearly flustered, Rainier maintained her cool. You're insufferable, she muttered, though her tone lacked any real bite. Kuroka's grin only grew. Yeah. And yet you still keep me around. She turned her attention to Issei as he took a seat, catching the flicker of amusement in his eyes. See? He gets it, she added smugly, her tails swishing in satisfaction. Issei shook his head, though the small smile playing on his lips betrayed his amusement. He picked up his fork, taking a bite of his breakfast. This is great, Ray. Thanks. The praise landed like a soft blow to Rainer's already frayed composure. Kuroka caught the subtle twitch of her shoulders, the way her blush deepened as she turned slightly away, busying herself with her tea. But even then, the faintest smile tugged at the corners of her lips. It's nothing, she murmured, her voice softer now. I'm just glad you like it. Of course he does, Kuroka interjected breezily, resting her chin in her hand as she shot Rainer a sidelong glance. But let's be real, Issei Chin spoils us with his cooking. We're all doomed to second place. Rainer's gaze snapped toward her, irritation flashing briefly in her eyes, but she didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she turned back to her tea, muttering, Some of us know how to enjoy a meal without turning it into a competition. Kuroka snorted, clearly unbothered. Competition's what makes life interesting, Ray. She flicked her tail for emphasis. Issei cut in before their banter could escalate, his chuckle breaking the tension. It's not a competition, you two, he said lightly, shaking his head as he reached for his tea. Of course it isn't, Kuroka agreed, though the teasing glint in her eyes suggested otherwise. She leaned back on her stool, her grin turning impish. We all know who'd win anyway. Rainer exhaled slowly, clearly debating whether or not to respond, but Issei didn't give her the chance. He set his fork down, his tone shifting slightly as he asked, What's the plan for today? Kuroka smirked, her posture relaxing as she waved a hand airily. Oh, you know, just another lazy day for me, nya. But you Issei Chin? Off to charm all those co-girls with that smile of yours? Issei rolled his eyes, though his grin remained easy. Surviving my classes is enough of a goal, thanks. Rainer's teasing edge softened, her gaze settling on him with quiet concern. Just don't overdo it, she said, her voice low but earnest. And take care of yourself, okay? Kuroka's ears twitched as she caught the change in tone. Well, isn't that sweet? She watched as Issei's expression softened, his warm violet gaze lingering on Rainer for just a moment longer than usual. Don't worry, I will, he said with a reassuring smile. Grabbing his bag, he slung it over his shoulder. See you both later. The door closed with a soft click, leaving the kitchen in comfortable silence. Kuroka stretched, leaning back with a lazy grin. You're cute when you're worried, Ray. Rainer's gaze lingered on the door for a beat before she turned back to Kuroka, her cheeks tinged faintly pink. And you're impossible, she muttered, though there was no real heat in her voice. Kuroka laughed, the sound light and melodic. Yeah. I'll take that as a compliment. I wonder how Murayama and Keitei's first contract went. Hayate Issei muttered, strolling along the sunlit sidewalk. The warmth of the morning settled comfortably on his shoulders, though his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Koa's streets were like a puzzle, each corner a piece that looked frustratingly similar. Without Murayama or Keitei's guidance, he was never sure he'd find his destination. Yua! A sudden yelp pulled Issei from his wandering thoughts. He turned sharply, catching sight of a girl sprawled across the pavement a few steps away. Her white veil had slipped askew, draping over her face like a misplaced curtain. Beneath the fabric, soft golden strands caught the sunlight, shimmering faintly. As she sat up, adjusting herself, the brief flutter of her skirt revealed a glimpse of pure white beneath an unintentional detail that had Issei glancing away with a slight cough. Why do I keep tripping? The girl murmured, brushing dust from her hands. Her voice was delicate, tinged with frustration. Then, as though realizing she wasn't alone, she looked up. Bright green eyes met his violet ones, wide and unguarded. Her cheeks flushed as pink as spring blossoms. Issei stepped forward, offering his hand without hesitation. You okay? The girl hesitated, then slipped her smaller hand into his. Arigato, she whispered, her voice barely louder than the morning breeze. With his help, she stood, patting down her skirt with hurried movements. A sudden gust of wind swept through the street, catching the veil still in her grasp. It slipped free, spiraling high into the air. She gasped, reaching for it too late as her golden hair cascaded around her shoulders, gleaming in the sun. Issei moved without thinking, his hand darting out to snatch the veil midair. Got it, he said, holding it out to her. The girl clutched the veil to her chest. Her relief was evident. Thank you again, she said, bowing slightly. Then, more hesitantly, she added, I know I got lost. I don't know much Japanese yet, and I couldn't find anyone who speaks Italian. Her sheepish smile was almost too endearing, tugging at something protective in Issei's chest. Lost, huh? He glanced down at the modest suitcase beside her. Where are you supposed to go? The church in this town, she said earnestly. I was sent there, but I couldn't find my way. You're a nun? She nodded, her gaze shy but unwavering. Issei tilted his head, thinking. Well, I'm new here too, but I think there's only one church nearby, that rundown one on the hill. Her eyes lit up instantly. That's the one. Do you know how to get there? I think so, he admitted with a small laugh. Though if I'm honest, I'm not great with directions either. Before she could reply, a voice called out behind them. Issei-kun! Issei turned to see Murayama jogging toward him, her ponytail swaying in rhythm with her steps. Keitase followed behind her at a steadier pace, her expression calm and composed as ever. Oh, Keitase, Murayama? Your new place must be close by? Issei asked as they approached. Just around the corner, Keitase said, offering a small smile. Good morning, Issei. Morning! Murayama chimed, hands on her hips. I was just showing this sister to the church, Issei explained, motioning to the girl beside him. You two want to come along? I could use the backup in case I get lost. Keitase raised a brow. You? Giving directions? Yeah, we better come. Don't want you wandering into the woods or something. Murayama grinned. Exactly. Let's go. As the group began walking, a small boy's cries caught their attention. The child sat on the edge of the sidewalk, clutching his knee. A nasty scrape stretched across his skin, raw and red. The nun moved immediately, kneeling before the boy with a gentle smile. Don't cry, little one, she soothed. It's just a scratch. You're very brave, aren't you? The boy sniffled, looking up at her with wide, tear-filled eyes. She placed her hands over his injured knee, and a soft green light emanated from her palms. The rings on her fingers glowed faintly as the wound knit itself closed in mere moments. The boy blinked at his now healed knee, his tears forgotten. It's all better now, the nun said, her smile radiant. Thank you, Wani-chan! The boy exclaimed before scampering off. The nun stood, brushing off her skirt. She turned back to the group, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. Ah, sorry. Force of habit, she said, sticking her tongue out in a playful gesture. That was amazing, Keitase said, her gaze lingering on the glowing rings. It's a gift from God, the nun replied softly, though her smile faltered briefly. Yes, a wonderful gift. The group walked in silence for a while, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hum of the town filling the gaps in their conversation. Asia's steps were light but deliberate, as though the weight of her thoughts slowed her pace. Her fingers brushed over the veil she now clutched tightly, her smile warm yet contemplative. That must be it, she said suddenly, pointing toward a weathered silhouette on the hill. Issei followed her gaze, spotting the old, abandoned church. Its steeple jutted against the sky, a stark reminder of its lonely state. Yeah, I think that's the only church around here, he confirmed, though unease flickered in his chest. Keitase and Murayama exchanged a glance, their expressions tightening ever so slightly. Asia clasped her hands together, her radiant smile returning. Thank goodness, she said with a soft sigh of relief. I've finally made it. Her gratitude was genuine, but there was something almost fragile in her joy, like a fleeting ember that might be extinguished with a single breath. She turned to them, bowing deeply. Thank you so much for helping me. I hope we can meet again someday. Are you sure this is the right place? Keitase asked, hesitation creeping into her voice. It's been abandoned for years. I'm sure, she replied, her conviction unshaken. This is where I'm meant to be. Well, all right, Issei said, scratching the back of his neck. We'd come with you, but school's about to start. If I don't stick with these two, I'll probably end up hopelessly lost. Asia laughed softly, the sound delicate and pure. That's okay. You've already helped me so much. God bless you all. Hiya to Issei, he said, offering her a small wave. Just call me Issei. Murayama Kaori, Murayama added, grinning. Kaori's fine. Keite's Yui, Keitei said simply. Feel free to call me Yui. Issei-san, Kaori-san, Yui-san, Asia said, her voice like a melody. I'm so glad to have met such kind people. If you ever find the time, please visit the church. Promise, Issei replied, giving her one last smile as the group turned to leave. As they walked away, Issei glanced back once more. Asia stood at the church's gate, waving. The sunlight framed her like a painting, her veil flowing gently in the breeze. Her innocence lingered in his mind, a quiet reminder of something almost too precious for the world around them. She's so pure, Issei thought, his chest tightening unexpectedly. I feel like I need to protect her from everything. His thoughts scattered as he suddenly realized something was amiss. Looking around, he found himself standing alone. Wait, where did Keitei and Murayama go? He blurted, panic flashing across his face. The sound of stifled laughter reached his ears, and he turned to see Murayama poking her head out from behind a corner, grinning impishly. Keitei stood beside her, arms crossed but a faint smile tugging at her lips. Honestly, Keitei said with mock exasperation, how do you get lost with us right here? Murayama giggled, waving him over. Come on, Issei. We'll make sure you don't miss class. With a sheepish grin, Issei jogged to catch up, the lingering image of Asia still tucked quietly in the back of his mind. Don't go near a church again. Rias Gremry's voice was firm yet calm as she addressed Murayama Kaori and Keitei Yui. Her aquamarine eyes held a quiet intensity, the light streaming through the stained glass catching the fiery sheen of her crimson hair. Leaning against the wooden railing of the balcony, she exuded an air of authority that left little room for argument. Churches are hostile territory for devils. Even approaching one is enough to incite a fight with God, she continued, her words laced with an edge that sent a shiver down Kaori's spine. Kaori shifted uneasily, the memory of the strange chill near the church earlier lingering in her mind. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yui beat her to it. Then the cold feeling we got when we walked by? Yui asked, her voice calm but inquisitive, her hands clasped tightly in front of her as though bracing for the answer. Rias glanced at her, her gaze softening ever so slightly. Likely your demonic instincts warning you of danger, she explained. Remaining near a church is practically inviting death. Some exorcists even wield sacred gears of their own. A careless mistake could cost you everything. The mention of sacred gears tugged at Kaori's memory. Her thoughts wandered to the green glow of Asia's rings, her brow furrowing. Sacred gear, she turned the words over in her mind, but before she could ask, Rias's tone grew heavier. Do you two know what it means to exorcise a devil? Kaori and Yui exchanged glances, a shared unease flickering between them. Slowly, they shook their heads, their breaths hitching in anticipation of her explanation. To exorcise a devil, Rias began, her voice quieter now but no less impactful, is to annihilate them completely. It's not just death. You cease to exist, erased into nothingness. No soul, no afterlife. You simply disappear. The words hit like a thunderclap, the weight of their meaning sinking into the silence that followed. Kaori's fingers curled at her sides, the thought too vast and terrifying to fully grasp. Rias sighed, the faintest hint of regret softening her expression. I don't mean to sound harsh, she said, her voice gentler now. But you need to be more careful. You're still adjusting to this world, and I can't always be there to protect you. Hi, Kaori and Yui murmured in unison, their voices subdued. Rias straightened, her posture elegant as always, and with a swirl of crimson hair, she turned and walked away, leaving the two girls in a heavy silence. As they made their way down the hallway toward the clubroom, Kaori's voice broke the silence, edged with frustration. Why was Bucho so upset? It's not like we went inside or anything. Yui kept her gaze forward, her tone thoughtful as she replied, she's just trying to make sure we're careful. We're still figuring out how the supernatural works, and the more we understand, the safer we'll be. Kaori let out an exaggerated sigh, throwing her hands in the air. I get that, but it feels like no matter what I do, I'm always messing up. I just want to show her I'm not a total screw-up. Yui glanced at her briefly, her voice quiet yet resolute. If it helps us survive, I don't mind a few lectures. A lilting voice, playful and amused, suddenly chimed in. Bucho is only looking out for you, Kaori-chan. Kaori and Yui jumped, spinning around to see Akino Himejima standing behind them. Her purple eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint, her smile as disarming as it was teasing. Himejima-senpai! They exclaimed in unison, startled. Akino chuckled, a melodic sound that danced in the air. She waved a hand dismissively, her tone light and teasing. Oh my, you two are so formal. Just call me Akino. No need to be so stiff, I don't bite. Not hard anyway. Kaori puffed out her cheeks in a mock pout. Senpai, do you have to sneak up on us like that? My heart can only take so much. Well, Kaori-chan, maybe I'm just testing your reflexes, Akino quipped, leaning slightly toward her. Consider it part of your devil training. Kaori rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress the smirk tugging at her lips. You've got a real talent for keeping us on edge, Akino-senpai. Yui, on the other hand, cast a fleeting glance at Akino before quickly looking away, her fingers brushing against the hem of her skirt in a subtle, nervous gesture. Do you always enjoy making us jump, Akino-senpai? She asked, her tone quiet yet laced with an almost forced composure, as if trying to mask her flustered state. Akino's smile widened, her gaze warm yet mischievous. How could I not? She said, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. You're both just so cute I simply can't help myself. Yui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, mumbling something incoherent. The trio rounded a corner, and entered the main clubroom. Kaori flopped onto the couch by the window with dramatic flair, throwing her arms over the backrest. Ah, finally! My poor feet. Being a devil is way more exhausting than I expected. Yui quietly took a seat across from her, pulling out a book she had tucked under her arm. She opened it but hesitated, her gaze flickering toward Kaori's antics before dropping back to the page. Akino sauntered over to the couch and leaned against the backrest, her posture elegant despite her relaxed demeanor. Now, Kaori-chan. You've only just started. Surely you're not ready to retire already? Kaori sat up, throwing her hands into the air. It's not that. I just feel like I keep screwing up, and Bucho's always so serious with me. Akino's teasing softened as she rested a hand lightly on Kaori's shoulder. Ria-sama means well. She's hard on you because she cares. Believe me, if she didn't think you were worth her time, she wouldn't bother at all. Kaori blinked, the words settling into her chest like a small weight. Yeah, I guess it's just frustrating, you know? Yui glanced up from her book, her voice tentative but thoughtful. Maybe Bucho sees potential in us. She wouldn't have saved us otherwise, right? I think she just wants us to be prepared. Akino straightened, brushing invisible dust from her skirt. Speaking of Ria-sama, did either of you see where she went? I just got a message from the Archduke. Kaori shrugged, leaning back into the couch. Not a clue. She mentioned the student council room, Yui offered. Not sure why, though. Akino's lips curled into a knowing smile. I see. Well, you two stay here. I'll bring her back. She'll explain everything soon. With a graceful turn, Akino strode toward the door, her presence as commanding as it was elegant. The soft click of the door echoed faintly as it closed behind her. For a moment, the room was quiet. Yui turned back to her book, her focus steady but her expression contemplative. Kaori stared at her hand, and with quiet concentration, she summoned her sacred gear. A soft hum of power filled the room as the dark gray gauntlet materialized around her arm. The dragon-like head over her hand glinted faintly in the fading sunlight, the hollow eyes seeming to stare back at her in eerie silence. She traced her fingers over the cold surface, the metal smooth and solid beneath her touch, yet there was a strange weight to it. It was as if it had its own presence, a reminder of the power that had been thrust upon her. The gem embedded in the gauntlet shimmered softly, like a warning, or perhaps a promise. Her heart fluttered with unease as she thought of its potential, what it could mean for her future, and the dangers she might face. It was so much power, and yet it felt so alien. A part of her didn't know if she could control it or if it was controlling her. She dispelled the gear with a flick of her wrist, the weight lifting immediately, but its presence remained in the back of her mind. She leaned back into the couch, her gaze drifting toward the darkening sky outside. "Guess we'll find out what she has in store for us soon enough," she muttered. Yui glanced at her briefly before returning to her book, the room settling into a companionable quiet. "This section is me experimenting with first-person POV. Please bear with me, I wanted to try it." The end of the school day was usually a godsend, a free pass to escape endless lectures, gossiping students, and an overabundance of teenage hormones. But today, as the final bell rang, it felt more like the starter pistol for a race Hayate Issei couldn't afford to lose. The crowds surged toward the gates of Ko Academy, their chatter blending into a dull roar. I hung back, keeping my steps casual and deliberate. A few of my classmates glanced my way, Keitace and Murayama whispering to each other like they always did when I walked by. One of them was definitely debating whether to talk to me, but I just gave them my best easygoing smile. "See you tomorrow," I said, loud enough to carry over the noise, my feet already aiming for the side exit. Stepping into the crisp afternoon air, I tugged at the collar of my uniform, loosening the ribbon that felt more like a noose after those long hours. Freedom, at last. Well, sort of. The streets around Ko were quiet, bathed in the warm orange hues of the setting sun. It would have been a picturesque stroll if I wasn't actively hunting for rogue fallen angels. Romantic sunsets kind of lose their charm when you're tracking creatures who love to literally stab you in the back. I ducked into a narrow alley, leaving the chatter of the streets behind. The air here was damp and heavy, carrying hints of old blood and ozone, traces of supernatural activity that lingered like ghostly fingerprints. My instincts buzzed, my senses stretching out like a second set of eyes. "All right, let's see what you've got, you bastards," I muttered under my breath. The fallen angels in the area had been sloppy lately, leaving energy trails that even a blind man could follow. They reeked of arrogance or desperation. Lucky for me, sniffing out spiritual traces was almost second nature, a gift from my bloodlines. "Our bloodlines," a voice rumbled in the back of my mind. Yeah, Drake," I whispered, shaking my head. "Not the time for a history lesson." "Humph. If you took more pride in who you are, you'd embrace the thrill of the hunt instead of skulking like a thief." I didn't bother responding. Drake had a point, usually did, but his timing was trash as it usually was. It wasn't like I hated my fallen angel heritage. I just didn't see the point in dwelling on it. Comfort was enough for me, nothing to be proud of, at least not there. My fingers brushed against the necklace under my shirt, the talisman Oka-sama had made for me. The warmth it gave off was steady, grounding. It kept me focused, kept me from falling too deep into my own head. But Drake's growl lingered, low and faint, like the echo of distant thunder. Another turn led me deeper into the maze of alleys. The light from the street lamps barely reached here, shadows pooling like spilled ink. Perfect. If there was anywhere a fallen might set up shop, it'd be a place like this, forgotten, suffocating, and crawling with bad vibes. My thoughts wandered, briefly, to the girls at school. At least two of them had been blatantly checking me out today. Not that I blamed them. Who wouldn't notice the handsome new guy with mysterious vibes? Not to toot my own horn or anything, but hey, credit where credit's due. I chuckled softly, shaking my head. "Focus, Issei. You're here for work, not whatever that was." And then I felt Ida ripple in the air, faint but unmistakable. My grin vanished, replaced by something sharper, colder. The energy was tainted, heavy with malice, and distinctively fallen. I pressed my back against the alley wall, my breath steady and controlled. The talisman around my neck warmed slightly, its protective charm dampening my presence. Another pulse followed the first, stronger this time, closer. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't bothering to hide itself. Bold. Or stupid. Probably both. I moved silently, my steps light and deliberate. The energy trail was stronger now, like a beacon drawing me toward its source. It wasn't long before I spotted the two figures huddled near the shell of an abandoned warehouse. Cloaked in black, their wings were folded tight against their backs, casting jagged shadows across the cracked walls. "Fools," one of them hissed, his voice sharp and guttural. "We should have left days ago. Staying here is asking for trouble." The other figure, a woman by her silhouette, scoffed. And lose the chance to finish this job? You've grown soft, Kalek. What's a few devils compared to what we stand to gain? I frowned, straining to hear more. Their words weren't making much sense yet, but the mention of devils made my stomach twist. Rias and her peerage were already on my radar for other reasons, but if these two were planning something against her. The male, Kalek, stepped forward, his wings unfurling slightly. We're playing with fire. That Gremry brat and her lackeys are already sniffing around. If we stay, we'll be. A sharp noise cut him off, something between a snarl and a hiss. Both figures stiffened, their heads snapping in my direction. Smooth, Issei. Real smooth. My shoe had brushed against the stray can, the metallic clatter shattering the silence like a gunshot. The woman turned toward me, her eyes gleaming red in the dim light. Looks like we've got an audience, she purred, her voice laced with malice. Why don't you come out, little rat? I sighed, stepping into the faint glow of a nearby street lamp. My hands were shoved into my pockets, my expression deliberately casual. But my body was ready, every muscle taut, every nerve on edge. Rat? That's a bit harsh, I said, flashing a lopsided grin. I prefer concerned citizen. The woman sneered, her wings flaring out behind her. Bold for a human. You must have a death wish. Kalek growled, his gaze darting between me and the alley behind him. This isn't worth our time. Let's just. Shut up, the woman snapped, her eyes never leaving mine. He's heard too much. The air grew thick with tension, the faint crackle of energy sparking like static. Let them strike first, Drake advised. Teach them the price of underestimating you. I sighed again, the talisman growing warmer against my chest. Man, I was really hoping we could talk this out. Guess not. The woman laughed, sharp and cruel. Oh, we'll talk. Right after I rip that smug grin off your face. My smile widened, but my eyes hardened. You're welcome to try. The alley fell silent, the weight of the coming fight pressing down like a storm front. Time to remind them why they're on the run. Kate Sui blinked, her heart pounding in her chest. When her eyes opened, she found herself in a completely different place. The lingering shimmer of a magic circle faded beneath her feet, its faint hum giving way to an eerie silence as she took in her surroundings. The ORC had materialized in the middle of a decrepit warehouse, its crumbling walls barely holding up against the night's chill. Moonlight spilled through broken windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the stagnant air. Rias Gremry stepped forward, her crimson hair catching the silvery glow like a banner of authority. According to the Archduke, there's a stray devil in this area, Rias announced, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable edge of command. She cast a brief glance over her shoulder, her aquamarine eyes sharp and assessing. If I'd known where Issei was, I would have invited him to join us. Unfortunately, he seemed to disappear as soon as classes ended. Strays are devils who used to serve another master, Kiba explained, his voice measured and serious as he addressed Yui and Kaori. But sometimes, they betray or even kill their masters, believing they can live however they please. That's why we call them strays. Like us? Kaori asked, a flicker of unease in her voice. Kiba nodded solemnly. Yes, but without the rules or bonds we follow, they descend into something monstrous. Akino took over, her usual playful demeanor giving way to a cold edge. This one has been luring people to a deserted house, where it kills and devours them, she said, a faint frown tugging at her lips. Tonight's mission is to eliminate it. Chances are you'll encounter a true monstrosity, Kiba added. Overflowing demonic power can twist both body and mind. Their gross, Kaneko muttered, her soft voice carrying a sharp note of disgust. As the group approached their destination, the dilapidated building loomed ominously before them, its crumbling facade partially lit by the moonlight spilling into the open hall. The air was heavy, and each step echoed ominously on the stone floor. When they entered, the front doors creaked shut behind them, the sound reverberating like a warning. Yui Kaori, Rias began, turning to the two new recruits. Are you familiar with the rules of chess? You mean the board game? Kaori asked, tilting her head. Of course, Bucho, Yui answered more confidently. Why? Rias's lips curved into a small, approving smile. This is the perfect opportunity to explain evil pieces to you, she said. As the master, I am the king. My peerage consists of a queen, knights, rooks, bishops, and pawns. High-class devils use these pieces to reincarnate others into their servants. Tonight, I want you two to observe how the others fight. Take note of their roles and abilities. It will help you understand what it means to be a member of my peerage. She's here, Kaneko muttered, her golden eyes narrowing as she scanned the shadows. A distorted, guttural voice echoed through the chamber, laced with a mocking tone. Ah, I smell something foul yet tantalizingly sweet. The sound bounced off the walls, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. Will it be sweet? The voice lingered, teasing them as though savoring the moment. Or will it be bitter? The figure finally emerged from behind a crumbling pillar, her grotesque form bathed in the dim moonlight filtering through the broken roof. Her bare, twisted body moved with perverse confidence, her dull purple eyes gleaming with malice. Long black hair hung down her back in disarray, contrasting with the monstrous alterations to her form, an unnatural blending of woman and beast. Her lips twisted into a grin, exposing jagged teeth as she towered over the group, her movements almost hypnotic in their grotesqueness. Stray devil visor, Rias declared, stepping forward with her voice firm and commanding. In the name of Duke Gremory, we have come to eliminate you. Visor's grin widened, and her laughter filled the room, chilling and unhinged. How insolent! A little girl dares to challenge me? I'll paint that pretty red hair of yours with your blood. Her hands roamed her body in a disturbingly lewd display, her laughter growing louder. About as good of a line as I'd expect from a low-class stray like you, Rias replied coldly, her gaze unwavering. The stray hissed, her rage evident as she slammed a clawed foot into the ground, sending cracked spider webbing across the floor. As she stepped into full view, her monstrous form became clear, elongated, clawed limbs reminiscent of a spider's legs supported her grotesque frame. The gaping maw on her stomach, lined with rows of jagged teeth, pulsed grotesquely, dripping with saliva. Told you they were gross, Kaneko deadpanned, her voice tinged with faint disgust. In both body and mind they become abominations, Kiba added, his tone grim. Visor's manic laughter filled the air again, her tongue flicking out between her jagged teeth as she continued her bizarre performance. Her twisted sense of humor culminated in an unsettling display. Magic circles formed at her chest, and with a shriek of amusement, beams of energy erupted from her grotesquely altered body. The group scattered as the blasts narrowly missed them, instead striking the walls and leaving sizzling craters in their wake. Dust and debris filled the air, the walls groaning under the strain. Yui's stomach churned as she instinctively ducked behind a pillar. Keep your guard up, Rias commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. Her gaze flicked to the smoking crater left by the stray's energy blast, her expression one of clear distaste. Yudo, she said, her tone sharp yet calm. Kiba nodded without a word. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his sword, his form blurring as he vanished from sight. Where did he go? Yui gasped, her eyes darting around the room. Rias offered a small, confident smile. Yudo is my knight. His trait is speed, so much so that to an untrained eye, he's practically invisible. Before Yui could respond, Kiba reappeared beneath the stray. His blade flashed with deadly precision, severing the stray's elongated arm with a sickening crack. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs, splattering the stone floor as the creature staggered back, shrieking in agony. It clutched the stump of its limb, the gory mess of muscle and sinew spilling from its open wound as Kiba leaped to safety, his movements as smooth as they were deadly. The stray writhed, its monstrous form trembling with rage. With a guttural roar, the mouth on its stomach split open, revealing rows of jagged, saliva-coated teeth. Die! It bellowed, lunging toward Kaneko with terrifying speed. Kaneko-chan! Kaori cried out in alarm as the massive maw closed around the petite girl, the teeth snapping shut with a sickening crunch. Don't worry, Rias said, her tone steady and composed despite the horrifying sight. The stray's grotesque laughter echoed through the room, its stomach convulsing as if savoring its supposed victory. But the laughter quickly turned into a garbled screech of confusion as the mouth began to shake violently. With a wet, tearing sound, the jaws were pried open, revealing Kaneko standing unharmed, her small hands effortlessly forcing the monstrous teeth apart. Slime clung to her clothes, which were now tattered, exposing her pale skin and the straps of her white bra. "Kaneko is my rook," Rias explained, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. "Her traits are tremendous strength and near impenetrable defense. An attack like that won't even leave a mark." "Begone," Kaneko said flatly, her golden eyes narrowing in disgust. With a sudden twist, she hurled the stray across the room with enough force to shatter its rows of teeth. The monstrous body slammed into a pillar, completely obliterating it in a cascade of rubble and dust. Yui's breath hitched as she stared at the aftermath of Kaneko's devastating attack. The sheer force displayed left her speechless. Her stomach churned as Kaneko's monstrous strength tore through the stray's defenses with ease. She couldn't stop staring, awed and frightened in equal measure. Note to self: never get on Kaneko-chan's bad side. Her gaze swept across the room, now thick with swirling dirt and debris. The already fragile pillars had been reduced to crumbled heaps, and the once solid walls bore deep scars from the stray's earlier onslaught. Her eyes caught a sudden flicker in the Shadowsa's subtle, sharp movement that sent a jolt through her. Her heart leaped into her throat as she realized what it was: a severed claw, hurtling through the air with lethal speed straight toward Rias. "Bucho!" Yui cried out, panic flooding her voice as she instinctively moved, her legs propelling her forward. But she wasn't fast enough. The claw closed the distance far too quickly for her to intercept. Before the claw could reach its target, a spear of crimson light pierced through it mid-air, stopping it cold. Black feathers fluttered to the ground, and a familiar voice rang out, calm yet laced with amusement. "Looks like you were all having fun without me," Issei quipped, his black wings carrying him gracefully down to the group. His voice was light, but the sharp gleam in his violet eyes hinted at the power lurking just beneath the surface. "Thank you, Issei." "Nice of you to show up," Rias said, brushing some dust off her shoulder with practiced nonchalance. "Issei, where did you go after class?" Yui demanded, marching over to him. Without hesitation, she grabbed his cheek and pulled him down to her level, her face a mixture of frustration and concern. "I was on the way to the clubroom," he said, his speech muffled by Yui's relentless grip. He raised his hands in a pleading gesture, but the girl wasn't done. "And why weren't you following us?" she pressed, narrowing her eyes. "I had something to do," Issei stammered, his cheeks reddening as she tightened her hold. Yui sighed and finally released him, her frustration melting into a soft blush. "Call me next time, Baka," she muttered, her eyes darting away for a moment. Ria's sweat dropped, shaking her head at the spectacle. "Akino," she said, her tone shifting back to one of authority. "Of course, Bucho," Akino replied, stepping forward. Her ever-present smile turned sharp, predatory, as her gaze landed on the bleeding form of Visor. Era, what should I do?" she mused aloud, her voice dripping with sadistic glee as electricity began crackling around her fingers. With an elegant grace, Akino approached the writhing stray devil, her expression one of cruel delight. "A bad girl who dares to harm our Bucho needs to be punished," she said, her grin widening as the stray let out a pitiful groan. Rias turned slightly, addressing Yui and Kaori. "Akino is my queen," she explained. "As the king's second in command, she possesses the abilities of all the other pieces, though to a lesser degree. Most queens specialize in offensive demonic magic." The scent of ozone grew heavy in the air as Akino's power built. Lightning coiled and danced around her outstretched hands, the energy combining into a single, blindingly bright stream. With a dramatic flourish, she unleashed the combined bolt. The lightning arced high before slamming into the stray devil, its body jerking violently as the crackling energy coursed through it. The room was filled with the sound of thunder, and the stray's agonized screams as Akino's attacks continued to ravage the stray devil. "On top of that, she's also a complete sadist," Rias added, her tone carrying a note of exasperation. Era, you're still energetic," Akino said, her breathing deepening as she placed a hand on her flushed face. Her lips curled into a sultry smile as she licked them slowly, savoring the stray devil's agonized twitching. The air around her sizzled with the crackle of lightning as she continued to send bolts of electricity surging through Visor's mutilated body. "That could be fun," Issei muttered under his breath, his violet eyes briefly flickering with amusement. The silence that followed made him realize his mistake as Yui and Kaori turned sharply toward him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and annoyance. I have no defense for myself, he sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Issei-kun says I could be fun, Akino cooed, her breathing growing even heavier. Her voice dripped with unrestrained glee as she unleashed another flurry of lightning bolts. The stray's screams reverberated through the chamber, its body convulsing violently under her relentless assault. I wonder how long this one can last, she mused, her tone dangerously playful. Akino, that's enough, Rias commanded firmly, her voice cutting through the crackling static in the air. Akino turned, placing a hand on her cheek and offering an innocent smile, her demeanor shifting in an instant. We're done already? How disappointing. She stepped back gracefully, her power fading as the stray collapsed behind her in a charred, twitching heap. A flicker of mischief returned to her expression as she glanced at Issei. I wonder if Issei-kun would help me finish next time, she thought, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. Rias approached the stray's quivering form, her aquamarine eyes cold and unyielding. Any last words? She asked, her voice steady and commanding. Kill me, Visor rasped, barely able to force the words out. Really? If that's all, then vanish. Rias extended her arms, a crimson and black magic circle forming beneath her feet. The air around her shimmered with raw power as she spoke her final word, checkmate. A burst of energy erupted from the circle, engulfing the stray devil in a brilliant blaze. When the light faded, no trace of Visor remained, the room eerily silent in the aftermath. We're done here, Rias announced, turning to her group. Let's get back, Kei? Hi, Bucho, the group replied in unison, save for Yui and Kaori, who exchanged a glance before Kaori hesitantly spoke up. Wait, Bucho, Kaori said, stepping forward. What pieces are Yui and I? Rias paused, her expression softening as she turned to the pair. Your pawns. Boost, Drake speaking. Flashback. Ward, Kaori's sacred gear. Kaneko, current perspective. Kaneko leaned quietly against the doorframe of the warehouse, her golden eyes narrowing as she observed the group. The air was thick with the lingering scent of sweat and battle, mingling with the faint metallic tang of blood. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead cast long shadows across the room, their buzz blending with the distant chatter of her companions. She tugged lightly on her gloves, keeping her expression neutral, though her thoughts remained elsewhere. Her mind drifted back to the fight earlier to Issei. He'd been different. His strikes carried a sense of precision that wasn't just natural talent. Each movement was deliberate, his attacks efficient and controlled, like someone who had been through countless hunts before. No wasted effort, no hesitation. That aura of his overwhelming, almost suffocating, seemed to vibrate with a maturity and experience far beyond what a Grigori agent his age should have. It didn't sit right with her. Strength like that didn't just appear. It came from somewhere: training, hardship, something real. Her ears twitched as Kaori's voice broke through her thoughts. By pawns, you don't mean? Yes, Rias confirmed, her tone calm yet authoritative. You and Yui are my foot soldiers. Kaneko's gaze flickered toward Issei as he chuckled, drawing attention. Kaori stumbled back in mock shock, her wide-eyed expression teetering on disbelief. Foot soldiers? Seriously? She whined, puffing her cheeks in exaggerated frustration. Before she could recover, Yui was already stepping in. Issei-kun, Yui murmured, her voice deceptively sweet as she reached out and pinched his cheek. Hard. You think this is funny? Wait. Yui, ow! Mercy! Issei flailed, his violet eyes shining with mock desperation as he struggled to free himself. Kaori sidled up to him, patting him on the back with an over-the-top air of pity. There, she said with a sly grin. At least you're good for comic relief. Kaneko took a sip of her juice to hide the faint smirk that tugged at her lips. Watching Issei squirm under Yui's grasp was amusing. Oddly humanizing, even. He might have been an enigma, but moments like this made him feel less like a threat and more like someone trying to fit in. Even so, that aura of his nagged at her. Rias's voice cut through the laughter. Pawns might seem simple, but they have their specialty, she said, her tone drawing everyone's attention. Kaori tilted her head, brushing herself off as her curiosity piqued. What kind of specialty? Rias smiled knowingly. Pawns have the unique ability to promote into any other piece when they enter enemy territory. Knights, rooks, bishops, anything except the king. Yui released Issei, her brow furrowed in thought as Kaori chimed in with faux sympathy. That sounds handy, Yui said. Her tone was lighter now, her earlier seriousness replaced with a touch of playful intrigue. Handy, Kaneko muttered barely above a whisper. Her gaze drifted back to Issei, her golden eyes narrowing. If they know how to use it. The chatter buzzed around her, but her focus remained fixed on him. His casual posture, as he leaned against the wall, looked relaxed on the surface, but Kaneko could see the tension beneath it. His smirk, the easy way he exchanged words with Kaori, didn't quite mask the edge in his movements. It was subtle, something most people would miss but not her. Rias clapped her hands, pulling Kaneko from her thoughts. All right, everyone, enough chatter. We still have contracts to fulfill. Let's get back to work. As the others began to shuffle out, Kaneko stayed behind for a moment, her gaze lingering on Issei. He caught her staring, and for a brief moment their eyes locked. His expression was unreadable, his violet gaze calm yet sharp, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. Kaneko frowned, breaking the connection as she turned toward the door without a word. She didn't trust him. Not yet. And she wasn't about to stop watching. The ORC clubroom thrummed with quiet activity, the golden hues of the evening sun streaming through the tall windows. Kiba and Kaneko sat near the far wall, their conversation muted as Kiba offered a dazzling smile at something the petite girl had said. Ria stood at her desk, her crimson hair catching the light as she studied a stack of papers with a calm, focused expression. Hayate Issei lingered near the door, his arms crossed loosely over his chest as his gaze flicked to the clock on the wall. A quiet sigh escaped him, the weight of unease pressing down as his thoughts drifted to Murayama and Kates. He wasn't one to doubt their abilities, both had proven capable for new devils, but the recent stirrings of fallen angels in the area left him on edge. They'll be fine, Ria said without looking up, her voice carrying a quiet authority that left no room for argument. I know, Issei replied, though his tone suggested otherwise. Rias finally lifted her gaze, her aquamarine eyes meeting his with a faint smile. Trust them, Issei. They're stronger than you think. He nodded but didn't say anything, the furrow in his brow betraying his lingering concern. You worry too much, Issei-kun, Akino's voice rang out, light and teasing. She approached with her usual grace, a steaming cup of tea cradled in her hands. It's sweet, though. Very you. Issei turned to her, his brow arching slightly. What's that supposed to mean? Akino stopped just short of him, tilting her head with a playful smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, nothing, she said airily. You're just so serious sometimes. It's almost endearing. Almost? He quipped, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. She chuckled, a soft, melodic sound as she took a small sip from her cup. Maybe more than almost, she admitted with a shrug. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, but there was something else in her gaze, a flicker of something deeper, something guarded. But still, all that worrying, isn't it exhausting? Issei chuckled. Someone has to do it, he said after a moment, his tone steady but quiet. Akino hummed softly, her expression unreadable as she glanced toward the window. Maybe. But doesn't it ever get heavy, carrying that responsibility all the time? Her question caught him off guard. He studied her closely, the faint tension in her posture, the way her fingers tightened ever so slightly around her cup. I could ask you the same thing, he said. Her eyes flicked back to him, widening slightly before she recovered with a laugh. Era, are you worried about little old me now? I'm serious, he said, his voice lowering. You're always putting on this front, but I know there's more to it. Her teasing smile faltered, though only for a second. Issei-kun, she said lightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, you really are bold tonight. I mean it, he pressed, his gaze steady. You don't have to pretend all the time. Akino's breath hitched imperceptibly, but she quickly masked it with another soft laugh. Pretend? Whatever do you mean? She asked, her tone playful, though the edge of her mask was beginning to fray. He didn't answer immediately, his violet eyes searching hers with quiet intensity. The air between them shifted, the teasing banter fading into something softer, something unspoken yet heavy with meaning. "You don't always have to hide," he said finally, his voice low and steady, each word deliberate. Akino's smile faltered, a faint crack forming in the perfect mask she wore so effortlessly. Her amethyst eyes flickered with something deeper uncertainty, maybe even hesitation, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by the practiced grace she wielded like armor. "Hide?" she echoed, tilting her head with a light, airy laugh that didn't quite reach her eyes. "What would I have to hide, Issei-kun?" "The same thing we all do," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "Parts of yourself you think no one will understand." Her lips curved into a smile that was almost too perfect, too controlled. Era, are you saying you think you understand me?" "Maybe not yet," he admitted, his tone soft but certain. "But I see it. The way you brush things off like none of it ever touches you. It's not real, Akino." Her breath hitched ever so slightly, but she recovered quickly, her fingers brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear as if to dismiss his words. "Issei-kun, you do have a vivid imagination," she said, her voice lilting with a teasing edge, but her eyes betrayed her, a fleeting flicker of something unguarded passing through them. The golden light of the setting sun caught her face, illuminating the subtle tension in her expression, the faintest crack in the polished veneer she clung to so tightly. She turned her head slightly, her face just inches from his, the proximity almost electric. Her voice dropped to a soft murmur as if the words she was about to speak were something too delicate to say out loud. "You don't always have to have everything figured out, Issei-kun. Sometimes it's enough for someone to fight on their own." His gaze didn't waver, his violet eyes locking with hers as the moment stretched between them. The world seemed to fall away, the hum of conversation, the shuffling of papers, the soft creak of the clubroom's old wooden floor all faded into the background. In that space, there was only the two of them, suspended in the quiet tension that neither of them fully understood but both felt deeply. Issei's breath hitched as he noticed the way her lips parted just slightly as if she was about to say something more. His eyes flickered down to them, and the warmth of her proximity stirred something in him, sending a subtle shiver down his spine. It wasn't just her words, it was everything about her, the way she seemed to pull him in without even trying. "Maybe," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper, the word carrying a weight he hadn't intended. His violet eyes held hers, steady yet unsure, as if he was testing the waters of something deeper, something that neither of them had spoken aloud yet. Akino's gaze dipped, her expression unreadable for a moment. The faintest blush crept to her cheeks, and she seemed to hesitate. Her lips parted again, just as if she might say something, but the words never came. Instead, the air between them grew heavy, charged with a tension that neither was quite prepared to address. For a moment, it felt as if everything had stopped, the clubroom, the others, even their own conflicting thoughts. There was just the two of them, so close, so quiet, caught in a fleeting moment that neither could name, but both of them felt deeply. Akino's breath quickened ever so slightly, her face mere inches from his. It was as if they both knew where the moment was heading, but neither was ready to cross that line. Then, a familiar voice broke the spell. "Issei-kun, Akino-chan, are you two just going to stand there all day?" Rias called out from across the room, her tone playful but cutting through the air like a splash of cold water. Akino blinked, the moment shattering like glass, and she straightened quickly, a smile quickly returning to her face, though it was just as practiced and controlled as before. Era, Rias, you're such a tease." She flashed a light-hearted grin, masking the underlying tension with the ease of long practice. Issei took a small step back, blinking as he tried to clear the fog that had settled in his chest. Right, he muttered, though his voice still carried a trace of something softer, something unresolved. The night air was sharp against Murayama Kaori's skin as she walked beneath the glow of streetlights. She adjusted her school jacket, drawing it closer as the chill bit through the fabric. Her eyes drifted to the stars above, their cold, distant light a sharp contrast to the warmth she now felt within. Being a devil had its perks, heightened senses, strength, but it also came with its challenges. If I want to get stronger, I need to become a high-class devil. The thought burned in her mind as she glanced at Yui walking beside her, her companion's expression unreadable in the dim light. And unlike Bucho, who was born into her power, I'll have to earn it. Every step, every fight, it's on me. The realization stung, but it also fueled her. Kaori pushed herself forward, skipping a few steps ahead of Yui before spinning on her heel to face her friend. The street stretched out behind them, bathed in the flickering orange glow of lamps. She sighed, hands on her hips. "Nay, Yui, when do you think we'll actually be able to use the magic circles on our own?" Yui shrugged, her voice calm but tinged with frustration. "Don't know. Bucho doesn't seem to know what the problem is, so it might take a while." Kaori groaned, throwing her head back dramatically. "This is so annoying. How are we supposed to get stronger if we can't even teleport properly? Akino and I have been working on the magic circles. You two should be able to use them now," Rias announced, her chest puffed out with confidence. She gestured toward the glowing array of symbols etched into the floor. "You'll be taking one of Kaniko's clients tonight. She's double booked again." "Thanks," Kaniko said quietly, her voice almost lost in the room. Kaori crouched slightly to meet Kaniko's eyes, grinning as she reached out to pat the petite girl on the head. "No problem, Kaniko-chan. We'll cover for you any time." Rias stepped forward, motioning to the circle. "Kaori, Yui, step onto the array. I'll send you both off." Kaori bounded into position, watching with anticipation as the circle lit up with a vibrant red glow. The symbols shimmered and began to spin, but just as quickly, the light dimmed, flickering out like a dying candle. Rias frowned, her lips pressing into a tight line. "It seems there's some kind of interference again." "I'm sorry, Kaori-chan, Yi-chan. It looks like you'll have to walk." Kaori hurried to the front door, her steps quick against the gravel path. The cool night air bit at her exposed skin as she reached out and pressed the doorbell. Behind her, Yui's quiet footsteps approached, steady yet cautious. The bell echoed inside the house, but no sound came in reply. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing. After a few beats of silence, Kaori leaned in and pressed the button again, her impatience growing. Still nothing. She turned to Yui, brows furrowing. "Should we try knocking?" Yui gave a slight nod and stepped forward, rapping her knuckles firmly against the wooden door. The first knock sent the door creaking open on its own, revealing an unlit, cavernous entryway. Both girls froze, exchanging wary glances. "Maybe they just like the dark?" Kaori joked, her voice tinged with unease. Yui didn't respond. Instead, her eyes closed in focus. A moment later, a shimmering light formed in her hands, solidifying into the long, familiar shape of her broadsword. The soft hum of energy from the weapon broke the stillness, and Kaori took her cue. A faint glow radiated from her hand as her sacred gear activated, the metallic sheen of her gauntlet catching the dim light. They stepped cautiously over the threshold. "Hello?" Yui called, her voice cutting through the oppressive quiet. "Is anyone home?" Silence greeted them once more. As they ventured deeper into the house, a stench hit them, a sickening, acrid odor that clawed at the back of their throats. Kaori pressed a hand to her nose as nausea washed over her, her stomach twisting painfully. Ahead, faint light spilled into the hallway, flickering softly from what appeared to be the living room. Kaori's ears twitched at a faint sound behind them. She spun around, her heart pounding, but the darkness was empty. No movement. No figures. Only shadows pooling in the corners of the hall. Swallowing hard, she turned back toward Yui, who had already reached the doorway ahead. Yui froze. Kaori hurried to her side, stepping into the room behind her and felt the wet squelch underfoot. Looking down, her breath hitched. A pool of blood spread across the floor, the crimson liquid soaking into her shoe. The sickly metallic scent of it hit her full force. She followed the trail upward with wide eyes, her breath coming faster as more splatters marred the walls and furniture. And then, at the source, she stopped breathing entirely. A body. The figure hung upside down, nailed to the wall in the shape of an inverted cross. Blood dripped steadily from their outstretched arms, pooling in the puddle below. The grotesque sight seared into Kaori's mind, even as her trembling hands shot up to cover her mouth. Her voice broke, barely above a whisper. What is this?" "It's punishment for the wicked," A voice drawled from the couch, calm and amused. Kaori and Yui spun around. Kaori's heart thudded against her ribs as her gaze locked onto the man lounging lazily on the blood-stained cushions. The man's silver hair gleamed faintly in the dim light, his black robes adorned with golden accents. He grinned at them, his eyes gleaming with manic energy. "I'm quoting scripture here," he said lightly, almost as if discussing the weather. Kaori's chest tightened as his voice crawled into her ears, setting her nerves alight with dread. Her stomach churned, bow rising as memories surged unbidden, cold steel, searing pain, and mocking laughter. Freed Yui's voice cracked, barely more than a whisper, her knuckles blanching as she tightened her grip on her sword. Kaori felt her breath hitch. The name was enough to send a cold wave of nausea washing over her. Fried Selzen. The exorcist who had carved himself into her nightmares, a man who had already left her scarred both inside and out. And now, here he was, grinning at her like a predator savoring the hunt. Fried sprang to his feet with a mock flourish, spreading his arms wide as if welcoming old friends. His expression twisted into something monstrous, his eyes sharpening slightly. "Ah, Kaori-chan, Yui-chan! I heard you two became devils. How cute! But honestly? I didn't expect to run into you again so soon. Lucky me!" He licked his lips, his grin stretching too far, the whites of his eyes flashing. "I didn't get to properly play with you last time. This must be divine intervention." Kaori's legs felt like lead, her body trembling with the instinct to run. Yet no matter how loudly her mind screamed, she couldn't move. Her heart hammered in her chest as if it could break free and flee in her stead. Her stomach twisted violently, the coppery scent of blood clogging her throat. Beside her, Yui took a shaky step back, her blade trembling in her hands. "No, not again." Yui's voice was raw, cracking under the weight of her fear. Fried's laughter rang out, shrill and grating, clawing at Kaori's frayed nerves. "Oh, don't look so glum, Yui-chan. This'll be fun. I promise." He reached into his coat with a dramatic flourish, pulling out a pistol in one hand and the hilt of a blade in the other. A wicked light sword erupted from the hilt, casting jagged shadows that danced like specters along the walls. His grin deepened, his voice dropping to a playful snarl. "So, who wants to go first?" Kaori's body froze, terror clawing up her spine as Fried lunged toward them. A deafening crack shattered the air. Pain erupted in her leg like an inferno, the force of the bullet driving her to the ground. A scream tore from her throat, her hands instinctively clutching her leg as warmth spread between her fingers, blood, hot and sticky, gushing from the wound as she hit the floor hard. "The bullet of an exorcist," Fried mocked, standing over her with a satisfied smirk. "Do you like it, Kaori?" Yui's panicked cry rang out, but Kaori barely heard it over the pounding of her pulse. She lifted her head just in time to see Yui charge forward, her sword arcing toward Fried in a desperate strike. Fried sidestepped her with infuriating ease, spinning out of the blade's range like a dancer in a grotesque performance. "3 o'clock," he said mockingly, his voice dripping with faux courtesy. His light blade lashed out, tearing across Yui's back. Yui crumpled to the ground with a pained gasp, her sword clattering away. Kaori's heart clenched as she watched Yui fall, guilt mixing with her terror. "No, no, no," she muttered under her breath, her hands shaking as she tried to push herself up. Her gauntlet sparked weakly, its glow flickering as though reflecting her own failing resolve. Fried turned his attention back to her, catching her desperate punch with a vice-like grip. His smirk widened as his knee slammed into her stomach. Pain exploded through her abdomen, the air rushing from her lungs in a choking gasp. Her body folded forward, her vision blurring as black spots danced at the edges of her sight. "Oops," Fried cooed mockingly. His blade carved upward, ripping through the front of her shirt. The shallow cut burned like fire, blood trickling down her skin as she collapsed again. The ground was cold and unyielding beneath her cheek, her limbs heavy and unresponsive. A piercing scream cut through the tense air, halting the chaotic clash between Fried and the two battered girls. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. A young nun stood in the doorway, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth as she stared, horrified, at the mutilated body nailed to the wall. "Ah, Asia-chan! My lovely little assistant," Fried called out with mock enthusiasm, lowering his weapons slightly. Did you finish reinforcing the barrier like a good girl? Asia didn't respond. Her wide, tear-filled eyes darted between the grotesque scene in front of her and the bloodied forms of Kaori and Yui. This is her voice trembled as she took an uncertain step forward. Fried rolled his eyes and waved his sword in mock exasperation. Oh, right. I forgot you're new to this. Let me explain. Our job, Asia-chan, is to clean up the trash. You know, kill all the worthless losers who've been enchanted by devils. Simple stuff, really. And no way. Asia's voice cracked as her hands fell to her sides, trembling. Her gaze shifted to the two girls on the ground, recognition lighting up her face. Kaori-san? Yui-san? Oh ho! You know each other? Fried chuckled, his lips curling into a deranged grin. Asia-chan, I didn't think you'd be making friends with devils. That's a little naughty, don't you think? He sidled behind her, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You know better than this. Devils and humans? Not compatible. Not to mention, we wouldn't last a day without the fallen angel's protection. His hand hovered ominously over her shoulder. Before Fried could move further, Asia stepped forward, putting herself between him and the injured girls. Her arms spread wide as she faced him, her eyes full of desperation. Please, Father Fried. Have mercy on them. They're hurt, they don't deserve this. Fried let out an exaggerated groan, dragging a hand down his face. You're serious right now? Asia-chan, come on. I wasn't even gonna kill them yet. Just a little roughhousing is all. Tears welled up in Asia's eyes as she took a trembling step back. Even if they're devils, God wouldn't forgive you for such cruelty. She cried out, her voice breaking. Fried's expression darkened, his smile twisting into something more sinister. Don't give me that holier-than-thou crap, he barked, slashing his blade downward. The light blade tore through Asia's habit, leaving jagged edges of fabric and exposing her vulnerable frame beneath. She gasped and scrambled to cover herself, shrinking under Fried's predatory grin. Asia! Kaori screamed, her voice hoarse as she clawed her way to her knees. Pain shot through her body like a searing current, every nerve aflame. Her wounded leg buckled under her weight, sending her sprawling back to the blood-slick floor. The impact rattled through her, and her vision swam with a haze of red and black. Hot, sticky blood seeped through her fingers, pooling around her trembling hands. Fried turned toward Asia, his twisted grin widening as if savoring the chaos around him. He tilted his head, mockingly contemplative, his silver hair catching the dim light. The fallen angel told me not to hurt you. But his voice dropped, his tone dripping with cruel amusement. I think you deserve a little punishment for defending devils. Kaori's heart plummeted as Fried's hand shot out, his fingers clamping around Asia's arm like a vice. Asia gasped, her face pale with fear, as Fried hurled her against the wall with casual brutality. The sickening thud of her small body colliding with stones sent a fresh surge of rage and helplessness through Kaori. No, Kaori whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding in her head. Her arms trembled as she tried to push herself upright again, only for agony to flare in her leg, forcing her to remain on one knee. But Fried wasn't done. His light sword lashed out, the blade slicing through the air before slamming into the wall above Asia's shoulder. The glowing weapon pinned her robes to the cold stone, locking her in place like a helpless butterfly on a cruel display. Stop it! Yui's voice cut through the air, shaky but defiant. She staggered forward, each step labored, the tip of her broadsword dragging slightly against the floor. Despite her unsteady stance, she raised the weapon and swung with all the strength she could muster. Fried sidestepped easily, laughing as Yui's attack whiffed past him. His voice rang with cruel glee, sharp and mocking, like nails scraping across Kaori's frayed nerves. You'll all get your turns, ladies. Be patient, he sneered, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve with theatrical disdain. Kaori gritted her teeth, bow rising in her throat as Fried's mocking tone echoed in her ears. Her own body screamed at her to move, to do something, but the pain and exhaustion locked her in place, every breath a struggle. Move, come on, she whispered hoarsely, her trembling hands pressing against the blood-slick floor. Tears of frustration blurred her vision as she watched Yui step forward, determined but battered. Yui's knuckles whitened as she tightened her grip on her sword, her eyes blazing with raw fury. She stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion as she shouted, "Let Asia go." Fried's gaze flicked lazily to Yui, his grin never faltering. With a quick, fluid motion, he ripped his sword free from the wall. The sudden release sent Asia crumpling to the floor in a heap, her small frame shaking as she curled in on herself. Fried's gaze turned back to Yui, his expression dripping with mockery. "You seriously think you can fight me in your condition? Adorable." He spread his arms wide as though inviting her to try again. Yui didn't hesitate. Her anger surged to the forefront, overriding her fear and pain. Letting out a battle cry, she charged forward, her broadsword catching the dim light as she swung upward in a desperate arc. The blade bit deep into Fried's chest, tearing through fabric and flesh with a sickening crunch. Fried stumbled back, his wild grin faltering for a split second as his hand flew to the wound. His fingers pressed against the gash, coming away slick with crimson. His eyes widened in disbelief, but only for a moment. "Interesting," he muttered, his grin snapping back into place, even wider than before. A grotesque gleam lit his gaze as his bloodied hand dropped back to his side. "I like it when they have some fight left. Limp bodies are so boring." Kaori's breath hitched as Fried's arm shot up, his light sword poised to strike Yui. Her heart thundered in her chest, her vision narrowing as the scene played out in slow motion. Not again. Not Yui. A spark of energy flickered in her minda desperate, primal instinct to protect. Her sacred gear responded instantly. She forced her trembling hands to rise, fingers curling as though clutching invisible threads. "Ward!" The announcement rang out in the air like a bell, clear and commanding. A glowing barrier erupted between Fried and Yui, shimmering faintly with ethereal light. The impact of Fried's blade against the shield sent sparks flying, the force reverberating back through the room. "What the?" Fried stumbled back, his grin faltering as his blade skittered uselessly off the barrier's surface. His eyes snapped to Kaori, his expression darkening. Kaori sagged to the ground, her chest heaving as exhaustion threatened to pull her under. The barrier flickered but held strong, pulsing faintly with each beat of her heart. Fried's face twisted into a grotesque snarl, his earlier amusement giving way to raw, unhinged fury. "A barrier? How cute," he sneered, twirling his light sword as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "You devils just love showing off." His gaze remained locked onto Kaori, sprawled helplessly behind the shimmering shield. A predatory grin spread across his face. "Guess I'll start with you," he said, lunging forward with his blade aimed straight at her heart. The barrier flared to life, stopping the strike inches from Kaori's chest with a resonant hum. Fried's blade rebounded, sending a cascade of sparks and a sharp vibration through the air. "What the hell?" Fried growled, narrowing his eyes at the glowing dome protecting Kaori. He swung again, harder this time, but the shield held firm. "You're not laying a finger on her." Yui's voice rang out, steady and commanding as she moved between Fried and Kaori, her stance low and precise. Her hands adjusted on the hilt of her broadsword, her breathing even despite the strain in her body. Fried let out a deranged laugh, raising his blade to clash with hers. "What's this? A little swordswoman stepping up? Fine by me." Yui didn't wait for his next move. With practiced precision, she stepped into his range, her blade flashing in a swift horizontal strike aimed at his midsection. Fried barely parried in time, the force of her blow making him stumble back. "Oh, you've got some skill," Fried sneered, spinning out of her range. "But let's see how long that lasts." Yui didn't rise to his taunt. Her eyes stayed locked on his movements, her posture fluid yet disciplined. She adjusted her grip slightly and struck again, her attacks sharp and deliberate. Each swing was a calculated assault, driving Fried back and forcing him to shift from offense to defense. Fried's grin faltered as he raised his light sword to block another powerful strike, the impact sending a tremor through his arm. "TCH, a proper swordswoman, huh? That's a surprise. And you're sloppy," Yui shot back, her voice cold and even as she pivoted into another strike. The sharp arc of her sword cut toward Fried's shoulder, forcing him to duck low. She followed immediately with a downward slash, her strikes coming faster, sharper, her form honed by years of practice finally returning as she coldly assessed the battle. Freed's eyes flicked to Kaori, who was still behind the barrier, her gauntlet glowing faintly. His grin returned, more unhinged than before. Not bad, Yui-chan. But what about her? Think you can protect her forever? He spun suddenly, his blade whipping toward Kaori's barrier. The glowing shield flared bright, stopping his attack once more, but cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Kaori gasped, her vision blurring as she fought to sustain the ward. Her breaths came shallow, and her trembling hands pressed harder against the floor as she willed the barrier to hold. Kaori! Yui shouted, stepping forward to intercept Freed before he could attack again. Her blade clashed against his, the force of the collision sending sparks flying. Still going, huh? Freed sneered, his strikes growing more frenzied as he attacked in rapid succession. Let's see how long you last. Yui didn't falter. Her movements remained precise, her blade meeting his with a series of sharp, calculated blocks and counters. She maneuvered around him with practiced steps, keeping her body between Freed and Kaori. But the barrier behind her shuddered with each strike Freed landed on it, the cracks spreading wider. Kaori's head throbbed, her strength ebbing as Freed pressed his assault. Finally, Freed's blade crashed against the barrier with a deafening impact, and the shimmering dome shattered in a burst of glowing shards. Freed grinned triumphantly as he dashed forward once more, his blade raised high. But the blow never landed. A thunderous explosion tore through the room, shattering the wall and scattering fragments of debris like confetti. Smoke billowed in, curling around the jagged edges of the destruction. Black feathers drifted through the air, clinging to the blood-streaked walls. In the wreckage of the doorway stood Issei, his silhouette framed by the dim light behind him, his violet eyes glinting like sharp edges. The room crackled with magic as a crimson circle blazed to life on the floor behind Kaori and Yui. From its radiant center emerged Kiba Yudo, his sword flashing as it intercepted Freed's blade with a metallic ring. Kiba? Issei-kun? Yui rasped, using her broadsword as a crutch to stay upright, her legs trembling beneath her. We're here to help. Kiba's voice was calm but firm, his steady gaze locking onto Freed as he slid effortlessly into position between the exorcist and the injured girls. A shadow crossed the wrecked room. Sorry we're late, Issei called, his tone warm and confident despite the bloodied scene before him. His smile, though small, radiated reassurance as his violet eyes flicked briefly to Kaori and Yui. Era. The melodic voice drifted in like a velvet knife, sharp and soft all at once. Akino stepped through the glowing circle, pressing a hand lightly to her cheek as she surveyed the carnage. Her lips curved into a coy smile, though her eyes gleamed with something far colder. What a mess you've made. How troublesome. Exorcist, Kaneko muttered, stepping through after her. The petite girl's expression was a picture of calm, but her golden eyes narrowed like a predator sizing up its prey. Her fists clenched, tension rippling beneath her deceptively small frame. Freed staggered back a step, his bloodied grin twisting into a manic laugh that echoed through the room. Look at this. All the little devils decided to come out and play. His wild eyes darted between them, his energy surging with unhinged glee. They're with us, Kiba stated plainly, stepping forward with his blade poised. Freed's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Oh, you're that kind of group, huh? All cozy and intimate. His laughter bubbled up, vile and mocking. Make sure to let me watch next time, yeah? Kiba sighed, the blatant flicker of disgust crossing his face. It's appalling to think someone as depraved as you could ever call himself a priest. Freed's smirk twisted, and his eyes gleamed with malicious glee. Refined? Don't act so high and mighty, you devil scum. My job is to rid the world of maggots like you. So why don't you shut up and die already? Even devils have standards, Akino replied smoothly, folding her arms as she stepped forward. Her words carried a razor edge, slicing through Freed's mockery with disdain. Unlike you? Freed's shoulders trembled as he threw his head back in grotesque ecstasy, his body swaying like a marionette. Ah, that stare! His voice pitched higher, his hands clasping himself in a parody of affection. So intense. Is it love? Or his giggles crescendoed to a shrill peak, the urge to kill me? Oh, it's just so exciting. It doesn't matter which side does the killing. It's always so much fun. You should just disappear already. The sharp, commanding voice drew all eyes to the crimson circle as Rias Gremory emerged. Her long crimson hair cascaded behind her as an aura of power radiated from her presence. With a flick of her wrist, a blast of crimson and black energy surged toward Fried, forcing him to leap out of the way. Rias swept her gaze across the room, her expression darkening as she took in the battered forms of Kaori and Yui. I should have been more cautious when I couldn't transport you through the circle, she murmured, her voice tinged with regret. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now you're both injured because of me. She knelt by Kaori, gently patting her head in a gesture of comfort as Yui collapsed onto the ground. I couldn't sense anything was wrong because of the barrier they had set up around the house. Fried's growl broke the moment as he turned to Asia, fury twisting his features. You useless bitch! Your one job was to maintain the barrier, he snarled, kicking her with vicious force. Rias's head snapped toward him, her eyes blazing with fury. So, you've been tormenting my adorable servants, she said, her tone laced with venom. Fried's next kick was abruptly halted as a pale yellow barrier shimmered into existence around Asia, emanating from the faint glow of Kaori's gem. Fried looked down, a glimmer of curiosity in his manic grin. Oh? So one of you is the real deal, huh? He turned back to Rias, mock bowing as his grin widened. Yes. I was just getting started with them when you all decided to crash the party. Got a problem with that? Rias rose to her full height, her crimson aura flaring around her. It's my policy to show no mercy to anyone who hurts my servants, she said coldly. And I especially despise filthy creatures like you who dare to damage my property. Fried took a cautious step back, his usual bravado dimming. Damn, you're strong. This could be trouble, he muttered, his grip tightening on his weapons. Kaniko's nose twitched, and she glanced at Issei. Multiple fallen angels, she stated flatly, her gaze darting toward the purple mist now seeping into the room. Bucho? Akino asked, her expression sharpening. Rias nodded, her tone decisive. Retrieving Yui and Kaori is our priority. Akino, prepare another teleportation circle. Kaniko, take Yui and Kaori and get them ready to move. Fried sneered, raising his light sword. You devils aren't getting away that easy, ugh. His words were cut off by a sharp gasp as Issei's fist drove into his stomach with unrelenting force, sending him staggering back. Bucho! Kaori croaked, her voice strained. What about Issei and Asia? Rias's expression softened, but her tone remained firm. Only devils can travel through the circle. Issei can take care of himself. Issei turned, his confident grin directed at Kaori and Yui. Don't worry about me. I'll handle things here and make sure Asia's safe. He glanced back at Fried, his eyes narrowing with unspoken fury. Yui, her strength waning, managed a faint nod as Kaniko helped lift her onto her feet. The teleportation circle began to glow, its light washing over the blood-soaked room as the group prepared to leave. The devils vanished in a flash of crimson light just as Sejal and her fellow fallen descended upon the ruined townhouse. Her sharp gaze immediately fell on the lone figure standing amidst the blood-soaked chaos, a boy, no older than a teenager, standing over Fried Selzen's crumpled form. Fried groaned, clutching his stomach, his cocky bravado nowhere to be found. The boy ignored him, kneeling instead beside the trembling blonde girl huddled on the ground. Asia-chan, the boy said softly, his voice disarmingly gentle in the macabre setting. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. Asia nodded weakly, tears streaming down her face as the boy tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Her body sagged as she slipped unconscious, a peaceful expression overtaking her features. Sejal's eyes narrowed as he rose and turned to face them, his demeanor shifting. His gaze swept across the fallen angels now emerging from their swirling portals, his expression calm but cold, like a predator sizing up its prey. So, he said, his voice steady but carrying a weight that unsettled Sejal, which one of you is in charge here? The other fallen chuckled darkly, the sound echoing in the desolate home. Sejal stepped forward, her boots clicking against the cracked stone floor, her black wings spreading behind her with a faint rustle. She smirked, tilting her head slightly. I guess that'd be me, since Danasik's not here to play leader. Her voice dripped with condescension as she regarded him. Name's Sejal. And you are? Issei, he replied simply. A red gauntlet materialized on his left hand, glowing faintly in the dim light. His tone remained casual, but there was an undercurrent of menace that set her on edge. Now that Asia-chan's asleep, I can deal with all of you however I want. Sejal's smirk widened, masking the faint unease curling in her gut. The boy's confidence was galling, but the gauntlet on his arm, something about it gnawed at her instincts. She raised her hand, conjuring a golden spear of light. It crackled with energy as she took aim. Just die already, kid, she sneered, hurling the spear toward him. Before her eyes he vanished. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Booze! The guttural echo sent a chill down her spine a split second before agony tore through her body. A gasp escaped her lips as she staggered, blood spilling from her mouth. Her eyes darted downward in disbelief to where his fist was buried deep in her stomach. The gauntlet's crimson glow seared into her vision as her legs gave out beneath her. She crumpled to the ground, clutching at her midsection, her breath shallow and ragged. The laughter of her companions fell silent. Through the haze of pain, Sejal tried to bark orders, to demand that they attack, but no sound came. Her body wouldn't obey her. She could only watch, paralyzed, as the boy turned toward the others. Screams erupted around her, desperate and panicked, but they didn't last long. The air filled with the sickening crunch of bone and the wet splatter of blood. The sounds of slaughter echoed in her ears, punctuated by the ragged breaths she struggled to take. When silence finally descended, it was deafening. Sejal forced her head up, her vision swimming. The room was unrecognizable, the already bloodied floor now glistening with fresh carnage. Her comrades' mangled bodies were strewn about, crumpled against the walls like discarded dolls. Freed Selzen was nowhere to be seen, likely fled in cowardice. Terror coursed through her veins as she began to crawl, her wings dragging uselessly behind her. The boy's footsteps were slow and deliberate as he approached. Her body froze when his boot came down on her limp wing, pinning her in place. Pain exploded through her, but it was the cold amusement in his eyes that truly broke her. What are you? She whimpered, her voice trembling as tears welled up, spilling over onto her blood-stained cheeks. He smirked, the expression cruel and triumphant, as 3 pairs of black wings burst from his back, their shadows stretching ominously across the room. Your worst nightmare, he said, his voice low and laced with menace. He crouched slightly, his gaze locking onto hers with unsettling intensity. Now tell me more about this Danasik you mentioned? Issei landed heavily in front of his house, the sound of his feet striking the ground muffled by the weight of exhaustion that seemed to sink into his bones. His school uniform was drenched in blood, dark and sticky against his skin, a stark reminder of the fight he just endured. The pain from his exertions still radiated through his body, each step a test of his will. But his primary concern wasn't his own aching body, it was the unconscious form of Asia slung over his shoulder, her limp weight a constant reminder of the mess he had gotten himself tangled in. With a sigh of relief, he pushed open the door, the familiar creak of it somehow comforting in the stillness of the night. He was grateful for the solitude, knowing that the house would offer him a brief escape from the chaos of the outside world. Thank God I don't have any neighbors, he thought grimly. They'd probably call the cops if they saw me right now. Just as Issei took a step inside, a light but strong force collided with his stomach, knocking the air from his lungs. He gasped, caught off guard, instinctively trying to brace himself. Before he could react, a small, joyful voice cried out from just in front of him. Oni-chan! The voice was full of cheer, warm and familiar, full of excitement. Issei staggered back from the unexpected impact, his arms instinctively shifting to protect Asia, keeping her from tumbling to the floor. The collision, though light, was enough to knock the breath from him in a loud, startled exhale. He looked down, momentarily stunned by the sight of the small figure that had collided with him. A mop of messy blonde hair framed a bright, smiling face, with 2 twin tails bouncing with each of her movements. She grinned up at him, her expression undeniably happy, but there was something in her eyes, something unspoken that made him pause. He blinked, trying to regain his bearings, still holding Asia upright in his arms. The scent of fresh flowers, sweet and light, hung in the air around her, and he couldn't help but smile, recognizing it even as his heart raced slightly from the surprise. It was then that the realization struck him. Middled. Issei's smile softened as he looked at her more closely, taking in the familiar, carefree brightness of her expression. There was no hint of unease in her posture. If anything, she looked as energetic and cheerful as ever, her twin tails bouncing with each of her movements. Before he could say anything, she was already pulling away, still grinning up at him with that signature sparkle in her eyes. "It's good to see you, Issei and I," she said with an excited giggle, clearly thrilled by their reunion, offering no hint of concern or hesitation. Issei chuckled, his heart warming at her usual bubbly demeanor. He didn't mind the sudden impact. After all, it was just Middle being Middled. "I can tell." Issei chuckled, though his voice was strained as he tried to steady himself. Despite the discomfort from her sudden attack, a soft warmth spread through his chest. Reflexively, he reached up to pat Middle's head, his fingers gently brushing the tips of her twin tails. "You could at least say hi before slamming into me next time." Middle pulled back just enough to look up at him, her wide smile only growing at his words. She met his gaze with such earnestness that he couldn't help but smile back. The exhaustion from the battle seemed to fade away in that instant, leaving him momentarily at ease. Before he could say anything more, a voice broke through the moment. "Honestly, Middle," Calawarner called from the doorway, her arms crossed as she leaned against the frame. "You're going to break one of his ribs one day. Can't you just give him a moment to breathe?" Middle turned sharply at the sound of Calawarner's voice, her eyes lighting up with a mischievous glint. "Kalane! I just wanted to see Onii-chan first." She pouted dramatically, sticking out her tongue playfully. Her playful expression lingered for a moment, but as she caught sight of Issei's condition, her features slowly softened, and her gaze shifted to him with growing concern. She stepped back slightly, her voice lowering as the brightness faded from her eyes. Onii-chan, her eyes flickered to the bloodstains on his clothes, then to Asia, still unconscious in his arms. "What happened? Why are you all bloody?" she asked, her tone laced with worry. Her gaze flitted between him and the girl, her expression softening further as she searched his face for any sign of the truth. "And who's this?" she added quietly, her concern now fully evident. Issei sighed, a mix of fatigue and guilt settling over him. "A run-in with some strays," he muttered, adjusting his hold on Asia, his arms bracing her more securely. "This is Asia. She's part of the mess I got tangled in. She's a nun, but she's being forced to work with them." Issei ran a hand over his face, his fingers brushing against his tired eyes. The blood and grime of the battle still clung to him, and the weight of it all pressed down on his chest. Middle's eyes widened at his words, her lips parting as she processed what he said. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a low, amused groan interrupted the moment. "Not how I envisioned the reunion would go. I would normally hug you, but," Calawarner's voice cut in. With a snap of her fingers, a soft glow enveloped Issei. In an instant, the bloodstains vanished from their clothes, leaving them fresh as if nothing had happened. Calawarner adjusted her posture, giving Issei a teasing grin. Her voice rang out again, cutting through the tension. "No offense, you smell awful," she said, ruffling his damp hair. "It's good to see you again, though." Issei let out a laugh, feeling a bit lighter. "I'm glad to see you too, Kalane. I'm sure you miss me." Calawarner smirked, her usual cool demeanor intact. "You wish," she said, her tone playful. "But I'll settle for not having to smell you for a while." Middle, meanwhile, had already pulled away from him, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged on his shirt. "Do you notice anything different about me, Issei and I?" she asked eagerly, her small frame twirling in place, her new dress fluttering around her. The golden twin tails spun with her, adding to the dramatic flair of her movement. Issei blinked a few times, rubbing his chin in mock thought. Are those new shoes?" he asked, his gaze exaggeratedly focused on her feet. Middle's face fell into a dramatic pout, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "It's a new dress," she exclaimed, huffing in frustration, though a faint blush colored her cheeks. "You got me these shoes a while ago," she added in a softer tone, looking down at the ground, the shyness creeping in despite her previous excitement. Issei grinned, reaching up to ruffle her hair affectionately. I know. And I think you've grown taller too." Middle's face lit up at the compliment, her posture straightening as she puffed out her chest proudly. She gave a quick glance toward Calawarner, who rolled her eyes with mock exasperation. "Really, Issei?" Calawarner sighed, shaking her head, but there was a warm amusement in her eyes. "She'll be insufferable for the next week now." Middle grinned, her mischievous spark returning in full force. "Maybe. But you're just jealous, Kalane," she teased, sticking her tongue out at her. Just as the light-hearted moment settled in, Issei felt a sudden pressure on his back, a familiar, soothing weight that sent a wave of comfort through him. Before he could react, arms wrapped around him from behind, pulling him into a tight embrace. Issei froze for a moment, caught off guard by the warmth that enveloped him. His tense muscles, already weighed down from the day's events, slowly began to loosen as Kuroka's energy flowed into him, grounding him in a way nothing else could. The comforting scent of her perfume, the soft, familiar pressure of her arms around him, brought with it a rare sense of relief that he hadn't realized he was craving. The exhaustion from the fight seemed to melt away, replaced by the sense of safety Kuroka always brought with her. He let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh as he leaned back slightly, allowing her to hold him. The gentle thrum of his heartbeat, the only sound that filled the air, steadied his racing thoughts. "Thanks, Kuroka," he whispered, his voice low, the words slipping out almost without him realizing it. His arms instinctively found their way around her, pulling her a little closer in return. Kuroka's voice was soft, warm, and laced with affection. "Welcome home, Issei." Her chin rested comfortably on his shoulder, and the sound of her soft purring was like a gentle hum that soothed the storm of thoughts in his mind. "We have more visitors." Issei turned his head slightly, enough to catch a glimpse of her face. Her golden eyes glimmered with a playful glint, but there was something deeper there too, a tenderness, a concern that she kept hidden under her usual teasing demeanor. "I noticed," Issei said with a faint chuckle, his voice low and sincere. His fingers trailed through her hair as he held her, the weight of the day beginning to lift just a little more. Before he could settle into the moment, Rainer's voice cut through the calm. "Issei, did I hear something about strays earlier?" Issei nodded, his hand running through Kuroka's hair as he spoke, the words coming easier now. "Stray fallen angels. They're being led by someone named Donasik. I ran into some of them earlier today, but a larger group tried to ambush the Gremry group while I was hanging around." Calawarner raised an eyebrow, processing his words with an almost calculating look. "That explains the blood," she muttered, then turned back to him with a more inquisitive expression. "What did you do with the leader?" "Sent her to Azazel," Issei replied flatly, though his eyes held a glint of something darker. "He'll figure out what to do with her." Calawarner nodded with approval, a small smirk forming. "Efficient as always." Middle, still holding him tightly, leaned back slightly to look at him. Her voice was playful yet sincere, the usual mischief softened by her concern. "Don't think you're getting away that easy, Oniai-chan. You owe me a proper hug later, okay?" Issei smiled, warmth flooding his chest at the sound of her voice. "I'll remember that, Middle-chan," he said, his tone genuine. "When'd you two get in?" Calawarner raised an eyebrow. "Earlier. I'm gonna put the nun to bed, we'll catch up in a minute." She gave him a wry smile. "Try not to get into any more trouble while I'm gone." Issei chuckled softly, the sound carrying the slightest bit of relief. "I'll do my best." As Calawarner moved to tend to Asia, Rainier, who had been quietly watching from the doorway, spoke up. "You should take it easy too, you know," she said, her voice sharp but laced with a faint undertone of concern. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed with a slightly exasperated look on her face. "You've been getting yourself into more messes than I can count. What if one of these days you don't have a lucky break?" Issei glanced over at her, grateful for the tone that suggested more than just a teasing remark. I'll be fine, he replied, his voice more steady now. But thanks for worrying, Rainier. Rainier rolled her eyes with a smirk. I wouldn't worry if I didn't have to. You're as reckless as ever. Issei grinned despite the exhaustion pulling at him. Just doing my part. As Calawarner continued tending to Asia, the house fell into a brief quiet. Issei lay back on the living room floor, the soft weight of Kuroka still lingering in his arms. The tension of the day seemed to ease just a little, as her energy gently seeped into him, calming his weary mind. The room was suffocatingly quiet, yet Murayama Kaori couldn't escape the feeling that something was listening. Moonlight barely crept through the heavy curtains, casting weak, distorted shapes across the walls. The air pressed down on her like a damp, heavy blanket, thick and oppressive. She tossed and turned, her fevered skin sticking to the sheets, limbs tangling as if fighting an unseen force. Her chest heaved with shallow, ragged breaths, but no sound escaped her lips except for faint, incoherent mumbles. A wave of heat pulsed through her, sinking deep into her bones. Her body burned, feverish and alien, as if it no longer belonged to her. It started as a whisper, faint and distant, yet somehow inside her skull. A host. The voice was warped, broken, as if it were struggling to find the right shape to fit the words. Kaori's body jolted, her fingers clutching at the sheets as the sound sent a chill rippling down her spine. Her eyes flickered open, unfocused, as she peered into the murky dark of her room. She tried to move, to lift her head, but her body felt weighed down, sluggish. Her head lolled to the side, her vision blurring as she stared at the shadows gathering in the corners. They seemed to pulse, to writhe like living things, their edges flickering and shifting in ways that defied reason. I've never had one of those before. The words sliced through the silence, uneven and discordant, the pitch shifting unpredictably. Kaori's breath hitched in her throat. Her hands flexed weakly, trembling against the tangled sheets. She squeezed her eyes shut, a tear slipping free and cooling against her burning skin. Her mind clawed for clarity, for anything to explain the voice that wasn't her own. The walls felt like they were closing in, the shadows creeping closer with every heartbeat. This should be fun. Kaori's body spasmed, her back arching slightly as a cold sensation slithered through her veins. Panic flared in her chest, choking her as the oppressive atmosphere bore down harder. She couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't do anything except writhe and twist against the weight pressing her into the bed. Her eyes darted to the corners of the room again, searching for the source of the voice. She knew it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. And yet it was everywhere, filling her mind with its jagged tones. The shadows seemed to shift again, forming something almost recognizable before fracturing into nothingness. Her chest heaved, a faint whimper escaping her lips as she turned her face into the pillow, desperate to block it all out. You and I are going to have so much fun. The laughter came next. Crackling, hollow, and dry, like dead leaves rustling across pavement. It seeped into her head, crawling along the edges of her mind until it echoed endlessly. Kaori's limbs twitched violently, her body shaking as if she were fighting a fever nightmare. Her fingers clawed weakly at the mattress, her strength all but drained as the oppressive force inside her head reached a crescendo. And then silence. Her body fell limp against the bed, the sweat-soaked sheets clinging to her skin. She gasped for air, her breath catching in uneven sobs as she stared blankly at the ceiling. The voice was gone, but its presence lingered as shadow in the back of her mind, coiled and waiting. Kaori turned her head weakly, her eyelids heavy, but sleep wouldn't come. The air still felt wrong, and the silence was too loud. Somewhere deep within her fevered mind, the memory of that voice echoed, filling her with a quiet, bone-deep certainty. Kate-Sui rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she sat up in bed, early sunlight filtering through the curtains in pale streaks. Her fingers swept back strands of pink hair clinging to her face, her body protesting even the simple stretch of her arms overhead. Her muscles ached still stiff and sore from the previous night's contract. The lingering exhaustion wasn't new, but today it felt heavier, more tangible. Swinging her legs over the edge of the bed, Yui paused, her bare feet brushing against the cool floor. She let out a slow breath, gathering the resolve to move before pushing herself upright. Her steps were sluggish as she made her way to the dresser, the silence of the morning settling around her. She opened the top drawer and pulled out her school skirt, sliding it up her legs before fumbling for the zipper. The motion was automatic, her hands moving without much thought. A clean white shirt came next, its crisp fabric cool against her skin as she slid it over her shoulders and buttoned it up. Yui's fingers tied the ribbon at her collar with practiced ease, though her movements felt slower than usual. Spotting her corset draped over the back of her chair, she sighed. Steeling herself, Yui reached for it, fastening it with a deep inhale. Loose though it was, the corset always felt like a small weight pressing down on her chest. With a final glance in the mirror, she grabbed her shoulder cape and draped it over her uniform before heading out of the room. The hallway was quiet, the sound of her footsteps muffled against the wooden floor. Yui's brow furrowed as she noticed Kaori's door already open. She wasn't used to being the last one up, and the thought made her quicken her pace. "Morning, Yui," Kaori's voice drifted from the living room, warm but laced with something Yui couldn't quite place. Rounding the corner, Yui spotted her friend at the stove. Kaori stood with her back to her, an apron tied haphazardly over her school uniform. Stray strands of her brown hair fell loose from her ponytail, framing a face that looked far more worn than usual. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and the way she moved slower, less fluid was so unlike her that it made Yui pause. "Want anything?" Kaori asked, her tone casual, though there was a noticeable strain in her voice. Yui swung open the fridge, scanning its contents for a distraction. "I'm alright," she said, pulling out a carton of juice. "I was thinking of stopping by the convenience store on the way to school. I'm not really hungry enough for a full breakfast." Kaori nodded, her grip tightening briefly on the handle of the pan. "I don't blame you," she murmured, sliding the contents of the pan onto a plate. "I didn't sleep well after that last contract." Yui paused mid-sip, lowering the carton as she turned to face Kaori fully. "You not sleeping well?" she said, her voice edged with disbelief. "That's not like you. You're usually out like a light." Kaori hesitated, her gaze lowering as she set the pan down with a soft clatter. She grabbed a fork from the drawer, but her fingers fumbled slightly before closing around the utensil. "I don't know," she said, her voice quieter now. "I just couldn't settle. Tossed and turned all night. Well, lucky for me, I passed out as soon as I hit the bed," Yui said, forcing a small smile as she moved to join Kaori at the table. "Lucky," Kaori muttered under her breath, stabbing at her food with little enthusiasm. Yui frowned, her eyes lingering on her friend's movements. Kaori's normally bright energy seemed muted, replaced with a sluggishness that was almost jarring. Even the way she held her fork loose, with her hand trembling slightly, sent a ripple of concern through Yui. "Kaori, are you okay?" Yui asked softly, leaning forward. Kaori blinked, as if startled by the question. "I'm fine," she said, forcing a small smile that didn't quite reach her tired eyes. "Just tired." Yui wanted to believe her, but the faint shadows under Kaori's eyes and the tension in her shoulders told a different story. Yui let out a breath, leaning back in her chair. "Well, if you're not going to eat much, we should at least get going soon," she said, trying to steer the conversation to lighter territory. "Can't exactly blame being late on a bad contract." Kaori nodded, setting her fork down and pushing her plate away. She stood slowly, her movements deliberate, as though every step required conscious effort. As they gathered their things and headed for the door, Yui couldn't shake the image of Kaori stabbing at her breakfast, her face etched with a weariness that went beyond mere fatigue. The thought lingered in her mind as they stepped outside, the morning sun doing little to warm the chill in her chest. "Ready?" Kaori asked, her voice steady but distant. Yui nodded, slinging her bag over her shoulder. "Yeah. Let's go." Issei woke up to the familiar weight of Kuroka draped over him, her face tucked against his chest. Her soft, steady breaths brushed against his skin, and her arm was slung possessively over his side. Her tail curled around his legs, the fluffy tip occasionally flicking like she was dreaming about chasing something. He shifted slightly, careful not to wake her, but the movement only made her tighten her hold, nuzzling into him with a sleepy mumble that almost sounded like his name. Then came the faintest purr, low and content, vibrating against him. Issei couldn't help but smile. There was something ridiculously comforting about the way she clung to him, like she didn't want to let go even in her sleep. Trapped under her warmth, and that endearing little sound, he let his head fall back against the pillow. He could live being a little late if it meant starting the day with this. Ria's memory stirred as the soft glow of morning light crept through the curtains, casting warm streaks across the expanse of her bed. A quiet groan escaped her lips as she reached blindly toward her bedside table, fingers brushing against the smooth surface before curling around her phone. She squinted at the screen, her vision still blurred from sleep. Too early. Not early enough. Sighing, she let the device fall back onto the nightstand, the dull thud swallowed by the quiet hush of her room. With a slow, deliberate stretch, she arched her back, rolling her shoulders to shake off the lingering weight of exhaustion. The silk sheets pulled around her waist, cool against her bare skin, a contrast to the warmth still clinging to her from sleep. Her gaze drifted toward the window, where the morning sun painted golden highlights across the polished wooden floor. For a brief moment, she let herself enjoy the calm before reality inevitably crept back in. Last night. The thought alone was enough to pull her from bed, her movements fluid and practiced as she padded over to her dresser. She pulled open a drawer, fingers idly sifting through lace and silk as her mind spiraled deeper into the previous night's events. Stray exorcists and fallen were hardly uncommon in a place like Ko, but the sheer audacity of setting up operations within her territory, Sona's territory, was a reckless provocation. Butchering their own clients, however, that was something else entirely. That was madness. Her grip tightened slightly as she selected a matching set, the fabric cool against her fingertips. She would have to inform Sona. The last thing either of them needed was another catastrophe so soon after last night's disaster. Whatever those strays had been after, whatever their intentions had been, she refused to let another of her pieces suffer the way Kaori and Yui had. Those two. She exhaled slowly, rolling a stocking up the length of her leg as she mulled over the fresh weight of responsibility pressing against her chest. No new devil should ever be forced to experience an encounter like that so soon after their reincarnation. The look in Kaori's eyes as she came to grips with what she had become. Rias had seen something similar before, but never from someone under her protection. It gnawed at her. Even more than the exorcists, more than the implications of their presence, more than the holy maiden. Ah, the nun. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she straightened her uniform, smoothing the pleats of her skirt. Asia Argento. If there had ever been someone so ill-suited for the world of exorcists, it was her. She had been pure in a way that was almost painful to witness. That kind of innocence didn't belong in a world of devils and fallen angels. It was no wonder that Yui and Kaori had taken to her so quickly, almost too quickly. Rias frowned, pausing as she adjusted her ribbon. There had been something strange about their concern, the way they lingered near the girl as if she were someone they had known for far longer than a single night. Had they met before? Or was it simply the bond of shared trauma drawing them together? It was a question worth keeping in mind. Her thoughts drifted again, this time to something else entirely, something equally troubling if for vastly different reasons. Akino and Issei. Rias stilled for just a moment, then scoffed softly, brushing a crimson lock over her shoulder. The two of them meshed together unexpectedly well. Akino was always playful, but there had always been a certain depth to it, a shallowness that helped to mask everything else. But Issei. Well, Issei had responded in kind. Something twisted in her chest, something that she wasn't quite ready to name, a discomfort that sat just beneath her ribs, pulsing with a quiet insistence. She shook the thought away, grabbing her phone from the counter, as she made her way toward the kitchen. She had other matters to deal with first, and besides, Akino was her best friend. Issei was intriguing. But together? She had no reason to feel so possessive. With a quiet sigh, she unlocked her phone and began composing a message to Sona. Regardless of her personal distractions, this was something they needed to address. Last night had been a warning, and if they weren't careful, it wouldn't be the last. The lengths I go for family, she murmured to herself, the ghost of a smile touching her lips as she hit send. Sona Citri set her phone down with a measured exhale, the glow of the screen dimming as she turned her attention elsewhere. Grabbing her towel with both hands, she methodically worked the dampness from her hair, fingers threading through indigo strands as she mulled over the implications of Rias's message. We knew about the fallen, she murmured, her voice steady despite the weight settling in her chest. But if an exorcist had slipped through without her notice, that meant her surveillance wasn't as airtight as she'd believed. That complicates things. She let the towel slip from her shoulders, folding it neatly before placing it aside. Her glasses rested on the counter, their absence momentarily disorienting, but she chose not to reach for them yet. Instead, she traced the condensation on the mirror with the tip of her finger, watching as it streaked through the fogged-up glass. Fallen angels establishing operations in Co. was nothing new. A necessary evil, a tolerated presence, but this? This was something else entirely. If they had exorcists working alongside them, hunting devils in their own territory, then it was only a matter of time before her own clients or worse, her own peerage became targets. A quiet knock at the bathroom door interrupted her thoughts. Should I alert the rest of the peerage, Sona-sama? Came the calm, collected voice of her queen. Sona adjusted the cuff of her uniform, smoothing out an imperfection in the fabric before responding. Go ahead and let everyone know. And tell Saji I don't want him taking any requests for the time being. A brief pause, then, understood. Anything else, Sona-sama? Sona considered for a moment, then shook her head, knowing full well her queen couldn't see. No, Tsubaki, that's all. She listened as Tsubaki's footsteps retreated down the hall, the quiet click of the door signaling her departure. Alone once more, Sona picked up her glasses and slid them onto her face, the world snapping back into crisp clarity. She sighed. I'm trusting you on this one, Rias. The streets of Ko were draped in the soft hues of early morning, the sky painted in the hesitant pastels of sunrise. Streetlights flickered off one by one, surrendering to the creeping daylight, but the city was still half asleep, steeped in the kind of silence that made secrets easier to keep. Rainier pulled her jacket a little tighter around herself, more out of habit than necessity, her fingers grazing the edge of her chin as she cast a glance toward the woman beside her. Kalwarner, as composed as ever, moved with the measured ease of someone who had played this game far too many times. Unlike Rainier, she made no effort to obscure her face. The shifting morning light caught on the sharp angles of her features, highlighting the faint smirk tugging at her lips. So Kalwarner began, voice smooth, laced with dry amusement. Are we being efficient this morning, or are you planning on playing with your food again? Rainier scoffed, shoving her hands into the pockets of her jacket. Come on, give me some credit. I can multitask. Kalwarner arched a brow. Right. Because you've got a great record with that. Rainier's smile sharpened. Hey, you're still here, aren't you? Kalwarner let out a low chuckle, shaking her head. Barely. They walked in companionable silence for a few moments, the rhythmic click of their heels against the pavement the only sound in the still morning air. The world around them was slowed to way, shop shutters still locked, the scent of fresh bread beginning to trickle from a nearby bakery, a distant newspaper delivery truck rumbling down the street. It was the kind of peace that never lasted, especially when they were involved. The air here carried the acrid scent of fallen grace, stale, diluted, the scent of those who had long since abandoned the order of their kind. Their marks were close. Strays had a particular way of stinking up a place when they got too comfortable. Rainier came to a slow stop at the mouth of an alleyway, peering down the dimly lit path. They'd been here. Recently. Kalwarner followed her gaze, tilting her head slightly. Messy, she murmured. Either they're slipping or setting a trap. Rainier's fingers twitched at her sides. They've already had a run-in with Issei. I doubt they'd be showing off recklessly without something up their sleeves. Kalwarner let out a quiet breath, half a scoff. Trap then. God, they're getting desperate. A flicker of movement down the street caught Rainier's eye, a dark figure slipping into the shadows near a shuttered storefront. Her pulse quickened, anticipation curling warm in her chest. There we go, she murmured, a slow smirk spreading across her lips. Kalwarner hummed. Think they'll run? Rainier tilted her head, considering. Maybe. But I hope not. Without another word, she pivoted, stepping off the curb with the lazy confidence of a cat stalking a mouse. Kalwarner followed at a more measured pace, hands tucked into her coat pockets, exuding the kind of unbothered air that made people second-guess whether they should be afraid or not. The thrill of the hunt thrummed beneath Rainier's skin. This wasn't about orders. This wasn't about survival. This was about sending a message, and she intended to carve it into their bones. Asia Argento stirred, a soft murmur escaping her lips as she slowly rubbed at her tired eyes. A dull ache sat behind them, the kind that came from restless sleep. It had been a long time since she had last slept soundly, perhaps not since she left the Vatican. The unfamiliar warmth of the mattress beneath her felt almost indulgent, a stark contrast to the cold, rigid cots she had known for so long. Wait! Her breath hitched as awareness settled over her. This wasn't the church. Asia's eyes snapped open, her heart lurching into her throat as she frantically scanned the dimly lit room. The sheets pulled around her as she pushed herself upright, fingers clutching the fabric as though grounding herself would make sense of the situation. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and the faint scent of parchment and polished wood filled the air. A desk sat near the window, bathed in the soft, golden hues of sunrise. Then, the memories came crashing back. A sharp inhale left her lips as she lifted trembling fingers to her face, tracing the damp trails of tears she hadn't even realized she had shed. Yui and Kaori's blood-streaked bodies, their ragged, pained gasps for air, the horrifying realization that her miracles had come too late. And then Issei's voice, his presence had reached her through the haze of panic. He had been there. He had fought for them. Had he been hurt? Her stomach twisted at the thought. She had already failed so many. If Issei had suffered because of her. Asia swallowed hard, her pulse thrumming in her ears. She couldn't sit here. She had to know. She had to move. Swinging her legs over the side of the bed, she pushed herself to her feet. The floor was cool beneath her bare feet, grounding her for a moment, as she gathered her courage. She cast another glance around the room before her gaze landed on the small mirror across from her. She barely recognized the girl staring back, cheeks pale, hair mussed, eyes rimmed red. Asia took a shaky breath and looked away, stepping towards the door. Her heart hammered in her chest as she twisted the handle. What happened after I passed out? Her fingers brushed against the doorknob, hesitating for just a moment. The curse rings on her hand gleamed faintly in the morning light, a cruel reminder of the miracles she was meant to bring, miracles that had only brought her suffering. She flexed her fingers, exhaling slowly before turning the handle. The door opened with a quiet creak, and Asia was immediately met with a wash of golden light. The hallway stretched before her, lined with elegant windows that overlooked a small courtyard bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. The sight was breathtaking, warm and peaceful in a way that made her chest tighten. "It's beautiful," she whispered, stepping forward as her gaze lingered on the sunlit garden. For a moment she forgot her fear. Forgot the blood, the pain, the weight of her worries. But then, a sharp clatter echoed from beyond the staircase to her left, breaking the tranquility. Asia startled, her breath catching as she clutched the fabric of her borrowed nightgown. She hesitated, glancing toward the noise. A part of her wanted to retreat, to return to the safety of the unfamiliar room. But another part of her, the part that needed answers, forced her feet to move. Middle let out an annoyed huff, crossing her arms as she glared at the pan on the floor like it had personally insulted her. Dropping it had been a rookie mistake, loud, clattering, and completely ruining the surprise she had planned. She had wanted to impress everyone by making breakfast, to prove that she could handle something as simple as cooking. But now, that plan was hanging by a thread. Knowing Issei, he'd probably slept right through it, but Rainier? Definitely awake. And Kuroka? She had ears sharper than a cat's. Literally, whether or not she got up was a different story. The quiet creak of stairs behind her made Middle's shoulders tense. Great. Busted. She turned, ready with an excuse, only to freeze mid-sentence. The person standing at the base of the stairs wasn't Rainier, or Kuroka, or even some half-awake, bed-headed Issei. It was the nun. Blonde hair clung to her damp cheeks, her green eyes wide and uncertain, like a fawn caught in the open. She stood there, wringing her hands in the fabric of her borrowed clothes, mumbling something under her breath. It took a second for Middle to put it together. Asia. Right. The girl Issei had dragged home last night, unconscious. A pang of guilt twisted in Middle's chest. She had been too caught up in her own thoughts to really process it before. But now, seeing Asia like this, lost, afraid, still reeling from whatever nightmare she had been through it hit her. Middle hadn't been there, but she'd heard enough in passing to know it had been gruesome. And Issei? That dumbass probably didn't even leave her a note. He really was the worst sometimes. And now, she was stuck with damage control. Again. For once, Middle didn't hesitate. She approached slowly, mindful of Asia's trembling frame, and knelt in front of her, lowering herself to eye level. Asia-chan, right? She asked, voice softer than usual. She wasn't great at this kind of thing, but she could try. Asia's gaze flickered up, her red-rimmed eyes locking onto Middle's face. She gave the smallest nod. Middle forced a tiny smirk, trying to make herself seem less intimidating. I'm a friend of Issei's. He brought you here late last night. You're safe. Asia's tense shoulders loosened just a little. Encouraged, Middle reached out, hesitating for only a second before gently pulling her into a hug. The reaction was immediate. Asia's breath hitched, and then the tears came. Hot and silent at first, then shaking sobs that soaked into the front of Middle's shirt. Middle held her tighter, her hands slowly running through Asia's tangled hair in a soothing rhythm. You're safe here, she murmured, letting the words settle. Everything's going to be fine. Asia clung to her, trembling like she was trying to hold herself together and failing. Thank you, she whispered, voice breaking. Thank you so much, I was so scared. Middle exhaled, pressing her cheek lightly against the top of Asia's head. Yeah, well, you don't have to be scared anymore. She kept her voice steady, even as something uncomfortable curled in her chest. Something strangely familiar. Something she didn't quite know what to do with. But for now, she pushed it aside, letting the moment be what it was. Letting Asia cry as much as she needed to. The breakfast could wait. Hanajima Akino lowered her phone, the soft chime of the ended call lingering in the quiet of the shrine. She exhaled slowly, stepping past the torii gate and onto the overlooking platform that offered a breathtaking view of Go. The city stretched below, still half shrouded in the fading mist of early morning, the golden light of sunrise setting the rooftops aglow. The crisp wind carried the scent of pine and earth, threading through her long, dark hair, sending loose strands dancing around her face. A small, satisfied hum escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, tilting her head up to embrace the morning air. Then, with a slow, fluid motion, she unfurled her wings. The great black appendages stretched wide before she kicked off the ground, catching the updraft that lifted her effortlessly into the sky. The wind caressed her as she flew, weaving through the treetops, her sharp eyes scanning the cityscape below. Riasa's instructions had been vague, but Akino had a good guess where she needed to go. A place long since abandoned, left to rot on the outskirts of town. The church. As she angled her descent, the skeletal tower of the forsaken house of worship came into view, its once pristine walls now cracked and dirted with time. But before she could focus on it, movement in the trees caught her attention. Akino adjusted her flight path, banking to the side, hovering just above the canopy as she honed in on the voices drifting up from below. So Sejal and her whole squad were wiped. That's rough, they were some of our best. A man leaned against the tree, arms crossed, raven black hair falling messily over his sharp features. His voice carried a casual indifference, but the tightness in his jaw suggested otherwise. Completely gone. The most that was left was some limbs, and a ton of blood. The second speaker, a shorter man with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face, shifted uncomfortably where he stood. His wings twitched, his fingers curling into his palms. The first man spat onto the ground. What kind of monster can even do something like that? The boogeyman or something? A slow, derisive chuckle interrupted them as a third figure stepped from the shadows, her wings unfurling with a sickly grace. The very air around her seemed to darken, tainted by the very presence of her. Sejal got what was coming to her, if you asked me. Her voice was smooth, dripping with amusement. She acted like she was better than all of us. I'm just upset we lost so much manpower because of her incompetence. Akino hovered just above them, unseen, unnoticed. The crackle of electricity coiled around her fingertips, the sharp scent of ozone beginning to taint the morning air. Her lips curled into a smile, one both serene and deadly. Oh my, she murmured to herself, relishing the anticipation. What a delightful little gathering. The forest hummed with an eerie quiet, the sounds of nature suddenly stifled. In the distance, the sound of a scream echoed, muffled by the shimmering barrier that now surrounded the area. The screams of those who had fallen victim to the Queen's wrath would never reach the ears of innocent passers-by. To the hikers, the mountains were as quiet as ever. The sun was still climbing when Murayama Kaori and Yui stepped onto the narrow residential sidewalk that led toward Ko Academy. Pale gold spilled over the rooftops, catching the dew in the grass and making everything shimmer like the world had been lightly dusted in glitter. It would have been beautiful comforting, even if Kaori's skin didn't still crawl from the cold sweat of another restless night. Yui was mid-ramble, chatting about a classmate who had apparently decided to confess to a girl from Class 1C using a bouquet of flowers and an original rap verse. Kaori smiled faintly, only half listening. Not because she didn't care. Yui's stories were usually hilarious in a second-hand embarrassment kind of way, but because her mind was still trapped somewhere between the waking world and the thing that had haunted her sleep. That shadow, that pressure, that voice. Her fingers brushed against Yui's sleeve without thinking, grounding herself in the texture, the warmth. He seriously rhymed love with shove. I'm not even kidding, Yui said, her laughter sharp and bright in the morning air. And then she ran. Like sprinted. Full-on cartoon style. Poor guy was crying the entire day. I almost feel bad. Kaori blinked and let out a breath that was supposed to be a laugh. It came out thin, fragile. Yui noticed. Of course she did. They passed under a row of blooming sakura trees just beginning to bud, early spring clinging to the edges of winter, and Yui fell quiet for a moment before nudging Kaori's shoulder gently with her own. Okay, she said, voice softening. What's up? Kaori glanced at her, then looked away again, watching the breeze tug petals loose from the highest branches. I'm just tired, she murmured. Liar, Yui replied, casual, not unkind. You didn't even flinch at the rap verse. That was premium stuff. Kaori bit her lip. I've been having weird dreams, she finally said, voice just barely above the sound of passing cars. Not every night. But enough. Yui tilted her head. Nightmares? Kaori hesitated. Her hand twitched at her side, reflexively curling into a fist before she stuffed it into her bag. Her palms still felt strange, like the bones were too heavy for her skin. Too dense. Like something was nesting there. Not exactly, she murmured, eyes flicking to the ground. It's like I'm not the only one in here. Like there's someone else, just watching. Not from outside, but like inside me. Sometimes I feel like I'm not alone in my own body, and I don't know what they want or if they're even me. She stopped walking without realizing it, and Yui stopped with her. Kaori's eyes remained on the pavement. You ever feel like something's looking through you? Not at you, but through you? Her voice faltered on the last word. A breeze tugged at her hair, and she turned instinctively to the trees. Nothing. But her skin tightened anyway. Yui didn't respond right away. Her usual smile faded, and her brow furrowed as she studied Kaori's face. No, she said after a moment. But I've had dreams where my teeth fall out and then explode, so I'm not exactly a pillar of mental stability either. That earned a breathy chuckle from Kaori. It was weak, but it was real. Yui stepped in front of her, slipping her hand into Kaori's and giving it a gentle squeeze. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, she said. But if you ever do, I'm not going anywhere. Okay? Kaori looked up at her. The sunlight hit Yui's hair just right, giving it a rosy sheen around the edges. She looked like safety. She always had. I know, Kaori whispered. They kept walking. The school loomed in the distance now, white walls gleaming in the light, its gates slowly growing busier with arriving students. Normalcy was playing out around them again, the kind they hadn't felt since the day they died. Kaori glanced up at the sky. No clouds. No sign of the wings she thought she'd seen in the dark the night before. Just the breeze. Just the sun. Still, her heart wouldn't settle. You've been sleeping fine? She asked, casual as she could manage. Like a rock, Yui said. Didn't even wake up when that car alarm went off the other morning. Why? No reason, Kaori replied quickly. Just wondering. They passed the shrine steps, and Kaori slowed again, her gaze drawn upward like a thread pulled tight. Her eyes scanned the empty path above, the torii gate casting a long shadow down the slope. Nothing stirred. No sound but the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of birdsong. But the silence. It was unnerving. The stairs were too still. Too clean. Like a stage before the play begins, perfect and hollow. She didn't notice the way her shoulders had drawn up until Yui slipped her arm through Kaori's and gave a gentle, grounding tug. "You're doing that thing again," Yui said, voice soft with amusement. The whole tortured lone wolf vibe. Which is, like, very hot and shounen protagonist of you, but also really dumb. Kaori blinked, the tension cracking just enough for her to breathe. She laughed, a small, unguarded thing, and leaned into the warmth of Yui's presence. Her arms stayed tucked against her best friend's. They continued down the hill, the quiet crunch of their footsteps the only sound on the narrow path. Behind them, unseen, a crow lifted from a branch with a sharp cry. They crossed the school threshold just as the bell chimed, its ring bright and precise, like glass striking glass. Everything looked normal. Students laughed in the courtyard. A breeze danced through the sakura trees, petals drifting lazily to the ground. But Kaori's chest tightened with something she couldn't name. Like a breath caught at the back of her throat. There was a weight at her back. A sliver of something threading down her spine, not pain, not fear exactly, just a sense of being noticed. Another step. Just one. She didn't turn around. She didn't want to know if there was something there. Something in the trees. Something in the sky. Something that had been there since the shrine. Watching. Smiling. That's the end. Thanks for listening.